start settling down, you can take your cup of coffee, tea, whatever you're enjoying to your table. I'll be moderating today's wonderful conference on behalf of Council for International Economic Understanding and Dalberg. I welcome you all. Good morning. Uh, we are taking up this discussion on air pollution, the air quality management. The organizers named it as Aironomics 2025. This is part of Bharat Climate Forum, which was launched here in this very venue in January, where it was envisaged that Dalberg and CIO's team will join their forces to calibrate and discuss various issues related to climate. It began with the grand discussions and grand opening of clean tech manufacturing platform, which was thankfully accepted by Government of India and is now part of the business of the day, and now Ministry of Finance along with the other relevant ministries and Niti Aayog is deliberating how to structure it and make it part of our daily lives. Later on, there was discussion on credits and how to unlock the capital, especially the debt side for the green side. Uh, Now there is a discussion which is going on that is related to how to unlock the capital markets as well as institutionalizing various institutions, DFIs as well as banks to felicitate the green development in the country. So now I welcome you all where we will be discussing very hot topic in national capital of India, that is air pollution. There will be roughly around 150 speakers who will be attending today's conference. The conference is split in two halves. One is the plenary session, which will be going on, which will be organized here in this very hall. And there are two round tables which are subject specific, and where the experts will be drilling down to get us some of the very complicated problems solved, and some of the solutions will we all see that in coming days will be part of our regular discourse, and we will be advocating with the government of Delhi as well as a union government to push and make the air cleaner. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin today's conversation, may I request Dr. Ashwini Mahajan. He is National Co-Convener Swadeshi Jagran Manch, and he is part of CIU's governing body. Dr. Mahajan, please come forward. May I request Gopal Arya ji. Gopal Arya ji is Pracharak and also All India head of all the environment practices at Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. He'll also be giving us a guiding light. Plus, may I request Jagjeet Sareen. He is a partner for global climate change at Dalberg Advisors, and he is also CIU's climate practice head. May I request the three gentlemen to come forward and to start the proceedings, may we request Atul Bagaiji is part of the organizing team of this very event, and Shruti ji. Shruti is from Dalberg. Please come forward and light the lamp. And Bhupender Bhalla ji, please, sir. Bhupender Bhalla ji is former secretary MNRE and part of the organizing team. Sir, please. This is a Hindu principle where we all welcome light to undo the darkness, and we all pray that today Ma Saraswati helps us in getting solution to very, very complex problem of air pollution. So we start with the Aironomics 2025. The focus of today's conversation will be on how to build the institutional reforms and multi-level coordination amongst them, financing frameworks, carbon markets, green bonds, RBF models, technology and AI for real-time air quality monitoring, community-led enforcement and behavioral change, scalable sectoral innovations in EV, biogas, clean fuels, and urban designs. And in today's conference, you will also see, people from central government as well as from the state ministries, global agencies from WHO, UNEP, UNDP, World Bank, private sector innovators and infrastructure investors, academicians, philanthropists, and grassroots leaders. To begin the conversation, let's start with the inaugural session. Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, ladies and gentlemen, Gopal Arya ji, and Jagjit Sareen. With your permission, Ashwini ji, we start the conversation today. May I request you to come forward and give your welcome remarks. Thank you.
मंच पर उपस्थित आदरणीय गोपाल आर्य जी, हमारे परम मित्र जगजीत सरीन जी, इस कार्यक्रम का सफल संचालन कर रहे ऐसे अनिलेश जी, इस सभागार में उपस्थित इस कार्यक्रम की आयोजन समिति के माननीय सदस्य श्रीमान अजय बगाई जी, श्रीमान भल्ला जी, भूपेंद्र भल्ला जी, और इस सभागार में उपस्थित इस क्षेत्र से संबंधित पर्यावरण के साथ जुड़े विभिन्न विशेषज्ञ, जैसा कि अनिलेश जी ने भी बताया, अलग अलग वर्गों से आने वाले, कॉरपोरेट जगत से, स्टार्टअप्स जगत से, और इस पर्यावरण की समस्या के साथ जुड़े समस्त बंधु भगिनी, सबको सादर नमस्कार। हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि ये जो पर्यावरण की समस्या है वो हम सब के जीवन को प्रभावित कर रही है कहीं ना कहीं। हमारे एक मित्र हैं, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के दिल्ली प्रांत के आप प्रमुख हैं, वो एक जाने माने कार्डियक सर्जन हैं। तो हमसे बात करते हुए बताते हैं कि मैं जब भी एक ओपन हार्ट सर्जरी करता हूं, दिल्ली के लोगों की, किसी की भी करता हूं, तो जब खोल के देखता हूं तो जो लंग्स हैं, फेफड़े हैं, सब काले पड़े हुए हैं। यानी हम ऐसी हवा में जी रहे हैं जहाँ पर हमारे जीवन को आगे बढ़ाने वाले, हर सांस में हमारा साथ देने वाले जो फेफड़े हैं वही काले पड़ गए हैं। और आज हम तरह तरह की समस्याओं से जूझ रहे हैं। कैंसर एक सामान्य बात हो गई है। पहले सुनते थे किसी किसी को कैंसर होता था, बड़ी आयु में होने पर कैंसर होता था। आज बच्चों में कैंसर है, युवाओं में कैंसर है। तरह तरह की जो दूसरी नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज़ेज़ हैं वो भी लगातार बढ़ रही हैं। और आजकल तो मेजर भी करने लगे हैं हम लोग। कभी AQI लेवल 380 है तो कभी 500 है तो कभी 1000 है। कई बार ऐसी स्थिति आ जाती है कि अनमेजरेबल है। तो कुल मिलाकर के यह जो समस्या है दिल्ली की, केवल दिल्ली की है क्या? ये भी ध्यान में आता है कि ये कोई दिल्ली की समस्या नहीं है, पूरे देश भर में AQI लेवल जो है वो लगातार खतरनाक से खतरनाक होता जा रहा है। कोई रीजनल प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, दिल्ली और NCR की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है ये देश की प्रॉब्लम है। और अगर हम दुनिया के दूसरे मुल्कों में देखें तो वो दुनिया की भी समस्या बनती जा रही है। दूसरी बात, हमें कई बार पहले महसूस होता था कि पंजाब में, हरियाणा में पराली बहुत जलती है, वहाँ से जो खराब हवाएं आती हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं दिल्ली को प्रभावित करती हैं। और वो सर्दी में हमारा AQI लेवल और ज़्यादा हो जाता है। लेकिन क्या केवल सर्दियों में ही होता है क्या? तो अभी हम जगजीत जी के साथ बैठे थे, इन्होंने AQI लेवल खोल करके देखा, 15 मई का दिन था, 500 का लेवल था। यानी इट इज़ नो लॉन्गर ए सीजनल प्रॉब्लम, इट इज़ ईयर लॉन्ग प्रॉब्लम। तो अब ये समस्या तो है, और कई बार ये बात आती है कि ये दिल्ली में जो एयर क्वालिटी ख़राब है या भारत में अन्य शहरों में ख़राब है, तो कहाँ से आता है? तो हम लोग जैसे जैसे ये फॉरेस्ट कवर कम होता जा रहा है, वैसे वैसे दूर दराज की, इवन अरब से भी आने वाली जो हवाएं हैं वो भी हमारी वायु को कहीं ना कहीं प्रभावित कर रही हैं। ये भी समस्या है। इन सारी समस्याओं को जब हम देखते हैं तो कई बार ध्यान में आता है कि क्या कोई समाधान करने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहा क्या? तो ऐसा भी नहीं है। सरकारें लगातार इस प्रयास में लगी हुई हैं। कोई स्मॉग के लिए टावर्स बना रहा है, कभी हमारे जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो वेस्ट से कैसे वेल्थ की तरफ आगे बढ़ें और कहीं हमारा पर्यावरण ठीक हो। तो कहीं सीवर ट्रीटमेंट के लिए अच्छे प्लांट्स बना रहे हैं हमारे स्टार्टअप्स, और वास्तव में उनकी एफिशिएंसी भी बहुत अच्छी है। और जन जागरण में भी कोई कमी नहीं है। दिल्ली में एक साहिबी नदी बहती थी, वो कब नाला बन गई पता नहीं चला, लेकिन ऐसे सामाजिक कार्यकर्ताओं ने पुनः उसको साहिबी नदी का नाम देने का काम भी किया। यानी अभी भी वो नाले जैसी ही बहती है, लेकिन एक बार साहिबी नदी कहने लगे तो उसमें कहीं ना कहीं विचार होगा, कहीं प्रयास होंगे उसको भी ठीक करने का। इसी प्रकार से डस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए भी काफ़ी प्रयास हो रहे हैं। जो कूड़े के ढेर दिल्ली में बहुत ऊंचे ऊंचे पहुंच गए थे, उसको भी कम करने का प्रयास लगातार चल रहा है। प्रयासों की कमी नहीं है। हमारे स्टार्टअप्स बेहतरीन काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे जो बड़े कॉरपोरेट हैं, वो भी कुछ ना कुछ इसके लिए सीएसआर के नाते, बाकी और चीज़ों के नाते प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमने भी जब इस कार्यक्रम को करने की विचार किया, तो ऐसे लोगों से बातचीत हुई, तो पता लगा कि बहुत प्रयास चल रहे हैं। सरकारों की तरफ से भी कोई कमी नहीं। अभी दिल्ली सरकार ने ईवी को काफ़ी पुश दिया है। आज इस कार्यक्रम के समापन कार्यक्रम में दिल्ली की माननीय मुख्यमंत्री भी हमारे बीच में रहने वाली हैं। वो भी अपने प्रयासों के बारे में बताएंगी और आगे चल कर के उनकी सरकार की क्या योजना है उसके बारे में भी बताएंगी। लेकिन हमारा कुल मिलाकर के इसमें समझ में आता है कि समस्या विकराल है। सब लोग कुछ ना कुछ प्रयास कर रहे हैं, लेकिन समस्या का समाधान जितना तेजी से होना चाहिए वो हो नहीं पा रहा है। जिसको हम सिग्निफिकेंट चेंज कहें, वो नहीं दिखाई दे रहा। लेकिन ये बात पक्का है कि ये जो दिल्ली की पर्यावरण की समस्या, खराब हवा की जो समस्या है, जिसके कारण हमारे लंग्स काले हो रहे हैं, इस बात को समझते हुए जो लोग दिल्ली से जाने की कैपेसिटी रखते हैं, वो ज़रूर दिल्ली को छोड़कर जा रहे हैं। दिल्ली के अच्छे अच्छे लोग दिल्ली में रहना नहीं चाहते हैं। विदेशों से आने वाले जो डिप्लोमेट्स हैं, वो दिल्ली में आना नहीं चाहते हैं। अगर उनको मजबूरी में आना पड़ता है, तो वो अपने परिवार को लाना नहीं चाहते हैं। ऐसी परिस्थितियों से दिल्ली गुजर रही है और धीरे धीरे करके हमारे सभी बड़े शहर इसकी चपेट में आ रहे हैं। तो ऐसे में विचार करना पड़ेगा। हम सब लोगों को मिल कर के विचार करना पड़ेगा। सब लोगों को इकट्ठा आना पड़ेगा। सभी स्टार्टअप्स को, सभी कॉरपोरेट को, सरकारी संस्थाओं को, अन्य संस्थाओं को, जिनकी जिम्मेवारी है, एनजीटी है, एयर क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट के लिए जो संस्थाएं बनी हुई हैं, उन सबको इकट्ठा आना पड़ेगा। ऐसे तमाम महानुभावों को, बहनों को हमने यहाँ इस समिट में, इस कॉन्क्लेव में, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आने का न्योता दिया है। और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में जो जानकार लोग हैं, जो इस विषय से संबंधित लोग हैं, ऐसे अनिलेश जी बता रहे हैं कि 150 लोग, लगभग 70 लोग प्लेनरी सेशन और बाकी लगभग 80 लोग हमारे पैरेलल सेशंस जो इसके साथ साथ चलने वाले हैं, जो विभिन्न विषयों पर बात करेंगे, उनमें आने वाले हैं। एक विचार करना पड़ेगा कि क्या अलग अलग साइलोज़ में काम करते हुए क्या हम अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को अचीव कर सकते हैं। क्या हमारे उद्देश्य जो है कि हमें दिल्ली साफ़ चाहिए, हवा बिल्कुल साफ़ चाहिए, आसमान बिल्कुल नीला चाहिए, ऐसा क्या संभव है? तो इस संभावनाओं को तलाशने के लिए और दिल्ली की जीवन को और भविष्य को बेहतर बनाने के लिए और हमारे बच्चों के और आने वाली पीढ़ियों का भविष्य अच्छा, साफ सुथरा भविष्य हो, जिसमें हमारे लंग्स बेशक काले हो गए हों, लेकिन हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ियों में के बच्चों के लंग्स बिल्कुल साफ़ हों, आसमान बिल्कुल नीला हो, जिसमें हमारे तमाम जो प्रकृति है वो उसमें आगे बढ़ सके। इसीलिए हमने विशेष निवेदन किया आज आदरणीय गोपाल आर्य जी को, जो पूरे देश भर में राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ की दृष्टि से पर्यावरण को बेहतर करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। लाखों अगर कहूँ तो मुझे लगता है वो कम होगा। करोड़ों की तादाद में देश में वृक्षारोपण का कार्य राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ की तरफ से हो रहा है। ये एक छोटा सा एक काम है, लेकिन इसके अतिरिक्त बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोगों के बीच में जन जागरण, लोगों को इसके बारे में अवगत कराना, पर्यावरण की समस्या से कैसे हम निपट सकते हैं, सामाजिक सरोकार की दृष्टि से ऐसे इस सारे कार्य को एक नेतृत्व प्रदान करते हुए आदरणीय गोपाल आर्य जी हमारे बीच में हैं। हम उनका हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं और उनका धन्यवाद करते हैं। अंत में इसके संदर्भ में हमें कोई ना कोई रचना खड़ी करनी होगी। हम कोई इसमें सुझाव नहीं दे रहे हैं, लेकिन इन रचनाओं के लिए क्या हो सकता है, क्या कोई सरकारी एजेंसी इसको काम कर सकती हैं? तो ऐसा लगता है कि सरकारी एजेंसियों की अपनी सीमाएं होती हैं। ऐसे में कोई विशेष इसके लिए उपकरण तैयार किया जाए। किसी भी बड़े कार्य को करने के लिए आजकल एक चलता है पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप। क्या उसका कुछ रूप निकल सकता है? किसी भी कार्य को करने के लिए जब बड़े-बड़े हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाते हैं, तो एक एसपीवी बनाते हैं, स्पेशल पर्पस व्हीकल। लेकिन ये तो बहुत बड़ा एक महाकार्य है। इसको करने के लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं? इन सब की उद्देश्य से आज पूरे दिन भर में अलग-अलग विषयों पर चर्चा होगी। ईवी पर भी चर्चा होगी और ये भी सोचा जाएगा कि क्या ईवी और हाइब्रिड कारें क्या एक जैसा प्रदूषण करती हैं? उसके बारे में भी विचार करना होगा। ऐसे माइन्यूट विषयों पर अलग-अलग प्रकार से हम अलग-अलग विषयों को लेकर के गहन चर्चा करेंगे और उसकी जो रिपोर्ट तैयार होगी, उसमें सभी एजेंसीज़ को, सरकारी प्रतिष्ठानों को, सरकार के मंत्रियों को और पूरे जो इकोसिस्टम है, जो इसमें प्रभावी लोग हैं, उन सबको वो रिपोर्ट ज़रूर दी जाएगी। आज कम से कम दिल्ली के पर्यावरण मंत्री भी इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने वाले हैं और भी अन्य पॉलिसी मेकर्स हमारे साथ होंगे। मैं आशा करता हूँ कि इस दिन भर की इस समिट में, इस कॉन्क्लेव में हम कई सही नतीजों पर पहुँचने की तरफ आगे बढ़ेंगे। इसी बात को मैं कहता हुआ आपको सबको धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आप शनिवार के दिन वीकेंड में अपने दूसरे कामों को छोड़ कर के, पारिवारिक कामों को भी छोड़ कर के यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए हैं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर महाजन। अब सभा को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ श्री गोपाल आर्य जी को, नेशनल कन्वीनर ऑफ आरएसएस पर्यावरण विभाग। गोपाल जी, माइक इज योर्स, आइए।
सभी को नमस्कार। यहाँ पर बैठे हुए सभी पर्यावरण प्रेमी, और मुझे लगता है कि हम सब एनवायरनमेंट में कुछ कुछ कर रहे हैं, तभी यहाँ पर आपको बुलाया गया है, आप आए हैं और आपके प्रयास भी हो रहे होंगे। मैं पहले आयोजकों को इस बात के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने दिल्ली विशेष रूप से यहाँ की एयर क्वालिटी या हवा के ऊपर बातचीत की, और उसके लिए आज दिन भर का एक सवेरे अभी से लेकर सवेरे रात्रि 8 बजे तक का एक जो विचार मंथन का ये किया है, मुझे लगता है कि इस मंथन और चिंतन में से मक्खन जरूर निकलेगा। क्योंकि जब इस प्रकार के संभ्रांत और प्रबुद्ध लोग एक साथ आकर चिंतन करना शुरू करते हैं तो समाधान तो उसमें से निकलना शुरू हो जाता है। लेकिन बैठे बैठे मैं एक बात सोच रहा था कि यहाँ का दृश्य ऐसा लग रहा था कि आज हम हो सकता है एक 5 स्टार होटल के इस कमरे में बैठकर चिंतन कर रहे हैं, और इसलिए इतनी संख्या है। मैं सोच रहा था काश ये एक बढ़ के बहुत बड़े पेड़ के नीचे इसी प्रकार का अगर दृश्य खड़ा होता तो शायद ऑक्सीजन का लेवल और भी ऊपर होता, लेकिन वो शायद इसी के प्रयास में एक आगे का बात होगी। ऐसा मैं सोचता हूँ कि क्या हम अगर इस प्रकार का बड़ा पेड़ भी हम खड़ा देखना चाहते हैं तो वो भी शायद मिलना मुश्किल हो जाए। तो मेरी बात की शुरुआत मैं यहाँ से कर रहा हूँ कि अगर एक छोटा बच्चा इस देश में इस धरती पर पैदा होता है तो सबसे पहले ये इंसान इस धरती पर आते ही क्या काम करता है, आप और हमको जाता है कि वो आते ही किसी से भी पूछते हैं, रोता है, और नहीं रोए तो क्या करते हैं, उसको रुलाते हैं। रुलाते क्यों हैं? क्योंकि बहुत सारे कहते हैं जिंदा है मरा है पता चल जाएगा, लेकिन इसलिए रुलाते हैं कि यदि 30 सेकंड उसके ब्रेन को ऑक्सीजन नहीं मिलेगी तो मेंटली रिटार्डेड या उसको समस्या हो जाएगी। इसलिए इंसान जब इस धरती पर आता है तो सबसे पहला काम श्वास लेने का करता है, और जब जाता है तो अंतिम काम क्या होता है? श्वास छोड़ने का करता है। ये सत्य है, ये प्राकृतिक सत्य है। कोई इंसान बिना श्वास के पैदा नहीं हो सकता और कोई इंसान बिना श्वास के जिंदा भी नहीं रह सकता। और इसलिए अगर विचार करेंगे तो एक श्वास लेने से एक श्वास छोड़ने तक की जो यात्रा है इसी को लाइफ बोलते हैं। लेकिन कभी ये चिंतन किया कि ये श्वास आती कहां से है, और जिस एयर की बात कर रहे हैं वो एयर क्या है? कभी कल्पना की है? जिसको पंच महाभूत में एक तत्व माना गया है। जहां बैठे लोगों से अभी चर्चा करने का विषय नहीं है, लेकिन मैं एक प्रश्न छोड़ता हूं कि एयर किसको कहते हैं, पवन किसको कहते हैं, वायु किसको कहते हैं, हवा किसको कहते हैं? किसी ने कभी सोचा है? जब हवा पर, वायु पर एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस भुवनेश्वर में की गई तो वहाँ बड़े बड़े विद्वान लोग आकर कहने लगे कि पता है हवा किसको बोलते हैं, वायु किसको बोलते हैं, पवन किसको बोलते हैं, अनल किसको बोलते हैं? मैंने कहा ये तो पता ही नहीं है। और एयर वाले भी एयर को नहीं जानते होंगे कि एयर में कितनी ऑक्सीजन होती है। मेरे जैसा अनपढ़ व्यक्ति तो ये जानता था कि एयर में ऑक्सीजन ही होती है, लेकिन कल मैंने सोचा कि भाई साहब ने बुलाया है तो पता तो कर लूँगा हवा क्या होती है। तो पता चला कि हवा में, जिसको हम हवा बोलते हैं, श्वास बोलते हैं, उसमें 78% नाइट्रोजन और 20% ऑक्सीजन होती है। केवल 2% 18 प्रकार की अन्य गैसेज होती हैं, उसको हवा बोलते हैं। लेकिन वो टेक्निकल मैं बात नहीं करना चाहता, मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि ये जो तत्व है जिसको पवन हवा यानी वायु तत्व बोला, जिसको जल तत्व बोला, जिसको अग्नि तत्व बोला, ये क्या है? अभी हम यहां पर वो जला रहे थे, क्या था वो? दीपक नहीं था, अग्नि तत्व था। और जब जलाने की कोशिश कर रहे तो वायु तत्व उसको बुझा रहा था। लेकिन इन सब में जो सामंजस्य है, समन्वय है, यही तो इकोसिस्टम कहलाता है। और जब इस इकोसिस्टम में गड़बड़ होने लगती है तो हमको आज जैसी सेमिनार करनी पड़ती है। दूसरा प्रश्न, आज से लगभग 300 वर्ष पहले राजस्थान के एक छोटे से गांव में एक महिला होती है, अनपढ़ गांव की महिला अपने घर में खाना बना रही होती है, और उसको पता चलता है कि बाहर पेड़ काटने के लिए कुछ सैनिक आए हैं। वो जाकर रोकने का प्रयास करती है, रोकने की बजाय वो, उसकी 3 बेटियां, परिवार और गांव के 363 लोगों ने पेड़ नहीं कटने के लिए अपने सर कटा दिए। क्या कभी विश्व के इतिहास में, हिस्ट्री में आपने और मैंने पढ़ा है? कोई उस महिला का नाम नहीं बता सकता कि जिसने पेड़ को कटने के लिए अपनी गर्दन, आंदोलन बहुत हो सकते हैं, पेड़ को बचाने के लिए बहुत सारे प्रयास चल सकते हैं, लेकिन जिसने पेड़ को बचने के लिए अपना गला कटवा दिया हो, ऐसा इतिहास में हो सकता है? और 300 साल पहले कौन सी हवा की परेशानी थी, मेरे को बताइए? कौन सी पेड़ों की परेशानी थी? आज हमको लग रहा है एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स यहाँ का खराब हो रहा है, इसलिए हवा पर विचार किया जाए, लेकिन कभी 300 साल पहले तो इसका कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं था। आप मेरे को से गुरु नानक देव जी 500 कितने साल पहले ये कह सकते हैं, पवन गुरु पानी पिता, माता धरत महत, उनको पवन और उससे क्या लेना देना था। लेकिन इतने बड़े विद्वान अपने दार्शनिक अंदाज में ये बोल सकते हैं कि पवन गुरु है, पानी पिता है। व्हाट आर दिस रिलेशंस? क्या कभी विचार किया? ये हमको विचार करना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए एक महिला जिसका नाम अमृता देवी थी, वो अपने गुरु के द्वारा अपने सिद्धांत में ये बताया गया, सिर साठे रूख बचे तो भी सस्तो जान, कि अगर सर कटने के बाद भी एक पेड़ बच जाता है। और इसलिए यहां के मत्स्य पुराण में भी ये कहा गया, दशय कूपे समोवापी। हमको यदि इस सिद्धांत को नहीं समझ में आएगा तो मुझे लगता है कि आगे की बातें थोड़ी वो हो जाएंगी। इसलिए ये इस बात पर विचार करना पड़ेगा कि एक पेड़ 10 पुत्रों के बराबर होता है। अरे जिस संस्कृति में या जिस विचार में ये होगा, वहां कोई पेड़ काटने वाला हो सकता है? लेकिन आपकी जानकारी के लिए, आप सब विद्वान लोग हैं, आपको सब पता ही है एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स। मैं सूरत का रहने वाला, सूरत में एक भाई साहब आते हैं, कहा यहाँ वृक्षारोपण करना है जी। मैंने कहा बहुत बढ़िया करिए। क्या आपको पता है सूरत में क्या है? मैंने कहा बताइए। कहने लगे सूरत में प्रति व्यक्ति पर कैपिटा ट्रीज कितने हैं आपको पता है? मुझे तो नहीं पता। कहने लगे पर कैपिटा ट्री इन सूरत ओनली 7। और इसलिए यहाँ वृक्षारोपण की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि सरकार लगवा रही है, हमको स्कीम मिल रही है। बहुत बढ़िया। और आपको पता है अहमदाबाद में कितना है? पता चला कि अहमदाबाद में 11 है। हम में से सबको पता होगा दिल्ली में कितना है। मुझे एग्जैक्ट फिगर पता नहीं, मैं तो कल परसों वो गूगल से पूछ रहा था तो वो बता रहा 3 व्यक्तियों पर एक पेड़ है। कल्पना कर सकते हैं एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स कहां से आएगी जब 428 ट्रीज पर हेड होने चाहिए, 422 ट्रीज पर हेड। केवल भारत में एवरेज है 28 ट्रीज पर हेड। 20 टाइम्स कम है तो एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स जाएगी कहां? यहां तक मेरी बात पूरी करता हूं। इसलिए हमको एक समग्रता में विचार करना पड़ेगा, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, पिछले अभी मार्च महीने में अखबार में एक वो निकला और उसमें यह आता है कि दिल्ली का एयर क्वालिटी इंप्रूव हुआ है। तो मुझे भी आश्चर्य हुआ। मैंने कहा दिल्ली का तो हम परेशान ही थे, इंप्रूव हो गया। और सीपीसीबी की तरफ से वो ऑथेंटिक था। मैंने कहा बहुत बढ़िया। मैं जब उसमें आगे पढ़ा तो बताया कि मार्च 24 में, मार्च में इस समय का एयर क्वालिटी था 450 और इस बार है 430। यह एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स बढ़ गया। अगर आंकड़ों में खेला जाएगा तो ध्यान में रखिएगा, एयर क्वालिटी तो अच्छी हो जाएगी लेकिन शुद्ध एयर नहीं मिलेगी। आपकी जानकारी के लिए अभी बता ही रहे थे कि अपने देश में इतना वृक्षारोपण हुआ है, इतना वृक्षारोपण हुआ है कि ग्रीन कवर बढ़ गया 1% 2%, और पूरे विश्व में नाम हो रहा है। आपको पता है ग्रीन कवर एरिया बढ़ा है, लेकिन आपको ये पता नहीं है कि डेंस फॉरेस्ट कम हुआ है। आपको ये नहीं पता है कि बायोडायवर्सिटी कम हुई है। हमको ये नहीं पता है कि पेड़ों की संख्या कम हुई है। विचार करना पड़ेगा कि आखिर ये पेड़ काटने वाला और लगाने वाला कौन है। और मेरी अंतिम बात, जिस प्रकार से आज हॉस्पिटल में, ये मैं आपको एक्चुअल डाटा दे रहा हूं, हॉस्पिटल में से 5 पेशेंट्स में से 3 पेशेंट एयर क्वालिटी और वाटर पॉल्यूशन के कारण बीमार हैं। उसको शुद्ध हवा नहीं मिल रही है, शुद्ध पीने का पानी नहीं मिल रहा है, शुद्ध खाने को अन्न नहीं मिल रहा, इसके कारण बीमार है। बीमारी कोई नहीं है, बीमारी ये है। विचार करना पड़ेगा। हवा बनाई जा सकती है, पानी बनाया जा सकता है। किसी को 1 करोड़ रुपए दिया जा सकता है एक बूंद पानी बना के तो बता दे। ये नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज हैं, इनको बचाया जा सकता है। आप सब लोग उसी काम में लग रहे हैं कि ऐसी कोई टेक्नोलॉजी आ जाए, ऐसी कोई विधि आ जाए, ऐसा कोई प्रयास हो जाए। ये सब करना पड़ेगा। इसके लिए करने के लिए हमें हरित की तरफ जाना पड़ेगा, ग्रीन को छोड़ना पड़ेगा। यह है हमारा नैरेटिव। क्या हमको हरित की तरफ जाना है, ग्रीन को छोड़ना पड़ेगा। मतलब क्या है? तो हरित का मतलब ही है, मेरे को अभी एक बुक दी हमारे अनिल जी ने, मैं उनको साधुवाद देता हूं, हरित दिल्ली लिखा, ग्रीन दिल्ली नहीं लिखा। देखिए केवल हरित और ग्रीन में कितना पैराडाइम शिफ्ट हो जाता है कि केवल इंडिया और भारत कहते ही हमको ध्यान में आता है। इंडिया का मतलब अंग्रेज, गुलाम, ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी, और भारत कहते ही ध्यान में आता है हम भारत के देश थे, कोई महान देश के व्यक्ति थे। ये जो गौरव ध्यान में आता है, ये इंडिया और भारत केवल एक शब्द नहीं है, पूरा सिद्धांत है, विचार है। ठीक इसी प्रकार हमको हरित की तरफ आना पड़ेगा, ग्रीन को छोड़कर। ग्रीन का मतलब हमारे ध्यान में कहते ही आता है एसडीजी गोल। और यहां बैठे हुए हर व्यक्ति बता सकता है कि एसडीजी गोल 17 हैं, कौन कौन से हैं, ये सब बता सकते हैं। लेकिन अगर आपसे पूछा जाए कि वो पंच तत्व क्या है, तो पंच तत्व के बारे में पूरी बात नहीं बता सकते। कितने प्रकार की एयर होती है, कोई बता सकता है? कितने प्रकार के आकाश होते हैं? आकाश का मतलब केवल स्पेस नहीं होता है, 7 आसमान होते हैं, आकाश। किसी को पता है? शायद नहीं होगा। और इसलिए हमको जब नैरेटिव की तरफ जाना है तो केवल इतना सा विचार करना पड़ेगा कि हमको होलिस्टिक एक्शन, हरित केवल शब्द नहीं है, हरित का मतलब है होलिस्टिक एक्शन फॉर रिवाइटलाइजिंग ऑफ इंडिजिनस टेक्निक्स। क्या हमारी लोकल परंपराओं के कारण लोकल समस्याओं के समाधान को लेकर हम होलिस्टिक एक्शंस ला सकते हैं क्या? वही है सस्टेनेबल। जब ये बात ध्यान में आती है तो हरित कहते ही ध्यान में आता है हमको को एग्जिस्टेंस के साथ चलना पड़ेगा। ग्रीन कहते ही ध्यान में आता है हमको एग्जिस्टेंस, अपने अस्तित्व के लिए लड़ाई लड़नी पड़ेगी। ये सिद्धांत है। वहां पर ध्यान में आता है कि ये जितनी प्रकृति है ये मेरे लिए बनाई गई है, मैं इसका कंजम्पशन कर सकता हूं, ओवर यूज कर सकता हूं, मिस यूज कर सकता हूं, क्योंकि मेरी है। और यहां क्या होता है, ये सबके लिए बनाई गई है। और इसलिए यहां पर बोलते हैं तेन तक तेन भुंजिता, ये हमारी संस्कृति है। हरित कहते ही हरि की तरफ बढ़ना होता है, ग्रीन कहते ही ग्रीन ग्रिड की तरफ जाना होता है। हरित कहते ही बचत की बात आती है, वहां खपत की बात आती है, कंजम्पशन। और मैंने तो अभी ये सुना कि जो जितना ज्यादा कंजम्पशन करता है वो उतना ही प्रगतिशील होता है। यहां जितना ज्यादा बचत करता है उतना बड़ा होता है। हमें विचार करना पड़ेगा कि इस विचार की लड़ाई के अंदर अपना नैरेटिव ये है कि ये सिद्धांत को यहां के उसमें से आना पड़ेगा। तेन तक तेन भुंजिता, रीयूज, रिड्यूस। और इसके लिए अंतिम बात है कि हमको इको टेररिज्म की तरफ से, आज इको टेररिज्म है, आप घर में बाहर बिना श्वास के कैसे रह सकते हैं? या भाई साहब कह रहे थे दिल्ली छोड़कर जाएंगे कहाँ, कहाँ की एयर मिलने वाली है? हवा तो एक जगह एक जैसी रहने वाली है। लेकिन विचार करने की आवश्यकता है कि हमको इको टेररिज्म से इकोप्रेनरशिप की तरफ जाना पड़ेगा, जो आज का विषय है कि क्या हम इकोप्रेनरशिप बना सकते हैं क्या? और इकोप्रेनरशिप से हमको इको टूरिज्म की तरफ जाना पड़ेगा, तब हम हरित की कल्पना की तरफ जाएंगे। मुझे लगता है कि आज का ये चिंतन मंथन हमसे लेकर समाज और समाज से लेकर विश्व तक जा सकता है। तो ये विश्व कल्याण के लिए भी आवश्यकता है, मानव के लिए भी जरूरी है, और मुझे लगता है हमारे लिए भी जरूरी है। इस मानसिकता के साथ मुझे लग रहा है कि आज सब लोग आए हैं, बहुत सारे अच्छे लोगों का मार्गदर्शन हमको भी मिलेगा, तो हम भी इस प्रकार के जो ग्रास रूट छोटे छोटे कार्यक्रम करते हैं उसमें सबको हमें भी सुविधा रहेगी। इसलिए पर्यावरण संरक्षण गतिविधि पूरे देश के हर जिले में ऑलमोस्ट 60% तहसीलों में, जिसको ब्लॉक बोलते हैं, वहाँ तक हमारा काम है ग्रास रूट। और काम इतना ही है कि आप जैसे जो लोग हैं वो यदि मिलते हैं, ऐसे सबको एक साथ लाकर एक मंच पर लाकर एक सिनर्जी उत्पन्न करने की आवश्यकता है। एनर्जी तो है, आप लोग कर ही रहे हैं, लेकिन सिनर्जी उत्पन्न करना है। ये सिनर्जी उत्पन्न करने के लिए हम छोटा सा प्रयास करते हैं, और वो अभी लगभग 22 देशों के अंदर PSG ग्लोबल नाम से भी हमारा प्रारंभ हुआ है। लगभग 100 से ज़्यादा यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में काम है। तो आप सब लोगों का मार्गदर्शन मिलेगा तो हम सब मिलकर भी काम करेंगे। इतना कहकर मेरी बात पूरी करता हूँ। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद गोपाल जी। जो आपने हरित दिल्ली की पुस्तिका की बात करी है, आज हम उसका अनावरण भी करवा रहे हैं। अनिल जी, अपनी पुस्तक लेके आइए जी। आप अनिल शर्मा जी हैं, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं और यूको बैंक के इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर रहे हैं। नेफ्रा जो अकाउंटेंट्स की जो गवर्निंग बॉडी है उसमें मेंबर रहे हैं और दिल्ली में काफ़ी प्रचलित जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स में इनकी शमूलियत होती है। इनके द्वारा रचित ये किताब है हरित दिल्ली, जिसमें प्रॉब्लम्स और सॉल्यूशंस दोनों दिए गए हैं। और ये जो है इनमें से बहुत सारे जो सॉल्यूशंस आज हम डिस्कस भी करेंगे। थैंक यू अनिल जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपकी किताब हम जितने भी आज स्पीकर्स आ रहे हैं सबको देंगे ताकि वो भी घर जाके पढ़ सकें। बड़े सिंपल तरीके से और सत्य की रचना की गई है। अब मैं आमंत्रित करूंगा जगजीत सरीन को, अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे द मूवमेंट द मैंडेट फ्रेमिंग इंडियाज क्लीन एयर अपॉर्चुनिटी। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, जगजीत सिंह सरीन।
Thank you. First of all, a big thank you to you all. On Saturday morning, I'm sure there are various other preoccupations which need your attention, but you're here. Not just here, but in the last 1 month, you have worked with us to put this conversation together, the substance behind this conversation, and the logic behind this conversation. And I think the cover slide of this conversation, conference, whatever we want to call it, kind of is the central message which we all have agreed to. You have a clear choice of the clear sky and your clear lungs. You know, there used to be a song, Dilli Dilwalon ki, wo dil to hai, but I think that's going black, so is the lungs. So we all living in Delhi have to make this choice very clear, make it a personal choice. And unless we make it a personal choice and display it through our actions, we all going to suffer. You know, in COVID, everybody was gasping for another breath. There are studies, domestic, international, WHO, you name an agency, everybody is saying we are at the risk of losing or are losing many years of our life because of the air we are breathing. And tell me, any of you who is given a choice of another 1 year of your life or just go to heaven, what choice you will take? And here we are making those choices by not doing enough, or by not doing together. And these choices will determine whether we all get those 8-9 years or go early and meet up in heaven. I'm making it bit stock because the issue is stock. As two of the esteemed speakers before me underline that this is not a seasonal issue. You know, you start with a conversation, it happens in winter, of course it happens in winter, it gets severe, it gets hazardous in winter. But if you look at even in the peak of the monsoon season, the AQI is far worse than where it should be. I'll give you a small anecdote. I shifted my family in 2018 from Washington, D.C. First Diwali, we had to put 3 air purifiers for my kids to breathe. And I was banging my head on the wall and say, what decision I have made? I was in Washington, I brought everyone here to breathe this. Next year, we take them to Windsor. AQI was 3. And my kids were breathing open mouth and breathing like, take as much air we can take, Papa. We won't get it in Delhi. And this story is not unique to me. This story is unique, like it's your story, it's everybody's story. Numbers are there for everyone to see. It's not just a health problem. We all are chasing GDP. We want to become number 3, number 2, number 1 economy. People who are economists like me, who like the numbers, the GDP loss numbers are very clear. It's just not the health number, it's the loss in business, it's loss in productivity. Every number is clear and documented. So essentially what we are saying here is it's an economic issue. It's a health emergency, it's a year-old problem, it's not a Delhi problem, it's not a North India problem, it's a national emergency. Just to make the point further refined, that the solution can't be implemented by just one entity. Just look at this slide. Delhi can only solve for 30% of its problem because that's what it controls. Rest of the pollution, 30% comes from NCR, the rest comes from outside NCR. Again, nothing new, documented, agreed. This necessitates the airshed approach with many of our colleagues in audience, international agencies, CAQM, now Ministry of Environment and Forest. Everybody is working towards that. Unless we come together, we are not going to solve it. But you know what this is leading to in my bit of a stock way, it's leading us to a trap of narcissism of small things. When there are too many actors, too many problems spread across two way, the first thing that kicks in is the argumentative Indian. We say it's the farmer, we say it's the festival, we say it's the fuel, we say it's the factory. It's never like, you point one finger, few fingers are towards you as well. Your own choices. And how much you're raising the alarm. I'm not saying you, I'm saying we. We all are technical specialists leading this charge. That's why we are here. But I'm talking as you, we all Indians. And we have to solve for our own problems. Nobody is going to solve for us. Again, why we chose the title Aironomics. Again, the regulations are there, the problem is understood, and solutions are there as well. We just have to unlock these solutions, but there is an immense economic opportunity which we can unlock. And that's where we feel a bit privileged and proud to be associating ourselves with CIU and with Swadeshi Jagran Manch, is that we need to self-rely on these solutions. We don't have to go out to get a mechanical road sweeper. We manufacture it here. 90% of the FGDs, the components are manufactured here. We are progressing towards EV solutions as well. Low-cost sensors are here. So it's not that we are going to give a lot of money to outside players to import these equipments. The solutions are here, and what are not here, we should solve for it. And there is an immense economic opportunity as we solve for this. Even as the smallest of the solutions to bigger ones, which are EVs and others. And there are triple wins. There are climate benefits, the water purity benefits, along with the clean air quality. And what you said, Pavan Guru Pani Pita Mata Tarkmat, and Anlesh keeps telling me we need to bring this triology together, because these problems are together and solutions are together. So I think this should be our mantra as we go forward, that we have to solve this all together, given the co-benefits which are together. And I see some colleagues from the World Bank as well, a former World Banker here. This co-benefit story is right here. We can solve for it. Again, I'm going to run these slides very, very quickly, but just to illustrate all the solutions we need, we know what these solutions are. Many are even being implemented at scale. My time is up, so I'm going to go 30 seconds, very, very quick. We have structured the conversations during the day and in the technical roundtables with help from all of you along the solutions to make a point that solution exists. We just have to figure out the unlock so that they can go to scale. And again, numbers are very clear. Business models are there, including results-based financing model, even models which call for no money from government. It can't be better than that. So all this is again shared, would be deliberated during the day, so that during the validatory session we can all bring it together. So, cutting across three buckets again, you're all an experts in this. I think this is important. What we need to bring is first get this narcissism of small things, that it's your problem, not my problem, everybody's problem, to get all these actors together, which is public, private, philanthropy, and civil society. Indian philanthropists are generous in their giving, and I think this is the moment where they should double down. And we have some philanthropists in the room as well. And there would be some announcements during the day where they're going to be very generous with their giving to mobilize civil society, to mobilize business models, so that we can achieve the desired impact. Again, I think this would be my last point to make. In this month, we saw our national resolve. We saw Operation Sindoor, where political will, government machinery, and citizenry came together, and we gave a fighting blow, a nosebleed to the problem. And I think we need to find a similar resolve for a similar emergency, and maybe we call it Operation Shuddh Vayu. So I think this Operation Sindoor should inspire Operation Shuddh Vayu, and that's where I would kind of repeat what Dr. Mahajan was saying. We need a national mission. This country now understands the way when we come together in a mission mode. For implementation drive, we need a special purpose vehicle which cuts through the bureaucracies, which brings the desired scale of money. Maybe it's 50,000 crores and all. I think the numbers can be mobilized, and there are big financiers again sitting in the audience who can guide us on that. And third is we need to get the politicians together and make it a political issue. And maybe religion could help us there. If all the religious heads could come together and us come together, we could make this a political issue. And this double engine or triple engine ki sarkar could actually go green and not be the ICE engine. It could become the EV engine we need to solve this problem. And let me kind of conclude my presentation with that. And again, thank you for coming here on Saturday and hopefully staying through the day. And our journey starts here together, and we're going to keep going as we solve for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagjit. May I request Dr. Ashwini Mahajan to felicitate today's chief guest, Shri Gopal Arya ji. We have arranged a very nice pot of jade plant. So hope the green inspires us all. Thank you, Gopal Arya ji. आपने अपना समय निकाला और धन्यवाद. Thank you. अब हम सेकंड सेशन की तरफ बढ़ते हैं. ग्रीन ग्रोथ एंड लिवेबल सिटीज. Reinforce air pollution as a persistent year-round crisis with the severe health impacts and disappropriate effects on the vulnerable population. May I request the panel members, Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, and eminent health economist, Ms. Soumya Swaminathan, ladies and gentlemen. Shikhar Jain, he is EDCII, and Ms. Miko Tanaka, Director and Head of the UN SCAP Sub-Regional Office for South and Southwest Asia. And Miko would be moderating this session for us, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we have with us Ms. Swaminathan from the digital mode. Thank you. Miko, mic is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Mikiko Tanaka, and I have the privilege to moderate this very interesting session with the distinguished experts on public health on the one hand, and also maybe businesses and economy on the other. So I'd like to welcome online Dr. Okay, I can look this way. Okay, thank you. Adapting to technology. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, really at the forefront of public health, both in India as well as the world. And then I also have here in the room Mr. Shikhar Jain, who is the Executive Director of the Confederation of Indian Industries, who just came out of a very successful annual business summit also as well. So in half an hour, I'd like to build on the previous presentations and interventions to dig a bit in that connection between air pollution, public health, and economy. And there are very dire consequences of the linkages there. So I'm going to be giving some questions to both these panelists, and very quickly trying to bring out, the many perspectives, insights, knowledge that they have to contribute to this reflection today. So, Dr. Swaminathan, may I first start by asking you, as really a leader in policies on public health here and also in the world, how do you see the public health dimensions of air pollution evolving in India? And what are the most urgent shifts needed to bring air quality to the center of health strategy and policy making?
Good morning, namaskar, and thank you very much for inviting me to be on this panel, and apologies that I'm not there with you in person. I hope you can hear me all right.
Yes, very clear.
I would really like to congratulate all the organizers of today's meeting to have put together such a group of eminent speakers, but also, the thought leaders and change makers, including from the political leadership, to have come together to address what I think is one of the most urgent public health issues in India, though it is not often discussed as a public health problem. And I think that we need to start with that. Air pollution is a public health crisis, I would say. About 18% of deaths, annual deaths in India, can be attributed to air pollution in one way or the other. And this particularly impacts the elderly, and it also impacts pregnant women and the fetus. So that is even more concerning, because it is impacting the next generation. And we now have data to show that high PM 2.5 levels can lead to prematurity, can lead to complications, and once the baby is born, it can also lead to an impact on brain growth, cognitive growth, respiratory and cardiovascular function. So air pollution, often people link it to increasing cough and cold and asthma attacks. But we have to understand that the PM 2.5 is such a small particle that it can travel through the blood to all the organ systems in the body. And it has now been linked to things like diabetes, to neurodegenerative diseases, dementia, to cardiovascular diseases. So when we are talking in India about an increase in the non-communicable diseases, including cancer, some of the previous speakers have mentioned all these things, we have to understand that air pollution, indoor and outdoor, is today our top risk factor for health. Now, there is, of course, data to suggest that the ambient air quality in India is cutting about 3.5 years of life from an average citizen. And in the case of the Indo-Gangetic Plain, this is even higher, losing up to 5 years of life. Now, you can imagine what that translates to in terms of economic productivity and GDP loss. And again, there are estimates that, there's been an economic loss of about $37 billion US dollars and so on. So there's an impact on life, there's an impact on economic productivity, and there are impacts on things like tourism, people wanting to come and spend time in the region. And that again has an economic impact as well. So I think the most urgent shift that we need really is in the development of understanding among the policymakers and decision makers on the impact of air pollution on the economy through the endangerment of public health. So I think once that connection is made and we understand that air quality has a direct So even if you can come from 50 AQI to 40, that has doesn't matter that we haven't reached the WHO cutoffs, which are very stringent at PM 2.5 or 5 micrograms per cubic meter. But if you are at 70 and you come to 50, that has a huge impact on health. So every little bit of reduction does impact. And the good thing, the positive news from WHO is that while air quality is still very poor in the majority of cities around the world, in the last 5 to 6 years, there has been improvement. Some cities have moved faster than other cities, but there has been improvement. And maybe we can talk a little bit more later in the panel about what are those solutions and how can one actually proceed, because I think we've understood the problem now. We really need to get focused on solutions and the implementation of those solutions.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to now shift over to a perspective from business side. So Mr. Jain, from the perspective of CII, how would you characterize the economic risks that air pollution poses today? Not just in terms of cost, but also lost opportunities for growth, investment, and competitiveness.
Thank you, and thank you to the organizers. I think it's a great session. I think in the morning the context has been already set, and I think we have great people, Gopalji and Vijay Shekhar Sharma-ji and Atul Bagai-ji. All I am seeing all the names which are very well known. But let me come to the point when you are talking about the economic risk. I think there are two studies, just to keep the answer short. One is that there are globally set studies which have shown that there had been 5% loss in the global GDP because of the impact of air pollution. And similar study which CII has done along with Delberg, I think in 2019, that reflected that in India also, not of that sort of number, but it has started approaching like 2.5 to 3% annual loss to the GDP, which can take place because of the impacts of the air pollution. So there are economic risks which would be there. Another risk which will contribute, which we call as direct and indirect. The indirect would be the productivity loss. And I think from the industry point of view, most of us can very well connect with the heat wave, which is more due to the climate impact. And we are seeing how the productivity loss takes place. Similarly, with the air pollution also, if the quality of air is not good, there are sort of studies which reflect that there is a productivity loss of 10 to 12% of it. So I think while these data are alarming, but I think conversations like this will take us to some actions. And I think rather than get caught into the numbers, I think obviously we should look for more solutions. I think that's the way CI will like to contribute, is that what could be the probable solutions where this direct and indirect impacts can reduce the economic risk. But economic risks are proven that this has a direct correlation with the losses in the GDP. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dr. Swaminathan, data and evidence, this is very important for understanding the problems and also looking for solutions. So what types of data or evidence do you think are most needed to clearly demonstrate how air pollution affects health, and how can research institutions help turn that evidence into effective policy and public awareness?
Data is very important. I think for decision making, good data, granular data is extremely important. In the last few years, we've seen an increase in the monitoring stations across India, but we still see that these are concentrated in urban areas. And so we have much less data from rural areas, and that's kind of given the impression that pollution is a problem of urban areas. This is not true. We do have very good data from agencies like the CEEW, for example, who've looked at air quality, and people like Dr. Kalpana Balakrishnan at the Ramachandra Medical College who've studied this for many, many years, and they've been studying the health impacts of environmental hazards like air quality and air pollution. So we need different kinds of data. The first would be the air quality itself, not just PM 2.5 and PM 10, but we also need to look at the other very harmful gases that are sometimes called short-lived climate pollutants like tropospheric ozone, like sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxides, black carbon, you know. The second kind of data, and we need this from urban and rural areas and across in a representative. So the monitors, where they are placed is very important. I think they have to be selected and placed carefully. The second is making citizens aware of this data and what does it mean. And many cities you will find that there are notice boards which show the air quality at different times of the day. That's very good. But I think I've seen in other countries, citizens have been given these monitors, like people who run, for example, who are marathon runners or long distance runners, they wear these monitors and they run through the city. And that data was able to tell you which parts of the city actually have worse air quality. Similarly, auto drivers and people like that, if there were studies have been done to show that the auto drivers whom we think are the ones most exposed to air pollution, actually their wives who were at home in the kitchen had even higher levels of exposure. So sometimes, our understanding of these issues is improved when we have good data. The third kind of data we need is from hospitals, health centers, as to attributing air pollution to the cause of morbidity or mortality. For the first time in London a couple of years ago, there was a coroner's report that directly ascribed the death of a young girl, 13-year-old girl who had asthma, to poor air quality in London. And it forced the mayor to act, and it forced the government to act. So I think this is the only case in the world where air pollution was directly linked to mortality in a coroner's report. In India, even anywhere in the world, for example, it's very difficult in an individual case to say that air pollution caused that particular acute health problem, but it certainly contributes. So that, and I think mention was made of the surgeons in Delhi who have been, including Dr. Arvind Kumar, who have been consistently saying that the lungs of even young children today, when they operate on them, they are black. They look like smokers' lungs. And these are people who've never smoked in their lives. So that kind of evidence and data is important coming from health. And the third is the economic data. Linking, I think, I belong to a commission. I co-chair a commission called Our Common Air. I co-chair it with ex-Prime Minister of New Zealand, Helen Clark. We have commissioners from around the world. And what we do is we put out papers and evidence. And one of our papers was essentially on making an economic case for clean air, So actually translating air quality into dollars lost, and if you improved it, how much could the economy gain? That is a kind of analysis that drives action by policymakers, by finance ministers, and so on. So we need economists to come together with public health people to do that kind of analysis at a local level, as well as maybe at a state and at a national level to drive action.
Thank you very much. So going into businesses, and there are many sectors actually, ranging from manufacturing, infrastructure, to retail, hospitality, agro-business. Which sectors, in your view, have seen the most tangible economic disruption due to worsening air quality, and what steps are being taken to safeguard business continuity in those areas?
I think if I responded from the Delhi perspective, so there are two sectors which are very apparent, which do have the impact on the business continuity, if I say. So one is in the morning in the presentation we saw the issue related to dust. So the largest contributor to that source of dust is the construction sector. So I think one of the from the point of view of the impact to the business, I think the construction sector gets affected a lot, because whenever the AQI level goes high, so there is a crap, the sort of segregation that they have given, so they stop all the construction activities. Now that is one part that the product, it delays the project. But the second important part where the economic impacts comes is that most of the labor, which is on the daily wages and the migratory labor and all, they get unemployed altogether. So they will not get the wages paid for those days when the construction is not going on. So I think those are that's one sector on construction where we have to really work to take measures how we can do a reduced dust level or a dust-free construction. And I think at CI we are working with government of Delhi to see that can we launch some clean construction charter type of things, wherein the companies voluntarily can see that their contribution towards the dust could be reduced substantially. Another issue we see is a lot from the manufacturing sector, which is very open-ended. But what we see in and around Delhi is that the moment the air quality index shoots high, there is a closure notice which is given in and around the small scale industries which are there. And these are the industries which are running on DG sets or not having the clean fuel and all. So what the second sector is the manufacturing, the supply chain, and of course, again over there needs to be the supply of gas, which substitutes the fossil fuel at least for the time being, and uh, and there are retrofits which government has suggested for the DG sets and all. So I think the second sector which gets impacted more is the supply chain partners which are there to the major industries, and to an extent that many industries in and around Delhi, what they have done is that they know that largely it was winters in which the air quality goes bad. So they have planned somewhere those as non-production days. So I think what we have to map going further is that how many of these non-production days are taking place because of the drop in the air quality or in the increase in the air quality index. So I think this is again has a direct correlation with the businesses. But in order to reduce that business continuity issues, I think at CII we have already launched a CEO forum, which is looking into the solutions. That how I said that this construction uh, good construction charter could be followed for reduction of dust. Similarly, what could be the alternative fuels that could be used within the supply chain, and the application of other measures that we are looking for. I think all will contribute towards the non-production loss days which takes place. But as of now, construction sector and the manufacturing are very much impacted because of the closure notices that they get.
No, thank you very much for those examples. Going back to the health side, so thinking about vulnerable groups like children and the elderly, what targeted public health interventions or community programs would you prioritize to reduce pollution-related illnesses and protect these populations?
Thank you. Yes, indeed, as we mentioned before, women, pregnant women in particular, but children and the elderly are particularly at high risk. I would make a couple of suggestions here, which are larger level policy change, and I think some of them have already been initiated and are in discussion. The first one is the contribution of indoor air pollution due to biomass burning for cooking. A recent analysis found that while the Ujjwala scheme has been immensely successful, almost every Indian household today has an LPG connection thanks to the Ujjwala scheme. However, they are not using it as the only mode of cooking LPG because of the cost involved. And so you find that in large parts of northern and central India, biomass is still being used for cooking and therefore contributing both to indoor and outdoor air pollution. And it basically means that women and children are more impacted because women are the ones cooking and they usually have young children with them. So if you've gone to any of the rural areas and you enter the house, you can see that sometimes it's full of smoke because the kitchen is also part of the house. So one low-hanging fruit for me to build on the government's wonderful scheme of the Ujjwala is to make LPG accessible to the poorest households by subsidizing the cost of the cylinders for a targeted subsidy. And the Prime Minister, when he launched this many years ago, had actually asked people who could afford to give up the subsidy, and a lot of Indians had given up their subsidy. So I think that we could have a graded scale of LPG cost, where the highest income earners pay a little bit more, but it gets subsidized for the bottom 20 or 30%. It will make a huge impact on the health of women, so it will have a very positive gender impact, and it will have an impact on outdoor air quality as well. Because in North India now, it is not well appreciated that 60% of air pollution comes from indoor air, burning of biomass for heating in the winter and for cooking. And this is there in the CEW report, much less in the south, but much more in northern central India. So that I would put as my number one recommendation. The second would be a focusing on clean public transport. You know, what's happened to our cities now is that they've become absolutely a jam of vehicles. And so what we should think about is moving people, not moving vehicles. No number of roads and bridges we build is going to be adequate if we grow the number of vehicles on the road at the rate at which we are growing now. But if we invest instead in public transport, Delhi has a very good metro system, but could add to that a very good fleet of, if possible, electric buses. You know, when Delhi moved to CNG way back in the 90s, there was a dramatic impact on air pollution at that time. Similarly, if we move to electric buses, at least for public transport, the private vehicles will gradually move to electric. That may take time, but the public fleet could be replaced as quickly as possible. Of course, it will require investment, but it will be well worth it because it will decongest the city. It will get people to where they need to go, and you could also increase at the same time pedestrian and cycling lanes. That is a win-win. You know, many cities are doing that now. You're encouraging people. There are parts of the city that are kept as, you know, pedestrian-only zones where cars are not allowed, and so on. It's good for health. People need to be more physically active. Obesity is going up in our country. Non-communicable diseases are going up. So I think more walking and cycling. And public transport actually goes hand in hand with more physical activity because you have to walk to your bus stop or walk to your metro station generally. So these would be my two initial suggestions for having an impact on health actually through action in other sectors.
Thank you very much. Makes a lot of sense. From the business perspective, I'd like to ask what role can businesses and industry associations play in driving investment in cleaner technologies and pollution control solutions, and what policy incentives would most encourage such investment?
Since we are speaking in the context of green cities, I think one of the so-called change that we have seen is the change in the vehicle mix, I should say. So we are seeing more and more EVs which are coming, the electric vehicles which are coming, might contribute to the reduction of the air pollution. And I think one such project where CI has been involved is on the last mile deliveries, because there are a lot of home deliveries today taking place culturally, because the food delivery, the grocery deliveries, the fruit, vegetable deliveries. So one of these projects that we have seen is that which are those areas where EVs, one is what Dr. Soumya said about the public transport, other is where so many deliveries are coming to the home. They are also contributing to the pollution. I think the last mile deliveries already we have seen most of them have been converted into EVs. And I think most of the bigger companies are already there into the EV manufacturing. They are also going into the transport trucks, which are more EVs. Government has a big drive towards the e-waste, which can be linked to the EVs. So I think one particular, if we see a shift which is going from IC engines to the EV, will definitely drive the reduction in the air pollution. Other part that we are seeing is that because in this forum I have also seen that if we have good technology which can take care of both air and carbon emissions, I think those technologies are definitely going to help a lot. So while the industries are working on the energy mix, where they are looking for low carbon technologies, that is also going to help the air quality in the way the particular matter will also come down. So I think industries are working on it, and I think now it's the monitoring infrastructure which the government has put in place. So I think there is a lot of capex level investments happening in the companies in the air pollution control devices, which are both going to help the reduction in the air quality and also the carbon emission. I think that's the combined win-win situation we are looking at.
Thank you very much. It also reminds, the importance of awareness of consumers as well, to also limit that. So the timer in front of me is saying I have to wrap up. So I'm just going to ask the two panelists for last maybe messages for this audience that will reflect on these subjects all day. So Dr. Swamina.
Yes, thank you. No, again, I want to say that, this kind of bringing together of people from different disciplines to discuss the issue of air quality and how we can improve it, I mean, that is commendable. And we need, I think, also this type of discussion on a wider basis with citizens, with parliamentarians, with people coming from different walks of life. I think people think air pollution is something that's restricted to Delhi and that is seasonal. It's not true. So the actual data shows that most parts of India, the air quality is way above the WHO limits, and also that it's a throughout the year phenomenon, even in the northern Indo-Gangetic plain. The second thing is it needs collaboration between environment, health, and other departments. And so we really need, because the health department or the health ministry actually faces the consequences. They are at the receiving end because people get sick, they get hospitalized. It needs finance, it needs environment ministries, it needs the industry, of course, as well as health, to come together and devise a plan and maybe prioritize what are the actions that could be done and what the finances are going to be. But I think investing in this, we should be looked upon as an investment in health, not as a cost. Very often, we see these things as a cost. But actually what you're doing is you are investing in health, which is going to translate into better economic productivity. Those kinds of analyses can be done by economists, and that will give us the evidence that the investment today is going to translate into so many $1 billion of increase in GDP. Or on the other hand, if we don't do this today, we're going to lose this much of, as was being said, the number of days that businesses have to close, that construction has to close, that people's daily wages are lost. All that, adds up to a lot, apart from the days that are lost from school and lost from work because of ill health. So if you add that all up, it's huge. And so I think that's the way that, we should approach it. I'm very optimistic that we will be able to solve this issue. Other countries, other cities have done it. And I think it's really this coming together of people from, as is happening today, and that can be amplified, then I think we're on the path to dealing with air quality. We should also set targets for the next 5 years and try to achieve those ambitious targets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jain, last word.
I think all the stakeholders have to come together on this, and I think we have to take action on all the fronts. When I say all the fronts, I think in the morning in the slide we saw we have to put a good control program on the dust. Second is on the transport side, where we have to see the vehicle-related emissions. Third is from the agri part that action has been taken, and from the industry and from the citizen itself, so that they can increase the green consumerism, as we were saying, like last mile delivery, and see that there are consciousness for the health issues. I think all the stakeholders and all the engines have to be sparked off at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So please join me in applauding, really. Thank you very much for the rich information and insights that you have both provided. So I hand back to the MC.
Thank you, Mikiko. Mikiko, it was a really wonderful conversation and very enriching one. Thanks, Shikhar, and thanks, Ms. Swaminathan, from joining us from the remote location. Thank you very much. May I request Shruti from Dalberg to come forward and help us in paying our gratitude to Mikiko as well as to Mr. Jan. Ladies and gentlemen, you all have lanyards with you. On the back side, there is a QR code. Of all the session, there is a background note. If you want to have a look back, you can, download those documents from our website. Now, may I request the next speaker? This is a keynote speech. Mr. Arun Duggal, Chairman and Independent Director, ICRA Limited. The session is Blue Skies in Viksit Bharat, explore reforms required to strengthen interagency coordination and embedded accountability across jurisdiction. He will address how public policy and administrative mechanisms can be realigned to move towards sustained year-round clean air governance. Mr. Dugal, mic is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this important conference. We have heard from very learned speakers so far about the hazards of air pollution and the challenges that we are facing. I want to put this in a perspective that ours is not the only country, ours is not the only time that this problem has arisen. I'd like to talk about two smog tragedies, lessons from the past. The first one is, can we move on? The first one is London smog of 1952. This smog lasted over 29 days and caused 12,000 deaths. And this led to a lot of reform in the use of coal at households in London. The second one was the Los Angeles smog in the 1970s, where the automotive emissions were causing, this one? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Where the automotive emissions were causing huge damage, and that led to creation of EPA, Environmental Protection Agency in the US, and this problem was solved. Let's take a look at the issue in India. On November 19th, 2024, this is the air quality in Delhi NCR. The number is 999. It's 999 because there were only three digits on the counter. The actual number may have been much, much higher. So we do have a very serious problem. Delhi is the most polluted capital in the world. So the problem of severity of air pollution is well known, and the degree of it is well described. The air pollution by itself is a problem, but the real impact is that the air pollution has a tremendous impact on the health, as was discussed in the previous session, and as Dr. Swaminathan mentioned, that the impact of air pollution is disproportionately more on the health of pregnant women, small children, elderly, and the poor. There was some discussion on the seasonality factor of air pollution, and there was a graph presented at IIT Delhi at Sarka, with which I am associated. We had done an analysis of last 4 years, and this analysis shows the seasonality pattern of air pollution. As you would see, the air pollution is the lowest during the monsoon rainy season, but still high. It's over 100. And when comes September, October, November, the air pollution level go up to 400, 500, and this is the average air pollution level. There is a phenomena called temperature inversion. I know they're very experienced, learned people here in this scientific area, but just to explain that a little bit, I took this picture from a 6,000 foot, a place called Kasauli, looking at Chandigarh. This is what it looks like. And how is it caused? How is the air inversion happen? During winter months, particularly in North India, when the ground temperatures fall, the air becomes very cold at the bottom, and the air at the higher altitude is still warmer. So that leads to a layer of air which is called where the pollutants get trapped. This is like a dome which is sort of imposed on the entire atmosphere, and the pollutants can't go up. This dome is what is causing all the blackness there where the pollutants are trapped. How does it solve? I think over time, with a little bit of luck, strong airs come, sometimes even rain comes, and this temperature inversion layer is then breached and the pollutants go up. Next, I just want to put on the chart, everybody knows this, that in 2009, the National Ambient Air Quality Standards were established and AQI level from good to severe was defined. But the reality is that the air quality level in Delhi NCR and many other places actually go much, much worse than severe. So a new gradation has to be developed. Let me show the international comparison of standards. India, for understandable reason for our current situation, has a PM 2.5 standard of 40. That's what our standard is. In all other countries, these are much lower standards. So we have to aspire and plan to reach not only our current standard, but the standard which other countries follow. Briefly describing the current existing pollution control mechanism in India, you are familiar with GRAP, the Graded Response Action Plan, which has been in place since 2016. This plan springs into action when the air quality is poor. You know, construction sites, as we were discussed earlier, are closed, small-scale industry, diesel vehicles. But this is actually a firefighting measure after the fire has been lit. We also had a NCAP, National Clean Air Program, launched in 2019. It was launched to reduce pollution by 40% in the targeted 131 cities. It has been only partially successful. Out of these 131 cities where pollution levels were to be reduced by 40% by last year, I think only half of them have achieved. Unfortunately, in some cities, pollution levels have even gone up. There's a commission established in 2021, Commission on Air Quality Management, CAQM. They've been very active also, but their results have also been very limited. Now, I don't think everybody knows that we have a law in India on air quality. Does anybody know when this law was enacted? In 1981, Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act was put in place. In 1986, there was a new further act, Environmental Protection Act in 1986. These acts have put in place some mechanisms, including Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Boards and some measures, but not much has happened since then. So the need of the hour is first at the legislative level, at the political level, to go and revisit and update and reform these measures which were put in place 40 years ago. So my humble suggestion to this gathering is that we should look at a new Air Pollution Act, Air Act 2025, for the entire country, not only for NCR, but for the entire country, which updates these outdated legislated provisions that we have. What are the key fundamentals I'm proposing? The first thing is that we have to recognize, we must recognize that clean air is a fundamental human right which is guaranteed by the Constitution of India. The second fundamental thing I would propose is that we must recognize and put in place that polluter pays. If you are polluting air, then you have to pay to implement measures to clean that up. Also, I'm proposing that in this act, we should set some goals. And here is the clean air milestones that I propose. If you look at the graph, we have from 2016 the annual average AQI number in Delhi NCR. You will see we start at 256, it dips down to 215 and 185. That is a COVID period when the air quality in Delhi actually improved significantly. But that was not due to any other factor, but except that the economic activity reduced. But what I'm proposing is by 2047, we should reach AQI level, average AQI level of 15, which is the WHO standard. The one other major suggestion that I would make, there are several suggestions I have, but I'll focus on one other, which is corporate environmental responsibility, CER. All of us are familiar with CSR, corporate social responsibility. What I'm proposing is corporations whose activities, whose businesses cause air quality to deteriorate. For example, Coal India, for example, ONGC, Indian Oil, manufacturers of automobiles, cement plants, steel plants, 2% of their revenues, they put it aside, and they themselves should invest them in R&D to reduce the pollution from their industries, but also they may invest that to provide communities with electric buses, as was discussed earlier, to improve the mobility. And this shift of economic wealth from the creators of pollution to reducing the pollution would have a major impact in improving the air quality in India. Thank you very much.
May I request Mr. Bhupender Bhalla to come forward and help us in paying our gratitude to Shri Duggal. And there has to be a, much louder round of applause for this wonderful conversation which he had done with us, suggesting the new law to curb the air pollution. So this is a book authored by Chartered Accountant Anil Sharma ji, Harit Delhi. Some of the ideas which we will be discussing today. So next session is a fire starter, powering the Air Quality Action Forum, showcase how cross-sector leadership, corporate commitment, and multilateral partnership can come together through AQAF to drive these scalable solutions, unlock financing, and institutionalize the clean air action across India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Balakrishna Pisupati, Head UNEP India, Shri Vijay Shekhar Sharma, CEO Paytm, Shri Atul Bhagai, former country head UNEP. So Bhagai ji will moderate the conversation. Bhagai ji, mic is yours now.
Good afternoon, and I'm sure you must be getting tired also of so many conversations going on for the last couple of hours. And I'm going to continue making you more bored about it, but I think Vijay's and Bala's presence might liven up the atmosphere here with a very unique initiative they have started. Since morning, we have heard some amazing presentations, and I was very impressed with some of the facts that came out by Gopalji and by Ashwini ji, and subsequently the kind of problems that were highlighted, and what we are all facing as a challenge. So while we all know the problem, we face it every day, a lot of us also know what the solutions are. And let me tell you that it's not a rocket science, that we don't know how to tackle air pollution. It's been tackled in many countries. India is taking some major strides in that. But I think I will switch the conversation a little bit to what are the solutions that are being implemented on the ground. And I personally feel, as was said by Ashwiniji right in the beginning, that a public-private partnership is something that is key to finding the solutions. And right now, with these two gentlemen who are sitting with me, they epitomize a very vibrant and a robust public-private partnership, which was set up about 2 years back. And I must congratulate Vijay for being a visionary in this regard, and also for putting money on the table, a big industry initiative to work with UNEP, Air Quality Action Forum that was launched 2 years back. And it was actually an inspiration that came from the Ministry of Environment, where in one of the first meetings in 2017, when for the very first time we realized the air quality was so poor in India, in Delhi. In one of the meetings that was organized in the Ministry of Environment, we realized that there were at least 40 to 50 agencies, private, public, civil society, who were working on air pollution, and in many cases working in the same city, yet not being able to coordinate what they were doing. And I think that idea germinated at that time, that is there a way to bring these actors together so that they can talk to each other, they can learn from each other's experience. And I think that was how it was conceived, and the very first forum was set up with Vijay's help. And Vijay, of course, I will talk to him about what inspired him in that regard. So what I'll do is, I have a set of questions, but I would rather have it more like a conversation. So I might try to go away from the set of questions that have come to me, and I'll see if we can engage in a conversation in this regard to get the real content out. And I wanted to highlight one thing, and I was taken up by what Gopalji said of how in our Indian tradition, भारतीय संस्कृति में प्रकृति को बहुत ज़्यादा महत्व दिया जाता है, और गुरु नानक देव जी का उदाहरण गोपाल जी ने दिया। जब हम सुबह उठते हैं और ज़मीन पे पैर रखते हैं पलंग से उतरकर, तो हम सबसे पहले धरती माँ से माफ़ी मांगते हैं कि हमने अपने चरण आपके ऊपर धरे हैं। तो इतनी हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में प्रकृति के प्रति इतनी भावना है, पर तब भी जो हम अपनी संस्कृति प्रकृति के साथ कर रहे हैं, उसको हम किस तरह सुधार ला सकते हैं। इसका एक दिमाग में मेरे था कि हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में अतिथि को एक देवता के रूप में माना जाता है, अतिथि देवो भव। हम अपने अतिथि जो हमारे घर में आते हैं उसको देवता का सम्मान देते हैं, पर प्रकृति को हम ऐसा सम्मान नहीं देते हैं। तो क्या हम एक अपने जहन में एक सिद्धांत ला सकते हैं अपने दैनिक जीवन में कि पवन देवो भव, वायु जो है उसको देवता का सम्मान दे, तो शायद हम उसको सुधारने में एक व्यक्तिगत रूप में कार्य कर सके। So within this context, I'll start with Bala, with you, that you've been handling many issues in your past life with UNEP and also with Government of India on air pollution, on biodiversity, on climate change. What do you think, as the country head of UNEP, and now having come to India from Nairobi, how do you see UNEP addressing within the AQAF the air pollution issue?
Thank you very much, Atul, and Dr. C. Mr. Shekhar Sharma, very distinguished participants, experts and learned colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the issue of air pollution, we've been listening to a number of interventions, number of ideas. But from UNAP, not just in India, but also globally, when we are looking at some of these issues, one thing which really strikes is that if you ask a question, are there any dearth of laws and regulations and policies? No. Is there dearth of data and information? No. Is there lack of institutions or capacities to understand, assess, and suggest and identify solutions? No. Is there interest from the public and diverse stakeholder groups in addressing the problem of air pollution? No. But in spite of having all of it, there is something that is missing, that we are unable to actually solve the problem over a number of years. In spite of data, in spite of information, in spite of science, in spite of policies, and also our own individual commitments. In fact, about end of March, the National Green Tribe, and UNAP assisted that. There was a national conference that looked at environmental governance and environmental management. And one key outcome of it was exactly this question that came at the end of the day, to say that in spite of India having all of it, why is that we still are struggling? And one definite answer of the many is our inability to connect the dots. We still are unable to get the data not just being available, but to be actionable. We have all the laws and policies. There were some mentions of some of them. We still have the problem of fragmentation of institutions, and also looking at some of these issues, governance at the local level. So certainly what a forum like the Air Quality Action Forum is done, but intending to do perhaps in a different iteration of it, is to look at what is that as UN, what is that as UNAP, what is that as stakeholders out there, whether they are policymakers or educators, experts, civil society, industry, can do, so that all our efforts will result in an appropriate action. Even 1% reduction, as Dr. Soumya mentioned, is going to be a huge impact. And that certainly is going to be an element of interest for UNAP in India. Thank you.
Thanks. I know connecting the dots is certainly has been one of the big challenges, and I think that was also behind Vijay's vision of setting up this forum. If that forum can facilitate connecting those dots between, and over the last 2 years, I would like to inform that there are at least 140 organizations which are now members of this forum. And it's amazing, meaning there are 140 organizations working on air pollution issues in India, but connecting those dots is certainly the biggest challenge. And I come to Vijay on that. Vijay, you head such a big private sector digital firm. Your main motive should be profit. As business, main motive is profit. Why did you really get into this air pollution problem, which most of us know is a long-term kind of a problem, will take a lot of effort to be solved? What really inspired you to move some of your vision into an environmental emergency?
किसी भी युद्ध में मरना उसका टारगेट नहीं होता, अपनी जान देना टारगेट नहीं होता, उसके आगे जीत के आना होता है। यदि हमने प्रॉफिट बना लिया और हम मर गए, खुद ही नहीं बचे, तो क्या उस प्रॉफिट का मैं करूँ? तो इसलिए ये जो क्लीन एयर है, ये तो क्लियर है ना कि ज़िंदगी में उस पैसे का फ़ायदा क्या कि मैं ही मर जाऊँ, और उसको बनाते बनाते ही जब तक उसको टच करे तब तक लाइफ का सेंटेंस क्लियर हो गया. सो देयर वाज वेरी क्लियर अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट लाइफ इज़ नॉट all about the money, but living in a fulfilling manner and contributing or enjoying it, and that the fundamental requirement of पानी और जैसे कह सकते हैं हवा वही सही नहीं है तो क्या होगा. तो बहुत क्लियरली मुझे लगा कि दिल्ली शहर जिसमें कि हम पले बढ़े हैं, वो बहुत क्लियरली हम सबको बोला है बाहर निकल जाओ यहाँ से. कभी कोई कह देता है कि यहाँ की हवा में पोल्यूशन ट्रैफिक से है, कोई कंस्ट्रक्शन से है, हमने देखा आस पड़ोस के लोगों से. तो बेसिकली हमसे शहर यही कह रहा है ना कि आप चले जाओ. तो इसलिए मुझे लगा कि कम से कम इस शहर को रहने लायक तो बनाया जाए, तो इसलिए मैं इसमें आया. और आपने जो कनेक्टिंग डॉट की बात बोली, मेरा ये मानना है, जैसा कि आपने बताया कि हम बहुत सारी एजेंसीज को जोड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन मुझे लगता है इसका जो कस्टमर है ना, उसको इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। इसका कस्टमर हम सब लोग हैं और हमको ज़रूरत नहीं है। हम सब लोग, ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें इकोनॉमिक प्रोग्रेस नहीं चाहिए, और ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें जॉब्स नहीं चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें वेरियस अदर जो हम पैरामीटर ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट और इंडिविजुअल और कंट्री सक्सेस मानते हैं वो नहीं चाहिए। मुझे लगता है ये मैस्लोज हायरार्की में बहुत नीचे है, इसकी हमें अंदाज़ा नहीं है। हमें ए लार्ज पब्लिक, आप और मैं जब शुरू में हमने जब काम स्टार्ट किया था, तो सबको मालूम है कि टेम्परेचर अगर बाहर 42 डिग्री है तो गर्मी है, और 15 डिग्री तो ठंडा है, और 5 डिग्री है तो बहुत ठंडा है, ये सबको मालूम है। लेकिन हमको एयर पोल्यूशन दिखाई नहीं देता, तो इसलिए जो AQI का मेजर था, मैं अतुल सर का ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि उनके साथ मिलके जो एक बहुत अच्छा अचीवमेंट हम दोनों ने मिलके किया, वो ये कि हमने देश को AQI का नंबर बताया कि एक नंबर है जिसको बॉदर करिए, इस नंबर का ध्यान रखिए। आज हमने जब 999 देखा तो मोस्ट ऑफ अस न्यू कि इसका मतलब कि मीटर आगे जा रहा है और वो 999 की पीक नंबर पे है, अन्यथा उससे पहले तो लोगों को अंदाजा ही नहीं था कि AQI एक नंबर है। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि पोल्यूशन की समस्या, जैसा सर ने, दुग्गल सर ने बताया, 1956 में कुछ हुआ, 70 में कुछ हुआ, यहाँ पे शायद 2016 में कुछ हुआ, या फिर 2025 में कुछ होगा, या 26 में कुछ होगा, वो तब होगा जब हम चाहेंगे। मेरा ये मानना है कि ह्यूमंस जब कुछ अपनी डिमांड रखते हैं तो उसको अचीव कर लेते हैं। ये हमारी प्रायोरिटी नहीं है, ये हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम और मीटिंग की प्रायोरिटी है, और हमारे को जो बुद्धिजीवी लोग हैं उनको जो जो आगे देख सकते हैं उनकी प्रायोरिटी है, बट कॉमन जनता की नहीं है। और इसीलिए जब हम देखें अभी, तो वो लंदन था और लॉस एंजलिस था, वो कोई बीजिंग नहीं था उस टाइम पे, जबकि बीजिंग में भी यही हो रहा होगा। बीजिंग में तब हुआ जब इकोनॉमिक क्रांति की बढ़ोतरी हो गई। मैंने भी देखा हुआ है कि बीजिंग में 300 350 का AQI और दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, लेकिन वो 2 साल 20 साल बाद, कुछ सालों बाद वो सब क्लीन हो गया। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि ये फूड चेन में और लाइफ की जो मैस्लोज हायरार्की की रिक्वायरमेंट है, इट टैग्स बिहाइंड द इकोनॉमिक सक्सेस। हम लोग इसलिए टेंशन में क्योंकि हमें मालूम है हमारी लाइफ का इकोनॉमिक सक्सेस सॉर्टेड है, अब हमें ना थोड़ा सा हवा अच्छी कर दो तो हम वहाँ चले जाएंगे जहाँ हवा अच्छी है। तो ये मेरी नज़र में जिस दिन हमारे देश की ज़रूरत होगी उस दिन ये सोल्यूशन हमके सामने होगा। ऐसा नहीं है कि 1981 में जब ये पहला लॉ बना होगा तो लोगों को पता नहीं था, लेकिन उतने सालों में, पिछले 30 साल में हमें कुछ लगा नहीं ना किसकी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। सो मेरा ये मानना है कि वाइल वी फाइंड आउट द सॉल्यूशंस व्हिच इज एन ऑब्लिगेशन, while we find out the pollutant and we curb them at different stages, it is even more imperative and obligation for all of us to make general public aware and demand for it. Right now the demand is of a particular class. Thank God इसको elite class नहीं कहा गया अभी तक। मैं तो कमरे में बोल रहा हूँ कि elite class की डिमांड है ये। अगर आप सोचें भी तो किसकी डिमांड है? जिसको ये समझ में आ चुका है कि मेरे को ये सारी जरूरत पूरी हो गई, अब मुझे अच्छी हवा नहीं मिल रही, यार ये तो बहुत गलत हो गया, मैं अच्छी देखो कहाँ कहाँ पे अच्छी हवा चल रही है। लेकिन ज़रूरत इस बात की है कि हम अपने सॉल्यूशंस और हम अपने जो प्रॉब्लम के बात कर रहे हैं वो थोड़ा सा मासिफाई करें, वो थोड़ा सा आगे करें। अब जब आप देखते हो, लिस्ट देखी थी हमने जो उससे पहले जो प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ था, कितने पोल्यूटेंट हैं, उसको अगर सॉर्टेड बाय हाईएस्ट इम्पैक्ट देखेंगे तो आंख बंद करके मुझे तो, मैं तो आई एम सॉरी टू से, वो फार्मिंग पैडी बर्निंग ऊपर ही आ रहा था, क्योंकि 3-4 जगह NCR में भी जा रहा था, दिल्ली के बाहर भी जा रहा था, और अदरवाइज भी कंट्री में हो रहा था। तो अगर आप सोचें कि पैडी बर्निंग क्यों स्टार्ट हुआ, आई एम श्योर मोस्ट ऑफ अस वुड हैव गॉन एंड मेनी ऑफ अस इन दिस रूम आर ऑलरेडी अवेयर व्हाई डिड इट स्टार्ट। उसकी एक कमर्शियल रीजन है ना, कि हमारे को उस टर्न अराउंड टाइम में ज़्यादा कमर्शियल आउटकम चाहिए। नथिंग रॉन्ग, हम किसी से मना कैसे कर सकते हैं कि तुम ये मत करो, तो उसका सोल्यूशन भी ढूंढना होगा ना। अगेन माय प्रॉब्लम इज कि कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा क्योंकि हमें लग रहा है कि इसके साथ हम रह सकते हैं। तो यदि हम एक जन चेतना आंदोलन बनाएं, यदि हम एक जन डिमांड बनाएं, यदि हम अपने अंदर चाहेंगे कि यही तो रिवॉल्यूशन है, यही तो एवोल्यूशन है जिसकी मैं वेट कर रहा था, मुझे लगता है कि मल्टीलेटरल एजेंसी से लेकर इंटेलिजेंस एंड साइंस रेडी है इसको सॉल्व करने के लिए, जैसा कि डिफरेंट कंट्रीज में बताया गया। तो AQAF जो सर आप बात कर रहे हैं, हम बियॉन्ड दीज मीटिंग्स जन के पास जाएं और उनको समझाएं कि आपको इससे क्या नुकसान हो रहे हैं। जैसा सर ने बताया कि डेटा तो एग्जिस्ट करता है, बट वो फंडामेंटली कॉमन कस्टमर को समझ में नहीं आता। AQI 150 की है, AQI 50 की है, इस कमरे में मोस्ट ऑफ लोग 50 AQI को अच्छा मान रहे हैं, जो कि 40 पे है, जो कि ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड में नॉर्मलाइज्ड हायर है। I mean, we are not talking the 50 equal to इंडिया का AQI 50 इज नॉट सेम एज US का AQI 50। ये भी शायद हमें समझ में आया या नहीं आया इस प्रेजेंटेशन में, ये भी समझ लीजिए, क्योंकि इंडिया का नॉर्मलाइज टू आवर रिक्वायरमेंट एंड ग्रोथ कॉन्टेक्स्ट है, और US का उनका नॉर्मलाइज टू रिक्वायरमेंट ग्रोथ कॉन्टेक्स्ट है। अगेन US में भी हुआ था, आपको याद होगा US स्टील 1901-1902 में जब होता था तो वहाँ पे लोग शर्ट चेंज करके शाम को जाते थे, तो उनकी शर्ट पूरी काली हो जाती थी। ये हमारे जो US के इकोनॉमिक इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ है उसका बाई प्रोडक्ट था। तो पहले तो हमें ये तैयार कर लेना चाहिए कि हमें सबके ऊपर लगाना चाहिए, हम सब लोग अपनी आगे वाली जनरेशन की कुर्बानी दे रहे हैं, हम सब लोग अपने सांस के अंदर इतने सारे पार्टिकल मैटर और सॉक्स और नॉक्स पता नहीं क्या क्या ले रहे हैं, अब किसी आगे वाली जनरेशन को फर्क पड़ेगा हमें लगता नहीं, और हमारे सबको फर्क पड़ रहा है। मेरा ये मानना है कि वेदर आज की ये कॉन्फ्रेंस है या फिर हमारे ये जो फोरम है या फिर जो मल्टीलेटरल एजेंसीज हैं, उनको हमें ज़्यादा लोगों को तैयार करना होगा।
थैंक यू। आपने सॉल्यूशंस की एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात बताई, और AQF में जो पिछले 2 साल में मंथन हुआ है, एज मैंने जैसे शुरू में कहा, एवरीवन नोज व्हाट द सॉल्यूशंस आर, बट डज द कॉमन मैन नो? बट आई थिंक मोर इम्पोर्टेंट ऑल्सो इज, let's say, does the air engineer in a municipal corporation in a city know what are the solutions he needs for the city he is administering? And that's where I'll come to Bala. I'll ask one question more from each of you, because I think we are running short of time also. That under the AQF, are you thinking of not only connecting the dots, but also trying to work around solutions being more accessible, let us say, at the state and the city level?
Certainly. I mean, if you take an issue like air quality management, it's a hyper-local issue. But currently, the majority of the solutions, the majority of the frameworks that are there to deal with, to manage with this, is mostly at the national level, is mostly at the state level. So the intention of the next phase of the forum is going to be, how do we take it to local? Solutions have to be found at the local level. It has to be a citizen-led initiative. We may have the best laws, we may have the best frameworks, we may have loads of money, but unless that behavioral change comes at the level of individuals, it's going to be very, very difficult. Do we have successes? Many, including, for example, in Delhi. Many times we always find it a difficult discourse to say how is waste segregated in Delhi. We still are not optimized the way we segregate wet waste and dry. But if you look at some of the resident welfare associations, they are doing a brilliant job. So we do have islands of success. But the issue here is that how do we capture where things are working? How do we contextualize how they are able to work, how they are able to find a solution? I mean, many of us are aware there was a reference made to Beijing. I used to work in Beijing, including as UNAP. We actually helped the Beijing Olympics to go green, but also carbon neutral, but also the entire issue of air quality. It is not that we do not have even indigenous local level solutions. They're all there. But the challenge is, how do we replicate them? How do we scale them up? How do we make them relevant to the individuals? And last and most importantly is that unless an individual is going to feel the impact of what he or she does in the context of contributing to a larger problem, it's not going to be an easy solution to solve. We speak of carpooling, but then many of us have more than one car in terms of our commute. So individual behavioral change has to come, and that is what we intend to do. And one missing element as of today, as we have picked up, is that we do have to have not just the executive scientists and experts and citizens, but we also need to have the judiciary as a part of this forum, and that is what we will be focusing on in the next phase of the forum. Thank you.
No, thanks a lot. And I think that individual behavior is such an important issue. And I go back 2 years back that our Prime Minister launched this very huge program called Life. And I think that whole focus was towards individual behavior. And in fact, the UN Secretary General also came for that launch. And life is something that really needs to be made a Jan revolution for each and every individual behavior. And it amounts to small things, meaning when we leave our bedroom, do we switch off the fan or we switch off the air conditioning or not? It just doesn't get into our mind that if we don't, what kind of impact it's having on us only, from an air pollution perspective. And based on that, I just come back for the last question to Vijay ji. Vijay, you said every industry, the motive is profit. Why is it that only you or a few other industries are looking at air pollution and not, meaning we certainly heard from CII. And I remember you talked about industry coalition for air pollution, and there was a lovely suggestion from Dugal Saab also on CER. So do you think as an outcome of this, and we are talking of a SPV where the AQF used to be linked up, we're talking of a mission, national mission where it needs to be linked up, but those are all efforts being made at a public space. From a industry side, from the private side, uh, how how can you make double your efforts to set up a industry coalition for air pollution as an outcome coming from today?
Very good. I have learned only one thing. If you can't penalize for the bad behavior, then penalize or then reward for the good behavior. And I think the idea is that you see this Niti Aayog thing of the growth in different districts for emerging district program of Niti Aayog, which is very popular, which has solved for many things. And inspired from that, I do believe that industry coalition or a certification agency or the acknowledgement, whether it is in SEG, Sustainable Growth Development Goals, SDGs that different companies have, or for that matter, uh, we create our own together with UNEP certification or acknowledgement of the good companies, the lead, etc., and it is done by the industry body itself. So I totally endorse that corporate environment responsibility. I totally acknowledge the requirement of endorsement of corporates beyond just the government or multilateral agencies to participate in this, because what we are clear about is that those who know the problem's gravity versus a mass, which means that we have to drive the good behavior of those who know and the resources of them towards channelizing that. I wish that we are able to bring about action air quality action forum extended towards industry forum where many more corporates join together. And I do believe that more or less everybody in Delhi NCR would understand the need of it. So it could start from here and then become a national program. And if it is not just in the hand of government, but in the hand of even the society at large, businesses at large to solve for, it will bring a lot much more. And rewarding and acknowledging by the certification, acknowledgement of good job done by different industries will at least start to pave their way towards that. If nothing, on a last slide, I can say, if I've been given Entrepreneur of the Year award, I also, my company has already given Clean Air of the Year award. You know what I'm trying to say? So everybody wants to take the badge on their stripe, on their chest. So why not this one at least?
Precisely.
So I understand that law doesn't have teeth that it can penalize so much, but how about acknowledging so many more? And let that be a good behavior acknowledgement.
Very, very good point. And I think as an outcome from whatever discussions, and we'll have more discussions during the day, meaning a mission certainly is something that's really important. SPV to implement that is an equally important step. Some of the suggestions that came from Dugal sir are also very key to our discussions. And I think when I was climbing up the dais, someone hissed in my ear that you both wanted to announce something today as an not, I won't say an outcome of this, but to tell us that how strongly you want to go forward together and what kind of efforts you're bringing in to take this matter forward. So over to Bala and Vijay.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, we can't be professing here of connecting the dots unless we actually make an attempt to connect the dots. So the Equality Action Forum, very grateful for the partnership with the PTM Foundation, will now enter a second phase, and there's more an announcement of that. We will have a formal launch of the forum fairly soon. But then, having learned from implementing a number of activities to the earlier phase of the forum, a couple of things that we are trying to actually rejig or adjust as we progress based on whatever experiences we have gathered and the different messages that we have heard, is the need to actually connect with the judiciary. That is something which the forum will now do, to bring the executive, the judiciary, the civil society, and the experts together. The second element of it is that, again, I'm sure many of you in the room would recognize that this being a local issue, this being a national issue, this being a state level issue, it is very important that we also connect at different levels. So what this particular phase will do is to go to the district, to the local, and to the state level in terms of looking at some kind of scorecard, some kind of science roundtables at the level of states. But most importantly is to move the entire discourse away from being an environmental problem into a health problem, into an economic problem, and into a development problem. I think that will be the focus of it. What we are attempting to do in a country size of India is only a small speck in terms of what is required. But our intention is that can this be a kind of a spark so that we will encourage voluntary networks, voluntary coalitions to come together so that we can push some of this agenda forward. But the critical element of it is to ensure that the partnership gets strengthened, but also every component of the partnership that deal with contributing to solving this particular problem and finding a solution is as effective as possible. And each one of that particular group will work on their own because the forum can't continue for the next 100 years. We are only trying to trigger something, put in place something that is going to be leading into the future, and we hope that's going to be the kind of an approach that we would like to take.
We've run out of time, but I'll just give half a minute to Vijay because he's the one who's put the money on the table.
No, I wish that we put all of our effort together on the table, and then I'm sure with a little bit of contribution of the money, we can make it most worthy. So thank you so much for an opportunity, and love to do this as soon as we are ready to do this.
Thanks a lot, and all the best for the phase 2 of AQS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bhagaiji. Now may I request Dr. Ashwini Mahajan to come forward. So there is a धन्यवाद भगाई जी, धन्यवाद विजय शेखर शर्मा जी. Ladies and gentlemen, Vijay Shekhar Sharma ji was part of the deliberations to design this conference. Plus, he is also supporting the conference through his Paytm as a part of sponsors. Thank you, Vijay Shekhar ji. And thank you, Balaji. Thanks for your insight. And best of luck for Air Quality Action Forum.
हमें अत्यंत हर्ष का अनुभव हो रहा है कि आज इस अवसर पर हम लोग यूनाइटेड नेशंस एनवायरनमेंट प्रोग्राम और पेटीएम के द्वारा समर्थित और संचालित एयर क्वालिटी एक्शन फोरम के दूसरे चरण की शुरुआत आज यहाँ से करने जा रहे हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि हम सब लोग ताली बजा करके इसका स्वागत करें. इस सारे कार्यक्रम में विजय जी, शेखर जी, तो आप ही इसको फॉर्मली यहाँ बोल दें.
वेल, जैसा आप सब लोगों ने सुना, सर ने जैसा बताया, एयर क्वालिटी एक एजेंडा हम सब के लिए ही नहीं, पूरे देश के लिए होना है. तो यूनाइटेड नेशंस के साथ हम सब लोग मिल के और पेटीएम फाउंडेशन और यूनाइटेड नेशन क्लीन एयर प्रोग्राम, यूएनईपी एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन प्रोग्राम, एक एयर क्वालिटी एजेंडा फोरम नंबर 2 स्टार्ट करेंगे. और मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि मुझे अश्विनी सर का सानिध्य मिला इसकी शुरुआत को करने के लिए. उनके आशीर्वाद से और आप सब लोगों के सपोर्ट से विल मेक इट अ ग्रेट सक्सेस. थैंक यू.
इसके साथ ही हम यहाँ ये भी बताना चाह रहे हैं कि विजय शेखर जी को और यूएनईपी के जो हमारे अधिकारी यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं कि काउंसिल फॉर इंटरनेशनल इकोनॉमिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग CIEU और भारत क्लाइमेट फोरम इसके लिए पूरे जोर शोर से काम करेगा और आपको पूरा समर्थन हमारा रहेगा. धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू. धन्यवाद. Let's move to the next session. Impressive discussion, finding facts, cracking the code on pollution sources. May I request Professor Sachinanand Tripathi? He's professor at IIT Kanpur. Shri Sumit Sharma, Program Officer UNEP. Shri R. Subramanian, Sector Head Air Quality, CSTEP, and Professor Sachin S. Gunthe. He is professor from IIT Madras. Professor Gunthe will moderate the discussion. Professor Gunthe, now mic is yours, the floor is yours. My request to the moderator is please keep an eye on the timer, and there will be a buzzer announced. If you can run the buzzer. So you will hear this sound, that means 3 minutes are left, and once the timer is up, so there will be another buzzer. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try my best to keep the time, because I hope we are not standing between the lunch and this thing, right? So then that's not it. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thanks organizers giving me this opportunity, and then particularly to be in this esteemed panel. Professor Tripathi was. There was a time when I was a PhD student, he used to ask me the question. So most important is thanks to the organizers today giving me this opportunity to ask him the question. That's the most important thing. So we are basically going to talk a little bit about the source apportionment, which means that to quantify the sources and where do they basically come from, like, what are the techniques which you use, what are the instrumentation required, and then how do you use this source apportionment mostly to use it for the policy. So we have Subbu, as we call him, where he basically works in the standardizing the methodologies, data, technology, innovation, and international best practices. So Subbu, I'd like to start with you first. At the C step, of course, you have worked with both advanced equipment and the simpler one also, as we call it, as a low-cost sensor, right? To track the pollution. It would be nice if you could just throw some light upon, like, what are the strengths and limitations of these different tools, particularly related with the source apportionment when you want to quantify them, right? And then how can cities best deploy them to build a high quality pollution source data? Like, how do you do the pollution policing using these sensors?
Great. Yeah, thank you for that question, and thank you again to the organizers for this opportunity. And yes, as Sachin said, Professor Gunte said, we have actually advanced state-of-the-art pollution PM 2.5 characterization equipment at C-STEP. C-STEP is a non-profit think tank based in Bangalore. We also have an office in Noida, but our facilities, our experimentation is done entirely in Bangalore. We also have the India Sensor Evaluation and Training Facility, where we have reference grade monitors, and then low-cost sensor manufacturers are welcome to come and get their sensors products evaluated against reference grade monitors. We just completed one round of evaluations, and now we're preparing for the second round. But how do we actually use these things? Why are we investing in such expensive equipment in the first place? So I think our cities are rapidly growing, right? And yes, there are 560 odd continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations deployed by the various pollution control boards and CPCB across the country. But each of those instruments is really expensive. It's about 1.5 to 2 crores in capital equipment. And you can't simply deploy them even as the city is dynamically growing. I mean, now in Bangalore, I'm living in an area which was uninhabited like 10 years ago, and now it's rapidly growing. How do you keep track of pollution in these areas? Is basically low-cost sensor, well-characterized low-cost sensors can be a way to map the dynamic growth of the city, identify new hotspots. There is even a move to regulate construction emissions. Construction dust is a significant source of coarse PM10. Basically, how do you ensure that construction facilities, so for example, here in Delhi, there is drought, and you have construction sites shut down for the winter, for example. But if you had monitors on the sites to say that the emissions are not that high, then would they be allowed to continue, for example, right? But that's all for hotspots. And so low-cost sensors are a great way of mapping out pollution hotspots that are driven by hyper-local sources, and you can take that action. But a significant portion now in Delhi, again, you're familiar with saying that there is pollution from Punjab, for example, or other parts of India that's affecting Delhi as well. And for that, you need something like the high-end equipment, aerosol mass spectrometry, that will give PM 2.5 chemical composition, and then you can do source apportionment to identify the sources. And those two actually form the observational arm that can then be coupled with air quality modeling to truly have air quality management in place.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the, thanks Subbu, one of the interesting point which you mentioned about the rapid growth in the cities. But let's look into what about the cities which have already grown, like, so from Bangalore, let's move to Delhi, where Professor Tripathi has done a lot of work on sectoral and seasonal variability of the pollution sources, then the technology, and then, of course, innovation, particularly related with the best practices for the cross-border of this thing. So I have always been a big fan of your high quality papers because, of course, without the good science, you can't really make the good policy. So if I look into those papers, they have found out that the local sources such as the biomass burning that creates the severe air pollution, which is mostly episodic, right? But however, if you look into the year-long poor quality, that mostly comes from the other sources. Now, how does this sharpen our understanding of sectoral and seasonal variability particularly, and what challenges they pose for us as far as the region and season-specific apportionment is concerned?
Well, I mean, we always had this idea that Delhi air quality, I think, is basically a very episodic stuff, where, I mean, the real challenge comes from October to February. Of course, it was told in the morning that now even in summer and other times also we see some bad air quality days. Now that main, like, critical episodes, what drives them, and that is where we try to understand, and this is now your group and many other groups have also looked into, that, I mean, it's very counterintuitive that I mean, we, after our measurements, we also did some simulations. And that average AQI of last 5 years of Delhi from October to February actually runs somewhere about 250 to 300. And what you just alluded to, that local, that combustion sources who contribute or which contribute most of it, if you just cut it down, you can gain about 140 AQI in that. You can cut down AQI from 280 or 300 to 160, right? That is the kind of, and that is some, I mean, many people, when the results came, many did not believe that you have so much of local combustions happening either in Delhi NCT or on the border of NCT and NCR. And they are primarily, and I'm not talking about that here, that what is contributed by that transported stubble burning emissions, right? It's primarily solid fuel, and which many people have now found, as you know, but only we could pool in some of the best techniques together to provide a very unambiguous evidence that solid fuel, be it at home and also on road trash burning, easily, I think, contributes probably not less than 30% to the overall AQI, and I will primarily focus on PM 2.5. You add stubble burning to that, it actually easily could make to 40%. Now, that is during the critical episode, but only the stubble burning part of it can be taken away during other times. For example, when you move from, let's say, April to before the monsoon sets in. But other part, like solid fuel and probably roadside or on road or in landfill, somebody was telling that many times he has witnessed that they put fire in the landfill. They probably certainly contributes 10 to 15% at a time. So there we are. So I firmly believe that this is one thing is so achievable. It's just good for everyone. You just cut it down in whatever way you provide all kind of energy options to people, even it could be subsidized, and you have a proper way for the waste collection, segregation, distribution, transport, and finally disposal. You can, over a period of 2 to 3 years, you can cut down AQI by half.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, right? One came from Bangalore and one from Delhi, and I'm probably sitting at the right place because a lot of people, they may not know that the Bangalore is slightly southern as compared to the Chennai as per the official latitudes, right? That's because I'm a teacher, so it's my job to give the interesting facts. But coming back to Dr. Sumit about the policy and institutional frameworks, right? So we talked about the technology and innovation, and then of course the very important aspect of from where the contribution comes from, particularly in Delhi related with the seasonal variability, right? So if I were to put it into the international best practices, like you have been very closely involved in shaping the air action plans, particularly related with the policies and sectoral emission inventories, which we know is one of the very important aspects. Like I being a little bit of a climate, air quality modeling and then air chemistry modeling, which I do, the emission inventory is always the bottleneck for us. So at both and national and city levels, you have done it, right? So given this experience, what do you really believe the key enablers are needed to ensure that the source apportionment findings are really effectively integrated into the air quality management strategies and decision-making processes, notwithstanding the very critical need of the emission inventories?
Right. Thank you, Professor Sachin. I did the first source apportionment study. I was part of the first effort made in this country in 2005. And since then, it has come a long way forward. We were using very initial primitive models at that point of time. We have now moved to chemical transport models. Yes. We have gone to regional scale, air quality management, where we are trying to understand not only what the city is contributing to itself, but also trying to assess what are the regional contributions which Professor Tripathi has just mentioned. So we have come a long way. The problem here is that the studies are not possibly concluding enough to say that this is the set of interventions and this much is the reduction could be caused by these particular interventions. We are telling them, okay, 25% is vehicular contribution. So what? What are the actions to be taken and what precisely will be the impact of those interventions on air quality of a city is something which is missing in many of our action plans of the source apportionment study. So that is extremely important. Think about a municipal commissioner, think about a district magistrate sitting. Telling them that this is the pie chart of source apportionment study is not good enough. You need to tell him precisely that these are the 5 actions. If you take them, this is going to result in 30% reduction of PM 2.5 in your city. So I think that is something which is missing in many of our studies, and that needs to be there. The second thing, which is extremely important, is the cost part of it. Unless you're going to tell them this is going to cost you so much, and these are the 3 things which you can do, which can be done at the minimal cost, but can give you maximum results. And that is the point where they can take, okay, these are the 3 things I'll do for my city. At the minimum cost, I'm going to get so much reduction through my scientific assessment. I think these are the things. But the last thing which I would say is to help them with the implementation plan of these strategies. Sometimes, as a scientist, I have also done that. We just prescribe, okay, do that. But how is that going to happen in terms of real finances? How to, basically develop that business mechanism so that the scientific recommendation converts into actual implementation on ground. That's the biggest missing link on ground. I think we all need to be, contributing towards. Thank you.
Thanks for that perspective, because I completely agree with you, being like whatever the chemistry modeling which I do, it's always this bottleneck. But then coming back to you, Subbu, right, as Professor Tripathi also mentioned that the point about the seasonality and then the framework. And then you have, in your opening remark, also have highlighted that how the way cities collect air pollution data often varies from types of sensor which you use, the methodology which you use, and then how the results are reported, right? Now, in your opinion, what are the most important steps in India in a large this thing? I don't know, notwithstanding, I mean, not really looking into the seasonality and then other sources. What steps India needs to make in how we monitor and record the pollution, and particularly severe air pollutions, so that the findings from different cities and studies can be compared? Because sometimes we land up saying that, like they were mentioning, that the AQI 50 here could be different for others, this thing. So how do you believe that this studies can be compared, most importantly, trusted on the data quality, and then what scale you believe that we should act upon it?
Definitely. I mean, no, that's a tough question. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do. I think the first thing is making sure that the air quality data that we gather, right, is actually robust and well calibrated. I think one of the challenges that we do face is that even with the CAQMS data that we have, the PM data is often good, but the gas monitors are not well calibrated or not well maintained. So one, we need to standardize those calibration procedures and really provide the training opportunity for all those technicians who are maintaining those monitors. The second one is actually standardizing low-cost sensors, right? I mean, they are a really useful tool for filling in data gaps, and they're also low power. So in a lot of places, especially rural India, where there might be a power shortage, or there is solar power available, you could actually use low-cost sensors to fill in the data gap. But the most important thing that I would say, honestly, that I'm personally passionate about is, we have these PM chemical speciation that is used for source apportionment, right? And usually in India, they're all used. There's only less than 20 of those instruments, I believe, in India, around 20 or so, and they are only used in campaign mode, mostly for research, right? I mean, you have one of those, you use them for research. Professor Tripathi also has them on a mobile lab, which is pretty cool. But what if every non-attainment city in India had one of these monitors running all the time, right? So number one, that gives you continuous source apportionment for each of those cities, right? When the AQI goes high, with real-time source apportionment, you could actually say why it's going up and tackle that particular source rather than guessing or following a prescribed action plan, which may not even be relevant to your city. And using that, then coupled with air quality forecasting, you actually give proper guidance to your industry, to your citizens, and take whatever action you need to control that high pollution sources, but also forms a basis for everything else. You can then validate your air quality model. You can hopefully build an emission inventory that is then validated with these speciated measurements. And at the end of the day, I mean, each of these instruments, sure, it costs like 5 crore rupees, but I mean, compared to the scale of NCAP money, for example, it's a relatively, not a huge amount. And hopefully, but that's with an imported instrument. And so if we had indigenous manufacturing and development of those instruments, we could actually, promote innovation in India and lower the costs and improve our air quality management strategy.
Sachin, can I have 30 seconds here?
Yes, 30, exactly.
Exactly, yes. 30. So you're talking about at what scale we need to intervene. We have national scale policies, good policies, national clean air program there, auto fuel vision policy at national scale. We also have efforts at the city level where municipalities are getting these finance commission funds and then trying to do something to control local sources. But we are missing the link at the state level. In my opinion, we need to have a regional scale or a state level action plan which is scientifically backed up with strategies to control pollution on industries, on residential biomass burning, on agricultural residue burning, which can only be dealt at the state level, not at the city level, and possibly not at the national level also.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you asked for that 30 seconds because you raised an important point, and that goes the question to thing that sometimes it helps. So you talked about the different sectors, right? Now, Professor Sachi, I want to understand from you that if you talk about a specific sector, right? Either residential or vehicular or industry, Your experience would also say that this contribution of these sectors for the different cities varies. Like, it's not really consistent across all the cities. And then one of your team's very unique effort in development this dynamic hyperlocal source apportionment system, which basically enables the real-time pollution tracking at really fine spatial scale, right? Which is nobody has really imagined would happen in India. Now, how do innovations in your system reshape our ability to pinpoint sources very swiftly and accurately, and what role such tools can play moving forward, fostering the coordination, as you said, like fine scale, block scale, district scale, and then the text scale across the state action. When you specifically talked about the interlinked air shades, like for example, Indo-Gangetic Plain, for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, Sumit pointed out that we need to act at a regional and probably at the district, which is kind of going from airshed to the micro airshed to the hotspot state, right? Now, just to give an idea that, we have put a relatively dense network of sensors in these two states of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Yeah, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, entire state, right? Now, just see that, take the example of Bihar. Now you have this state which has an area of 150,000 square kilometers and which had about 35 monitors. I mean, they have put at least one monitor every district. But if you think about actually footprint of data, you have one data point in every 3,000 square kilometers. 3,000 square kilometer roughly comes out to about what? 60 by 60 kind of a square, you have one data point. You cannot really get anything out of it, number one. Number two, the rate with which our economy is growing, people's aspirations are increasing and everything, you cannot have a perpetual source apportionment that can be conducted by these expensive instruments everywhere all the time. Right? That is where the role of technology comes in. Sensors has been talked about. What we have been able to do is that basically with a very short co-located deployment of these high-end instrumentation with sensors, by connecting them with a AI model, we are able to get reasonably accurate output in terms of source apportionment or source attribution from these arrays of sensor, which kind of mimics what you get from the high-end. Now, this is a very scalable and replicable model. Why? Because you can create a set of such high-end instrumented mobile laboratory, which is on roll, which you can plug in and play anywhere you want. You can basically bring it in the vicinity of this package of sensors. And we are hoping that there will be a lot more these sensor networks than the government monitors which you can scale up, right? And then you bring this mobile laboratory, train the sensor data with AI, because now AI is very pervasive and it's only, we know the power of AI, the way the models are in country. Every day we talk about it. You have the data. We have seen, I give you a very specific example, that only with 9-10 days of data at various distinct sites in Lucknow, we have been able to have enough training of these AI models, which can give you at least, as you mentioned, traffic, biomass burning, and some other important sources within 5% accuracy of those given by the mobile laboratory, which is equipped with all these kind of very high density. That is one way I think where we can have this information coming to you in a dynamic manner at every scale you want to get it, be it ward or village or block. I mean, that is one way we are looking at it. Excellent.
Before I go to requesting closing remark from all of you, I'd like to come to you, and that's what I would request organizers, that I might exceed 25 minutes by 1 minute and 33 seconds. So I hope that I will get that. But it's an important perspective that I want to know, Sumit, from you, is that in 2023, you helped present a needs assessment for India's National Clean Air Program through UNEP's Air Quality Action Forum, right? Now, based on that work, what do you really believe that the very critical gaps which you found, those needs to be addressed immediately? and then how India can, in a current situation, pinpoint those pollution sources, right? No, very critical aspect of it.
So in that need assessment report, we divided it into 3-4 sections. One is the science part of it, and we heavily advocated for evidence-based decision making here. And there we emphasize the need of possibly real-time source apportionment, dynamic emission inventories, and decision support systems, so that on a real-time basis, decision makers have the things in the front of them in the form of a dashboard, and they click the button, and the strategies are there based on which they can take immediate or longer-term decisions. The second aspect which we advocated was for having a mission mode for the National Clean Air Program. And because it's a good program, but as many of us have talked, that unless we convert it into a mission mode, you don't see action happening or resource allocation happening at that faster rate. On the other aspect, we also talked about standardization of emission inventories, and CAQM is there. Then an effort has started to develop a more standardized approach to develop emission inventories, so that if there is something happening in South and something happening in North, there is a consistency in approach and templates used, and there is a comparability between emission inventories. Other than that, we have advocated for airshed approach, and that's our clear message that working only at city level is definitely not going to work. All our studies are showing that city's own contribution remains between 30 to 40% only, and rest is actually coming from regional scale pollution levels. Two last things. Other than PM 2.5, we have to keep our eyes open for emerging pollutants like ozone. And these are, I'm talking about ground level ozone, not at the stratosphere. Even the developed nations have not been able to resolve these issues, and we need to be proactively looking for these pollutants and their control. The last thing, if we can develop a monitoring, reporting, and verification system, and this kind of a system can give hope to the district or city level managers that if they are doing a small effort, it is quantifiably tell them that this is the reduction they have caused in the air pollution level at their city level, which they are not able to do at this moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Just one last thing, like, a closing remark from each one of you, which you can say without taking a pause, right? So that will be just 10 seconds to 20 seconds. Subbu, quickly.
All right. Real quick, yes, we are coming up with a policy support decision-making dashboard that we'll release at India Clean Air Summit. But if you're to select the sectors where we really need to help people, and this is something that came up with Dr. Soumya Swaminathan as well, residential biofuel combustion, expanding PMUI so everybody has access to clean energy, and tackling industrial emissions. Those are the two things that I would recommend.
Sachi, quick, 30 seconds.
I think we really need to kind of expand the data provenance and make use of technology like AI so that decision making is faster and interventions are happening rapidly. That's what I would say.
Sumit, 25 seconds. You have used your 5 seconds in between.
I think we have to believe in science that this is going to help this problem. You need to use the science to get the solutions on the board, and then implement the science on the ground to get rid of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
I know it is very hard to stop professors from talking. Thank you very much. May I request Jagjit to come forward and help us in paying gratitude to the wonderful speakers. So we thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. Shri Sachidanand Tripathi, Professor IIT Kanpur. Shri Sumit Sharma, Program Officer, UNEP. Shri R. Subramanian, Sector Head, Air Quality, CSTEP. And a lot of thanks to Professor Sachin S. Gunthe, Professor IIT Madras, for moderating this wonderful conversation and almost adhering to the time limits. Thank you very much. The applause should be louder as we are paying our gratitude to the wonderful speakers. And now the next session is the keynote address, highlighting how India's financial institutions, particularly public sector banks, are stepping up to finance the transition to the cleaner technologies that address both climate and air pollution. Explore how banks can enable access to the capital for solutions such as electric mobility, industrial pollution control, and green technology adaptation among MSMEs. And who better than the largest bank in the country, State Bank of India, to tell us? With your all's permission and thunder of applause, may I request Ashwini Tiwari, MD, State Bank of India, to come forward and give his keynote address.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, my thanks to Dr. Mahajan for inviting me and hosting this forum, Aironomics, on air pollution. Now, this is a topic which everyone talks about or knows about, yet not concerned about, as Mr. Sharma was saying just shortly before, that air pollution is not on anybody's priority, at least not the common man's priority. So in this, then, what are we as public sector banks or as banks supposed to do? We have the money for sure, and nobody here has talked about money. Everybody wants funding for this. How it's going to happen? Not clear at all. So that's fine, and I think one of the pointers which was given to me when this topic was given was that while climate finance has gained momentum, but air quality is a secondary focus. And there is a need to integrate air pollution reduction more explicitly into green financing by prioritizing those technologies. Now, this has not happened. Public banks in general are now doing a lot of financing related to climate, largely into the renewable energy space, which by itself has become commercially viable, so that doesn't need any certification or just because it's climate or green, therefore it should be funded. That's possibly not the objective. That's good to know and good to be credited for that. But the reality is that it's a commercially viable activity at this point of time. Now, this wasn't always the case. Now, when this started 2010-12, when we started with this, that is renewable finance, had it not been for the SECIs and various other entities' role in terms of assuring the offtake, probably the renewable energy and solar finance may not have taken off. And that's how these became viable, and ultimately banks and others started commercially funding this. And this has extended to the other activities. For example, the electric vehicles, they are now commercially viable, at least the four-wheelers and all. So therefore, technologies as they mature, as they become more acceptable, as there is a commercial sense, then the financing industry automatically comes in and starts to fund that. Now, with that background, how does air quality fit into all this puzzle? A lot of people have talked about the need for monitoring air pollution, doing things, using technology, artificial intelligence, and all of this to actually control air pollution, because this is such a critical need, not only for health, but also for in terms of, for example, many tourists skip some parts of the country when in winter especially, because they think the pollution is too high. I've heard many expats talk about that we are not bringing our family if they are posted in Gurgaon or Delhi because they think the pollution is high. So therefore, this tourism and other associated travel industries also get affected. So that is all pretty laid out. And in terms of how this is to be monitored, what technologies are there, I don't think the banks have a direct role here. And in any case, this is supposed to be a responsibility of the government, both state and central. So the responsibility of banks is secondary. Having said this, when we finance clean energy, when we finance electric vehicles and similar technologies which bring down emissions, I think the bank's role comes in, and that's what we are focused on doing. So what are we doing actually? At this point of time, the overall installation of renewable energy is close to 227 gigawatts. Most of this has been funded by banks, especially public sector banks and especially us. Our portfolio of renewable energy currently stands around 77,000 crores, which is around
30% of the overall power sector finance which we have, and we are the largest power sector funder at about 2,25,000 crores. So which means a significant part, and this is going up all the time. What is happening here is that as we fund and as projects come on stream, then they get taken over by other private equity players, which is a good thing because that unlocks our capital. So this is one part. How do we do renewable energy? And this includes hydro, this includes small hydro, all of this. Additionally, on electric vehicles, we have started to fund some battery technologies because the thing here is lot of pilots have been done, lot of small startups, and these have been funded through equity, etc. But scale is not coming in. And what we are now focused on is that how do we bring scale to any of this? So for that, we are now created a group of financiers who actually can come together and scale up things, because by ourselves probably will not be able to do all this. So for example, we have a subsidiary company called SBI Capital, SBI Ventures, which funds a lot of startups in the climate and environment space. And many of them have now scaled beyond Series C, Series D funding and are now eligible for regular bank funding. And that is again what we bring them to. And there was challenges from the Reserve Bank notification last year, which prohibited banks to fund AIFs, which led to some problems. But the clarification which has recently come in should help a lot in terms of how the banks can continue to fund, even as the equity exposure is limited. So therefore, I think that is one model where startups, which after they get the Series B, Series C, and their technology is established, the customers are established, then the banks can come in and regularly fund, and we are trying to do that. That is one aspect. The second is, I think on the MSME side, there is no visibility as to how they will contribute to this reduction of pollution, because a lot of pollution happens at the MSME level. There is no awareness, there is no money to actually do this. So there again, a whole of system approach is needed. And I think cluster-based approach is the way to go. We have seen examples in the leather technology cluster, leather cluster in Kanpur, where a common STP was established, but it hasn't worked out well. So therefore, what we are working on is, and there we would invite all the players, if you can point us to low-cost technologies which can be used by regular MSMEs, especially in the textile space, especially in the more polluting sectors, and they use furnaces which are based on coal. I think we can then bring together and make a product out of that and start to offer it to MSMEs at very low cost. But that is something the banks alone cannot do, because the technology, the know-how has to be from the people in the field. So I think this is one area which we will work on with collaboration from everybody. The other thing is that which are the major polluters to air quality, and all of us know that power sector, especially coal plants, are a major contributor. And for that, what is being done? Now the solution, considering India's energy security requirements, is not to just ban coal plants. However, this seemed to have been happening some 2 years back when no new coal capacity was coming in. And suddenly we found that our power requirement exceeded the demand, or rather the demand exceeded the supply, and suddenly we had a challenge. And now, of course, fresh coal capacity is coming in. So 2-3 things are happening. One is that we are not funding the traditional polluting coal. It is the ultra high critical technologies which are much less polluting. We also are funding a lot of technologies like the flue gas desulfurization, FGD, and the catalytic converters and all, which actually bring down pollution, because our journey as a nation requires us to continue having coal with much less pollution than what it does, and also to look at all the renewable energy, because renewable energy, now what we are seeing is that unless enhancements in transmission take place properly, unless there is sufficient storage capacity, the renewable energy is not going to be the solution, because today the generation capacity is 40%, but the actual generated units are just 10%. So this gap is actually a missed opportunity, and I think we have now focused more on transmission upgrade and the storage upgrade, for which again the bank is, we have recently funded a pump storage hydro project, very, very complicated. But these all things, these new technologies, we are also trying to bring them together by setting up a center of excellence for 8 leading technologies in this field. So decarbonization efforts, renewable energy, battery storage, all of these will be different verticals where we'll bring together the industry experts, the financing experts, the multilateral institutions, and create first understanding, then create those packages of funding, and thereby we hope that we'll be able to fund these in a big way. So I think the problem is very large, But the need of the hour is to understand this problem first, acknowledge it, understand that this is really important for us as a country, and then work on it, not look at it in a despair that this is not to be solved and it is only government's job or somebody else's job. No, it's all of our job. And therefore, all of us must focus on this. And we, as part of State Bank of India, along with all other public sector financing institutions, will surely play our part. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
May I request Shri Atul Begai to come forward and help us in praying our gratitude. I think he has just stepped out. Ashwini ji, if you can come in. Dr. Ashwini Mahajan. So we are very thankful that Ashwini Tiwari ji could come here. He specially came from Mumbai to attend this conference. In the evening, he has a farewell of one of his colleagues, and he has to reach Mumbai back. And we are very thankful that he could come and be part of the conference. This shows his commitment to the green and cleaner environment. And this also shows the commitment of India's largest bank, State Bank of India. Thank you, Ashwini Tiwari ji. Thank you very much. Now there is a special Pecha Kucha session to showcase some of the opportunities. Clean air plus green gains, synergy India's blue sky, green growth economy. We are clubbing two sessions for the paucity of the time so that we can bridge the delay which we are having. May I request Shri Hanif Qureshi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India, to come forward, please. He will be talking about the transport segment. For solid waste, Ms. Anupam Mattu, AHI from Tomara. I think AHI is my wrong pronunciation. This must be her surname, Shri Ankit Mathur, co-founder and CEO, Greenway Grameen Infra. For agriculture, Swapan Mehra, founder and CEO, Iora Ecological Solutions. And we are also requesting for urban planning, Shri Kumar Kumaraswamy, Program Director, Clean Air Action, Sustainable Cities and Transport, WRI India. And monitoring, Shri R. Subramanian, Sector Head, Air Quality, CSTEP. So we are using a Japanese technology called Pecha Kocha, where we are requesting them to come forward one by one and showcase some of the best solutions which we have. So may I request Mr. Hanif Qureshi, if he can come forward, or if he wants to sit and talk, mic is with you, whatever is comfortable. Come.
Presentation. No. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or is it past morning? It's good afternoon now. Running late. So, just to, air pollution, we have talked about it, and transport sector is one of the bigger causes of it. There are, of course, other causes, but since I am looking only after the automobile sector in the Government of India, I am in the Ministry of Heavy Industries. So this is just a view of the automobile sector, that about $240 billion is the market size of India's automobile sector, and this is about 7% of India's GDP. And if we look at the manufacturing, then about 40% of manufacturing comes from the automobile sector. So it is certainly a very important part. If you look at the number of vehicles which are produced in the country, in 1 year we produce, a lot of it is exported, but in two-wheelers, about 1.8 crore two-wheelers are sold every year in India, and 34 lakhs are exported. Three-wheelers, we sold about 7 lakhs, out of which, and 10 lakh was the production. In passenger vehicles, this data is a little dated, 42 lakhs, This year, that means 24-25, we sold about 55 lakh cars. But the thing is that the move towards electric vehicles in two-wheelers, though we sold a total of 1.8 crores, about 6.1% of electric two-wheelers were electric out of the total two-wheelers, which is about 10.5 lakhs. So our penetration of electric two-wheelers is very low as of now. In four-wheelers, out of 55 lakhs, 2% cars were electric, which were sold in the last financial year. So if you look at the penetration of electric cars in the United States, it's about 8 to 9%. It's higher in California, more than 15 to 20%, but much lower in the Midwest and these regions. Overall, it is about 8 to 9%. In Europe, it is about varies from 15 to 22, 23%. Of course, Norway, Sweden are at 80 and 90%, but most of it is in this region. Even China, the percentage of cars is about 36 to 40%. So we have a long way to go. There's certainly the number of cars has to increase, but we are at an extremely nascent stage. This is a picture from a recent Bharat Mobility show where the Honorable Prime Minister was there, and all the people who are stakeholders in the mobility, whether they are manufacturers of cars or any kind of vehicles, metro, public transportation, private transportation, freight, logistics, all of them were there. So the idea is that we were just discussing some time back that everybody should come together and talk to each other. What are the synergies? So just to give you a brief that the electric vehicle, the cost of 40 to 40% of an electric vehicle comes from the batteries. And in the battery, the main ingredient is the advanced chemistry cell, which we do not make in the country at present. All of them are exported, 100% are imported. So this is one scheme, production linked incentive scheme, which Government of India has launched. This scheme has an outlay of 18,000 crores and about 15 to 20% of incentives will be given. There are about 3 or 4 companies who have now started manufacturing advanced chemistry cells of about 40 gigawatts, 10 is still remaining, which are under the scheme. So there are other companies which are outside the scheme. So we think that about 80 to 90 gigawatts of lithium ion cells may be produced by 28-29. So that is an important part of indigenization of technology, particularly for electric vehicles. I just want to show you a small video regarding the Prime Minister's e-drive scheme, which basically gives incentives and promotes the use of electric vehicles. Okay, I don't know how to play it from here. All right, I'll skip this and let me talk about this is one of the components of the Prime Minister's electric drive scheme, which is the electric buses. So out of the 10,900 crores of the outlay, 4,300 crores is reserved for electric buses. There are 14,000 target of electric buses which have to be rolled out in the next 2 years. So as you would recall that in India there are about 22 lakh of total buses, out of which 1.5 lakh run in the government sector with the STUs. More than 12,000 electric buses have already been rolled out in the country, and after addition of these 14,000 buses, this will become a significant number. So far, there has been not much work on the private buses, but this is only for the buses which are run by the STUs. Electric charging infrastructure is a major bottleneck. As of now, India has more than 30,000 EV charging stations. In four-wheelers, we are almost near the world average, but in two-wheelers, since most charging happens at home, there are few public chargers. So 2,000 crore rupees has been reserved for the public charging stations, and the target is to install
72,000 chargers over the next 2 years. If this plan is achieved, then I think that we will have sufficient charging infrastructure for the EVs which are projected to come on the roads till 2930. That is what our calculations say. Electric trucks have been introduced for the first time in this scheme. So there is a lot of traction in the N1 category, which is less than 3.5 tons, last mile delivery. A lot of electric trucks are there. But if we go above 3.5 tons, that is the N2 and N3 till 55 tons, there the electric trucks are not there. So the government of India intends to help this sector also. And then there is a small program on electric ambulances, which is also a part of this scheme. So these are the testing agencies which basically test the safety and performance parameters of vehicles. If we have to become a global leader in electric vehicles or in CNG vehicles or flex fuel vehicles or any kind of vehicles, then we must have adequate testing infrastructure. So a lot of funds have been earmarked for these testing agencies, which will certify that the vehicles are up to the mark or not. There is a production linked incentive scheme on automobiles. So as you can see, it incentivizes vehicles as well as components. So there are all kinds of vehicles, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, buses, and also components. These are the important components which go into manufacturing of vehicles, which used to be imported earlier, but now slowly they are beginning to be manufactured in the country. That is what the scheme targets, that more than 50% of domestic value must come from within the country. That is the condition which is to be fulfilled for getting the incentives. Then another effort is a special scheme to promote the manufacturing of electric cars. Here, as you know, that we levy 70 to 100% import duty on cars. But the scheme says that if someone wants to establish a electric car manufacturing unit, then he will be permitted to import cars at 15% duty only. So that is an incentive that you can import cars at cheaper rates and start manufacturing in the country. So I think time's up, so I'll not spend much time on this. I'll just say that the electric buses, so cost of electric bus is about 1 crore rupees, and if you run it for 10 years, including the operations, it is about 5 crores. So with these 10,000 buses, about 50,000 crores of private capital is going to be unlocked, which will go into making of electric buses. And this is a payment security mechanism, which will give assurance to the industry that the payments will flow over the course of 10 years into the cost of the buses. So this was a major bottleneck in the rolling out of electric buses. So since it unlocks a huge amount of money and guarantees payments, so we expect that the rollout will be very smooth, and the target of the 50,000 electric buses in the national e-bus program will be much closer to that. So I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Qureshi. Maybe after Pecha Kucha, if some of you may have some questions, we may come back to the speakers, but that depends on the time. For solid waste, Ms. Anupama Mattu.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, and I think we are keeping everyone from their lunch, so I'll try to be as quick as possible. I have skipped the presentation, but it can be shared for people who are interested in it. Just with a very quick show of hands, how many of you have watched the movie Don't Look Up? Not many. Then I encourage you to watch it. It's a satire, and for those who have watched it, I don't know if you felt the same sense of amusement and a reality check when there is a problem staring you in your face and you just decide not to look into it. I feel we are doing exactly that with some of those critical problems that we are discussing today. I get this expression when I talk to people and I say, well, do you know air pollution is also connected with your trash? I get like a very blank look. And that kind of is a very concerning thing for us when you realize that these hidden links are really hidden and we just don't want to look at them. And I think what would be important today is to kind of reveal them and then have very small kind of awareness around what are those things that can solve them. So today I've been advised to talk about trash, solid waste management. I represent Tomra. Tomra is a Norwegian company, quite ahead in the race of environmental solutions. It's a 50-year-old company that really prides itself in innovation, especially in green technology, particularly in solid waste management, in sorting based on sensor-based technology. So we are global leaders in working in 80+ countries, and also in collection of waste. However, we hardly ever promote technology. Technology is a given. It's an enabler. What we promote here is the policy and the framework that really makes the technology work. We have heard snippets of that today, which is good, but we haven't really had many discussion around solid frameworks like extended producer responsibility. We haven't really talked about waste management as a challenge, infrastructure. We're talking about investment and the economics of it. But let me tell you, policy is a single lever that can really make all of this very bankable. We really need to dive deep into it. We have a lot of case studies and examples, and we don't need to go very far. I don't need to give you examples from Europe or Australia. We can talk about Indore, which really tackled the waste problem. Of course, our technology is deployed, so I'm very close to the case. But really look at what policy and framework were able to do. But let's kind of break down the problem. My job takes me to several Asian cities, Jakarta, Hanoi, Delhi. They're all the same. You really cannot breathe. I live in Australia, and I grew up in Kashmir. And please trust me when I say I know how it feels when you walk into Delhi from places that offer you clean air. I would not bring my children here. And it's really something that everyone should wake up to. This is a very concerning problem. And there are some small solutions like solid waste management systems, holistic systems. This morning, we were talking about Harit, holistically looking at the problem. Tomra offers those concepts, system designs that look into solid waste management, separate collection of material streams. These are existing systems and existing technologies. I don't think we need to go that far. We don't need pledges for 2070, 2050. These can be incorporated into our existing system with support of policy. So if there is any interest in talking about conceptualizing these solutions and having an impact assessment done, we offer our services. We don't charge for them. We are sharing our experience from all the countries and applying it to the local problems. So feel free to reach out to us. We also have a 2-minute video that showcases our technology, but if we are running so hard on time right now, I wouldn't encourage for us to go into it. But please feel free to share that with all the people in the room. I basically want to just kind of give you some inspirational thought, if I may. I think we have talked about the practice of worshipping the 5 elements and, revering them: earth, fire, water, air, and space. I feel like we have polluted 4 of them, completely damaged them, and we are expecting that the 5th will save us. So we like to incinerate and burn everything and then release everything in the air without recovering the important materials and making sure all the gases and everything that we've talked about doesn't pollute the air. So there is a clear link between solid waste management and between having a very large impact. If not 100%, I would go on to say from 25 to 40% impact on the quality of the air by simply putting in practices such as those. So let's sort it before we burn it. Let's design for air and not just for waste. And let's breathe like our future depends on it, because it really does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now may I request Shri Ankit Mathur, co-founder and CEO, Greenway Grameen Infra. Just keep an eye on.
Namaskar, good afternoon. Pehle to, I would like to thank the organizers for putting this together. This is a really august session, and I hope a lot of conversations come out of it. For a change, I thought that I'll not bring a presentation but a solution. And what I'm presenting to you is a wood-burning stove. It sounds like an anachronistic thing. मतलब ये कोई लकड़ी जलाता है कि नहीं, but we've heard a lot of speakers talk about the fact that household biomass consumption also contributes to air quality depreciation around the areas where we live, and it contributes to PM 2.5, VOCs, and with increasing LPG, I think household LPG consumption will also contribute to NOx. So at Greenway, which is the company that I represent, we are in the business of designing and distributing products that have an immediate quality of life impact, especially in rural households. The first problem that we identified was that of lack of access to cleaner cooking, and this is the solution that we came up with. It's a wood burning stove. It has
The voluntary market is volatile and it's impossible to model investments based on the voluntary carbon market. And finally, subsidies need to be realigned. Produce of biochar and the use of CBG resulting in biomanure can offset a lot of fertilizer use. Is there a way to rewire that subsidy to promoting these technologies? These are questions that we need to discuss. We have a longer session and a panel discussion on this matter in the afternoon at 3 o'clock where we'll be exploring this, and I invite all of you who are interested in the agriculture air nexus to please join us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Swapan. Now, may I request for urban planning, Shri Kumar Swami, Program Director, Clean Air Action, Sustainable Cities and Transport, WRI. Please keep an eye on.
Right. Right. Thanks for the opportunity. We will just quickly talk into our experience of working with some of the cities and state governments. I think today there has been quite some good emphasis on this whole point that how do we really bring evidence into the decision making and how do we get the cities and state governments to take some action. Some experiences around this, we'll talk a little bit, there is a lot more to learn, but somewhat this could be of interest on how to really scale this, right? So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to create a practice of how do we get the cities and state governments to get into this practice of deploying solutions, test and learn solutions, how do we bring data to understand the impacts and then invest in the local capacities and thinking about partnerships, right? All these problems are too huge and many more partners required. So how do we really enable all of this as a do, learn and practice and keep doing this and do it across sectors so that we are able to really see some impact. We've been doing this in the past 2 years. We've been working with these 10 cities and you know, some of the experiences around this under this program called Accelerator for Cleaner Actions. These are some of the sectors we've been working. Predominantly these are based on also the, you know, the importance of the sectors based on the issues locally. At the same time, these are also based on the strategic opportunities of solvability and how we can deploy solutions on the ground and see how it can work, right? So a little bit I'll talk in more detail. Clean construction is one of the key sectors. There are a lot of number of the cities this has become a major issue. There is already a lot of solutions has been discussed, guidelines have been prepared. How do we really make this into a local solution? But the government can do only as much. How do we really convert this into a private-led action? So this is where we came up with this India Alliance for Clean Construction, where we are talking about building builders together, builders, industry associations, think tanks. So basically the main idea is that how do we really make it a voluntary, make it a self-regulated rather than you know, regulated from outside. So how to make the change from inside the industry. So so socializing the whole idea of cleaner approaches, the guidelines, measures. Then we have also been working with some of the cities in how to really think about C&D waste in a very systematic way, mapping C&D waste. For example, by doing this, we could, in Chennai, we did this, we found that around 10 lakh metric ton of C&D waste is lying in the city and the various parts of the city, legacy waste. So then then we know how to systematically deal with this. The other is this road dust mitigation. We have been doing this, you know, this kind of before and after exercise of collecting silt data from the road. So we know what are the various ways of cleaning the road dust and how their effectiveness, right? For example, these are some of the methods being deployed in Mumbai. We know their effectiveness and suitability in cleaning the dust in various parts of the city and the local conditions. Other is waste burning. The main issue in this is nobody agrees. Everybody knows that waste is happening, but where it is happening, how much is it happening, why it is happening. This understanding is the biggest gap. So what we do is we go on the ground and we collect data on where the burning is happening, but just by walking on the streets, noting down how much is waste burning is happening, collecting this data to conduct local discussions, identify hotspots, training the sanitary workers. This has helped us to reduce emissions substantially. Then transport emissions, low emission zones is one area we've been trying to work with some of the cities. I'll also quickly touch upon this case where Indore, it has been the mayor had allocated fund to implement in central parts. So some simple examples, right? When you synchronize ITMS in a location, you can substantially reduce traffic jams, right? That means you can reduce. So similarly on the freight as well, there is quite much can be done. We've been also working with some of the bakeries where this shifting to electric opportunity just by bringing data. It's also it is somewhat new for the corporation how to bring this into the governance understanding, of managing bakeries and how to subsidize their transition. See, so when we talk to the bakery owners, what do they really want to shift? Getting this perspective, this data to the government so that they are able to help this process. So these are some of the examples. I will stop with that. We were also able to support this this state Clean Air Action Plan, which has been also one of the important aspect which happened last week. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar Swamy. Now may I request R. Subramanian, Sector Head, Air Quality, CSTEP.
Thank you. Let's see, can I actually move this forward? Great, thanks. Honestly, wish I was talking about indoor air quality because I got a nice little monitor that monitors CO2 and PM 2.5, but we'll be talking about its applications outdoors. And so basically this is our Interset facility in Bangalore, the C-STEP office. There's a team that's working on it where we evaluate low-cost sensors next to our reference grade monitors so that we can have independent, unbiased evaluations and help the ecosystem improve. But mainly I'm talking about how we actually characterize air pollution. We're talking about source apportionment. We're trying to identify what are the sources that contribute to our air quality. And the different ways that we do this are where we have low cost. First of all, we've got air quality modeling. So you can see that pretty graph with all the colors flying over, and you can see that there's pollution that comes from all over, whether northwest of India, into India, and then other parts of India, emissions from across the country, and they often even come down to South India. So yes, even Bangalore sees emissions from the IGP states coming down, and the IGP states themselves also see a lot of emissions from outside the country, transboundary air pollution. But usually this air quality modeling takes significant amount of computing resources and takes weeks. So that's why we at C-STEP have been working on reduced complexity models, but I'll not talk about that today. I'll talk more about the monitoring one, which is basically where we have low cost sensors. They're typically worth $5,000 each, or PM 2.5 chemical speciation, that's about $1 million. And so, of course, a credit to the Indian government for expanding our network to about 562 continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations. However, even in a city like Bangalore, where we have 14 of the monitoring stations, there's still large parts of the city, especially that are dynamic and growing, that are not being monitored. And so low-cost sensors really provide an opportunity where we suddenly have about 4 times as much monitoring sites across Bangalore that better characterize air pollution and air quality in different parts of Bangalore. And so these are preliminary results, so please do not cite or distribute. Basically, this is ordered. The green bars are the average PM 2.5 over about 8 months in Bangalore, from the lowest to the highest in PM 2.5 in the green, and the blue bars are the PM 10. And you can clearly see that there are some hotspots, and you might say these are industrial sources. There's some curbside locations, and you can do some hyperlocal action plans like Sri was talking about earlier and identify those and classify that. You can even see some places where the PM 2.5 levels are low, but PM 10 is high, and this potentially road dust or construction dust. In that case, it's a curbside location, so there might be a lot of what do you call it, road sweeping required or better paving of roads required or construction that's happening. I believe that's actually construction happening. But now the question is, what about the rest of this pollution? Where is that coming from? And sitting here in Delhi, you may think it's not that high, but as our earlier plenary speakers said, we need clean skies, we need blue skies, and so we do need to tackle even this source of pollution. And your sensor network is not going to tell you where that is coming from because it looks the same all across the city. And so for that, what we have is essentially the $1 million equipment right now, which is imported, and we basically look at the composition of PM 2.5, whether it is age of the organic aerosol, or it is sulfates or nitrates or black carbon. And one of the things that we think about, even in Bangalore, you might think that a lot of people are very surprised when I say this, but even in Bangalore, a substantial portion of our pollution actually comes from outside of Bangalore. And so you can see the regional contribution here from about 30 to 40% roughly, reaching as high as about 80% of the PM 2.5 in Bangalore in the winter months. And so we really need a regional air quality framework to tackle this problem, but we can't get to there unless we know what the sources are, where they are coming from, and that requires air quality modeling in addition to this type of measurements. And actually cook stove emissions is one of the big sources of pollution as well, as the previous speaker said. So what do we want? The final slide. So we do need made in India sensors that capture actual PM10 levels. That's a big challenge that we are facing right now. They are already being mandated for construction sites in major metros. The core sensors are sometimes manufactured abroad, and so we really need indigenous sensors even at the core level. And our INDISEC facility can help evaluate these sensors. We need an India-wide network for PM speciation and source apportionment. And currently that instrument is imported at $500,000, but we do need to lower the cost and provide technical support, but we do need an India-wide network. And finally, real-time source apportionment, modeling and forecasting. ML and AI can help, but we need to benchmark it against traditional well-understood methods. And we need robust emission inventory, which is where we need satellites to help identify these sources and tackle those problems. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Sooner, most of these presentations will be uploaded on ciu.in. So whosoever is interested, they can download those presentations from the website. So with this, we conclude today's session of Pecha Kucha. May I request Mr. Bagai to come forward and help us in paying our gratitude to the wonderful speakers. Mr. Atul Bagai, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Hanif Qureshi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries. Shri Ankit Mathur, Co-founder and CEO, Greenway Grameen Infra. Then we have with us Anupa Mattu Ahi of Tamora. Shri Swapan Mehra, Iora Ecological Solutions. Shri Kumar Swami, Program Director, Clean Air Action, Sustainable City and Transportation, WRI. Mr. R. Subramanian, Sector Head, Air Quality, CSTEP. सर एक फोटो करा लो इनके साथ. So it's all green and Harit. Green is the plant and Harit Delhi is the book which our wonderful speakers are getting and probably inspiring us all to think green and action on a greener ways. Now may I request Blueprint in Action, Clean Air Model from Uttar Pradesh. Highlight Uttar Pradesh's approach including its urban air quality plans, brick-clean reforms and push for electrification in the transport and the industry. We have with us Mr. Manoj Singh, former Additional Chief Secretary, Environment and Climate Change, Uttar Pradesh Government. Mr. Manoj Singh.
Good afternoon. I will start my speech from differentiating between air pollution and climate change. When you buy an EV, you are addressing to the air pollution problem. You are not addressing to the climate change problem. But if railway is doing electrification, it is addressing to both air pollution and it is reducing 90% CO2 emission by the road vehicles, heavy vehicles. So you have to know the nuances of this. And there is a study which is internationally has come up now, that if you reduce air pollution, you increase climate change. So we are in a very domain where lots of fine-tuning of policy is needed. I had an experience of 4 years as Forest, Environment and Climate Change Additional Chief Secretary role in Uttar Pradesh, and during that period, in 2021, 5 of UP cities won Swachh Sarvekshan Award. It was Lucknow, Muradabad, Prayagraj, Firozabad and Varanasi. In 2023, we won 2 awards and we achieved a reduction of almost 30% of air pollution in various cities. In some cities like Varanasi and Bareilly, it was 66% and above. And in cities like Muradabad, Lucknow, Kanpur, Agra, Ghaziabad, Raebareli, it was between 48 to 28%. Now, how did it happen? 3 things I will like to emphasize over here. That the municipal commissioner's office is the cardinal office which is playing a very proactive role in reduction of air pollution. And 3 departments, if they join hands, like number 1 is horticulture department, number 2 is the road construction department, and number 3 is your cleaning department. We have an experience in Gorakhpur where 30% reduction in air pollution just came by end-to-end pavement of road. If you don't have money, there the municipal commissioner only did one thing, he put grass on the both sides of the road and the pollution came down. PM10 can be easily addressed by just 3 departments coordination. Basically, in UP, we go by the gains model. And IIT Kanpur has done a source apportionment study for various cities. And we know exactly which city has which kind of source material which is contributing to pollution. So overall, when we draw a picture, we were amazed and aghast to see that 35% of the pollution in UP, air pollution, was coming from cooking and heating. Agri waste was just 6.5% and transport was 5.6%. MSME was 4.2%. Crop residue was 2.5%. And then waste burning was 1.6%. Now the whole policy needed tweaking because of this. And then we sat with World Bank and we came up with a comprehensive scheme which is called UP Clean Air Program. And this scheme envisages funding from World Bank, state government, and also carbon financing to the tune of 1,100 crores. It needs convergence of various departments, whether it is rural department, transport, agriculture, technical education, medical education, industries, and higher education. And what we achieved in UP to reduce this air pollution was a very good collaborative approach. We had frequent meetings with the department. We cajoled and coaxed the district magistrates to hold weekly meetings and to ensure that the steps was taken. And through this mechanism, lots of achievement has taken place. The stubble burning, which is a problem in Punjab and Haryana, UP has reduced and minimized it. So through enforcement mechanisms. So basically what is needed is to target the low hanging fruits first. And that is why Delhi needs some action, in situ action, in which is seeded in its municipal corporation. And definitely if they do it, they will be benefiting by it. What the society has to play. Now what we realized that basically it's government doing everything. What about public? In Delhi, people believe in hypermobility. There are 22% increase in SUVs year-to-year basis every year. If a businessman is buying another car, he should buy a EV. There is a corporate social responsibility to it. Delhi is also in a social trap. Everyone wants to have a generator, and that generator is prohibited during when the GRAP regulations are enforced. The society is again in a cognitive dilemma, in the sense that we all, when we come for the conferences, we travel in a polluting car. And there is a behavioral inertia among the masses. Nobody wants to travel in metros. So what has happened to the society? The society is in a dilemma of learned helplessness. They have normalized air pollution. We have now 300 will be the average air pollution. We are attuned to it. This type of attitude has to change. We have to adopt a pro-environmental behavior. The government, I saw that there is a diffusion of responsibility, blaming one department, blaming other department. There is distrust in authorities, and there is always a spreading of banality of evil, in the sense that we believe that production should go on. We are in a treadmill of production. So once the industry department says that you have banned production in NCR region, then there will be a clamor and there will be meetings, and then the environment department suffers. And in fact, you have to take decision to open those industries. The press has a very proactive role, and they have to manufacture concern. Instead of doing a blaming game of two political leadership, they should focus on micro level problems. And if they do it, really the moral panic that emerges in month of November will be dissipated, and we will be more towards a healthy approach towards mitigation of air pollution. And what we should now do is to have a city-specific programs. I was listening to the most of the listeners. They were brilliant and excellent in their presentation, and they pointed out micro-level steps that the government should take in order to mitigate this whole thing. In UP, we were very proud. I was heading this forest department, and in last 6 years, we planted 175 crore trees. We have increased the forest area by 550 square kilometer, and these are all outside forest. This was a consistent efforts inculcating environmental ethics inside people. We all are, as one said, we all are made of 5 elements. You know, we all are made of a stardust. The calcium inside my body, the iron inside my body has come from some death of some supernova explosion in stars. You are very special. Yat pinde tak brahmande. The universe is trying to communicate a message to us. Inculcate our environmental ethics. And that's why in UP, whenever we do any program of awareness, we used to play a small cartoon. The cartoon was like this. A pious man, a very honest man, died and went to Chitragupta's darbar. And the Chitragupta pulled out a report card that, look, what you have done, how many marks you have scored. And he told that 70% of marks is assigned for your various different kind of ethics, and 30% is assigned to environmental ethics. And this pious man was very confident that he will go to heaven. But he scored lower than 70% and he was sent to hell. Why? He inquired from Chitragupta. He told, look, you never planted a tree in your life. You polluted the environment. You emitted maximum carbon. And that's why you have got 0 out of 30. Gentlemen, this applies to all of us. We should inculcate environmental ethics and we should take a micro step. We should collaborate with government and try to see that air pollution in Delhi is reduced in next 5 years. Otherwise, like Beijing has done in 10 years, Seoul has done in 15 years. Why can't we do it? And this is the message that I wanted to give from the experience of UP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manoj Singh ji. May I request Atul Bagai ji if you can come forward. Thank you, Manoj Singh ji, for wonderful and insightful conversation which we had today with you on UP's model for battling and struggling with air pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, with your amongst your round of applause, may I welcome Manoj Tiwari, Member Parliament, Delhi's Northeast Constituency. Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, please come forward. Manoj Tiwari ji is former BJP's State Unit President, 3 times Member Parliament, and a very famous actor, singer, and also amateur cricketer. Manoj Tiwari ji, since morning we had a lot of conversation about the solutions for tackling the air pollution, especially in the Delhi's airshed area. Now we want to hear from you. You have dealt this air pollution as a leader of opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Manoj Tiwari for you.
आप सभी को नमस्कार। बड़ा अच्छा सब्जेक्ट दिया गया है। जब मैं उपस्थित हूँ उसके लिए धन्यवाद करता हूँ इस फोरम का और अश्विनी महाजन जी का। वैसे तो जो हमें बताया गया है, इस क्षेत्र के विविध विशेषज्ञ यहाँ बैठे हैं, तो मेरा जो अनुभव है वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि मैं दिल्ली में पिछले 11 साल से एज मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट काम कर रहा हूं, तो उन सारी समस्याओं से जूझ रहा हूं। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमें बोलने से ज़्यादा सुनने की आवश्यकता है कि एग्जैक्टली कैसे कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए हमारा जो अनुभव रहा है अभी तक, हम जब 14 में यहाँ सांसद बने थे तो कई ऐसी डायरेक्ट रीजन्स थे जिनको हमने समझा और उसका निदान निकाला, लेकिन कुछ ऐसे रीजन्स हैं जो उलझाए रहते हैं। कभी सुनने में आता है कि हमारी दिल्ली एनसीआर की हवा इसलिए बहुत पोल्यूटेड है क्योंकि पराली जलती है अगल बगल के स्टेट में। फिर कभी पता चलता है जो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं उनसे निकलते धुएं भी एक बहुत बड़ा रीज़न है। कूड़े के 3-3 पहाड़ हैं जिनसे बहुत जहरीली गैस भी निकलने का प्रमाण है, जिसके कारण हम लोग दिल्ली की हवा को और जगह से ज़्यादा खतरनाक देखते हैं। और ख़ास तौर से ये जैसे सितंबर आते आते सितंबर, अक्टूबर, नवंबर, दिसंबर ऐसी स्थिति होती है कि वो बिल्कुल, कई लोग तो ऐसी तैयारी करते हैं कि इस दौरान दिल्ली छोड़ करके और जगह चले जाना है। बहुत बड़ी संख्या में जो सक्षम लोग हैं वो दिल्ली छोड़ के जाते हैं। एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन था जब हम लोग 14 में हम सांसद बने। आपको तो पता है मैं बेसिकली एंटरटेनमेंट फील्ड से हूँ, मैं सिंगर हूँ, एक्टर हूँ। मेरे गाने भी अभी 5098 गाना गा चुका हूँ, 5098। तो वैसे तो हम लोग गाना गा के भी एयर को ठीक कर देते हैं कभी कभी ऑन ए लाफ्टर नोट। लेकिन चूंकि हमारी एक आदत है कि मैं जो काम करता हूं बहुत उसको समझने की कोशिश करता हूं, क्योंकि मेरा ये मानना है सभी कोई हर विषय का विशेषज्ञ नहीं हो सकता, लेकिन विशेषज्ञ लोगों की टीम तो जुटा सकता है। तो 14 में एक, आप सबकी जानकारी में कुछ के होगा नहीं तो मैं लाना चाहता हूं, यहां ओखला में एक बिजली प्लांट था जो कोयले से चलता था, और उस कोयले से चलने वाले बिजली प्लांट से एक प्रकार किसी हमको विशेषज्ञ ने समझाया था कि जितना 1.5 लाख ट्रकों को दिल्ली से पास होने में जितने धुएं आते हैं, 1 महीने में उतना पोल्यूशन वो कोयले से बनने वाला प्लांट हमें दे देता था। तो आप लोगों को ये अच्छा लगेगा सुन के कि हम लोगों ने उस पे काम किया, और उस ओखला के कोयले से चलने वाले प्लांट को हमने बंद किया, और गैस से चलने वाला प्लांट उसको हम लोगों ने बवाना में अभी बना दिया है। तो बिजली की जो आवश्यकता थी उसको भी पूरी कर ली, हमने एक बहुत बड़ा निदान कर लिया, और उसके बाद से बहुत सारी थोड़ा उसका असर भी देखने को मिलता है। एक दूसरा बड़ा रीजन था कि बहुत सारे ट्रक वो दिल्ली से होके ही दूसरे राज्यों में जाते थे, कायदे से उनको शहर में घुसने की जरूरत नहीं थी, लेकिन वो घुसते थे। तो एक बड़ा कारण था। फिर थैंक्स टू नरेंद्र मोदी गवर्नमेंट, दिल्ली में पहली बार ईस्टर्न वेस्टर्न पेरीफेरी बनी। आप सबको पता नहीं उस पे जाने का किसी को सौभाग्य मिला या नहीं मिला। तो उसके कारण क्या हुआ कि लगभग 1 से सवा लाख ट्रक पर डे जो पहले दिल्ली में घुसते थे, अब उसको हम बाहर से भेजते हैं, और सड़कें भी इतनी अच्छी हैं कि उनका स्पीड अच्छा रहता है। तो स्पीड अच्छी होती है तो धुआं के थोड़ा सा असर कम हो जाता है। अभी मैं उस पे ध्यान आपको ले जा रहा हूं जिस पे कुछ किया है हम लोगों ने। फिर कूड़े का पहाड़ एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन था। कूड़े के पहाड़ पे उसको मिनिमाइज करने में हम लोग लगे भी रहे। कभी तो एक बार हमारी NHAI से डील भी हुई कि जितने कूड़े के पहाड़ से जो कूड़े एक बार मिट्टी भी बन जाते हैं तो उसको कहीं सड़क में हम उपयोग करेंगे, लेकिन वैज्ञानिकों ने उसको फिर रोक दिया कि नहीं, उससे वो जो सड़क में भरी जाती है उससे दिक्कत होगी। तो उसके बाद फिर से भी कुछ काम हुआ, और एक धीमी गति से ही सही उसको नीचे पहाड़ को करने का कार्य चल रहा है। लेकिन उससे जो गैस निकलती है उससे कैसे निपटा जाए, उससे आज भी दिल्ली और हम सब जूझ रहे हैं। हम लोगों को भी बड़ी जो इम्पोर्टेंट मीटिंग होती है उसमें कोई सॉलिड निदान निकल नहीं पा रहा है। अगर वो इस फोरम से आता है तो हमारे लिए, हमको भी अगर उसकी एक कॉपी मिले तो हमें बहुत फायदा होगा। एक बात आती थी कि पराली जलने से भी दिल्ली में बहुत, तो बाद के रिसर्च बताते हैं कि है, लेकिन उसका ऐसा नहीं कि वो थोड़ा सा पॉलिटिकल ज़्यादा हो गया, दोषारोपण बहुत होने लगे। तो हम तो आज रियल प्रॉब्लम से बात कर रहे हैं। फिर जो जो बीजेपी रूल्ड स्टेट हैं, जहां हम लोगों की सरकारें हैं, पराली का एक निर्णय हुआ कि अगर किसान पराली जलाते हैं तो उनको एक विकल्प दिया जाए। क्या दे सकते हैं? उनकी पराली खरीद लो, क्योंकि वो उनके लिए जब फसल कट जाती है, आप सब जानते हैं पराली फसल की जो नीचे, अब तो ऐसी ऐसी मशीन आई है कि सिर्फ बाली काट के ले जाती है। वो नए नए जो टेक्निक आए हैं, मैं भी 300 बीघे का किसान हूं, तो हम लोग इस समस्या को देखते थे। पहले तो कटिया होती थी, आदमी औरत सब काटते थे, तो बिल्कुल जरी से नीचे से काटते थे, तो जो बची हुई चीज थी वो उसको पानी आने पे वो खाद जैसा मिल जाता था। लेकिन अभी वर्तमान में क्या हो गया, मशीन ऐसी आती है, वो आती है और चलाते हैं, और वो खाली बाली को, चाहे धान की बाली हो, गेहूं की बाली हो, उसको ऊपर से काट के और वो मशीन में करके, और उसी समय वो उससे गेहूं और धान भी बाहर आ जाता है। अब उसका फायदा लेने लगा लोग, लेकिन उसको लेने के बाद जो बची डंठल, जिसको हम पराली बोलते हैं, अब उसको तो किसान क्या करे, वो फिर अपने खेत खाली करने हैं, दूसरी उसको खेती शुरू करनी है, तो उसको उन्होंने जलाना शुरू किया। मगर कई राज्यों में हम पराली खरीदने के लिए एक स्कीम लाए हैं। वो स्कीम हरियाणा में भी आई है, कहा तो गया है पंजाब में भी आई है, मगर अभी इसमें जन जागरण होना बाकी है। अभी 15-20 दिन पहले मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के ये अलीगढ़ की यात्रा पे था, तो भी मैं देख रहा हूं कुछ लोग जला देते हैं। शाम के समय जाइए तो उनको सबसे आसान लगता है। इसमें अगर मुझे लगता है कि इसका निदान ढूंढने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि वो जो जलने वाला धुआं होता है वो हवा के साथ बहता है, और जो दिल्ली की भौगोलिक स्थिति है, एक बार मेरी किसी ज्योग्राफी के स्पेशलिस्ट से बात हो रही थी, तो उनका ये कहना था, पता नहीं इसमें कितनी, मैं उसमें बहुत आगे गया नहीं, कि कुछ ज्योग्राफिकल जो हमारी कंडीशन है दिल्ली की, वो चारों तरफ से आके यहाँ पे इकट्ठा होता है पोल्यूशन, और अगर बहुत तेज हवा आती है तो हमको राहत भी मिल जाती है, या पानी हो गया तो राहत मिल जाती है। तो इनमें जो डायरेक्टली हमारे 2-3 प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, जैसे गाड़ियां जो बहुत पुरानी हो गई, आपको पता ही है कि हम 15 साल से जो पुरानी गाड़ियां हो जा रही हैं, 10 साल 15 साल, उसमें थोड़ा सा कुछ रिलैक्सेशन मिला है, तो वो जो गाड़ी बहुत धुआं देने लगी उसको न लाया जाए सड़क पे। दिल्ली में बहुत सारे नियम बने हैं, उसका भी हम लोग पालन कर रहे हैं। उसमें और भी कोई अगर आप सबके तरफ से कुछ निर्णय आता है, कुछ रिसर्च आते हैं, तो हम अपनी सरकार को, जो इस समय 27 साल के बाद हम फिर से दिल्ली में हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी है, मैं अभी 100 दिन का रिपोर्ट दे करके ही आ रहा हूँ। आज हमारी मुख्यमंत्री और हम सभी जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम में वही कार्यक्रम रखे थे, तो हम बड़े ही अच्छे मन से पॉजिटिवली उसको एडॉप्ट करने को तैयार है। इसलिए जब अश्विनी जी ने कहा कि आपको इस कार्यक्रम में आना है, तो मुझे आपको बताने से ज़्यादा कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन है, इन्फॉर्मेटिव बातें हमारी, कुछ हमको चाहिए यहाँ से, क्योंकि वास्तविकता ये है कि जब तक हम कुछ ऐसे ठोस, जैसे कूड़े का पहाड़ है, आज हम आपको इस फोरम से बता सकते हैं कि अगले 2.5 वर्षों में ये कूड़े के पहाड़ जीरो करके हम पार्क बना देंगे, ये हमने निर्णय ले लिया। उन पार्कों को आप लोग देखे होंगे, तो जो पार्क रहेगा नहीं तो फिर, और जो नया अब कूड़े तो रोज उठने वाली चीज है, ऐसा तो है नहीं कि हम वहां कर दे तो बाकी कूड़ा कहां जाएगा। तो उन कूड़ों का हम निस्तारण करने का अलग अलग जगह पे नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी से हम व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं, जिससे मिनिमम से मिनिमम नुकसान हो। और कूड़े, उनका कई कूड़ों से बिजली बनाने का, 2 कूड़ों से बिजली बनाने का भी संयंत्र 2 हमने शुरू किया। जब मैं दिल्ली बीजेपी प्रेसिडेंट था तभी हमने उसको शुरू किया था एमसीडी के थ्रू। तो आज की जानकारी, इन्फॉर्मेशन हमारे तरफ से इतनी है, हम अभी भी कोशिश में लगे हैं। अभी तो हमारा 100 दिन ही हुआ यहाँ सरकार बनाए हुए। पिछली सरकार हम लोग सांसद तो थे लेकिन तालमेल अच्छा नहीं था। जब हम लोग उनसे बतियाने जाते थे तो कई बार पिट जाते थे हम लोग। आपको सुन के हंसी लगेगी लेकिन ये सच्चाइयाँ होती थी। मैं भी बड़ा हैरान था। मैं पॉलिटिक्स में आने के पहले ऐसा सोचा करता था कि अलग अलग विचारधारा के लोग भी मिलते रहते हैं, मगर एक बार हम इसी पोल्यूशन का निदान निकालने जब यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री थे अरविंद जी, तो हमने पूरा एक उसको क्या बोलते शिष्टमंडल, हम उस समय 3 मेयर होते थे, तीनों मेयर हमारे थे, उनके साथ मैं अध्यक्ष था। हम लोग उनके घर गए, हमारे सभी सांसद, और लिटरली मीटिंग में कुछ उधर से गाली गलौज होने लगा और स्थिति ये आई कि हमारे 2-3 लोग तो फिजिकली अटैक हुआ उनके ऊपर। तो ये सब भी हम लोगों ने देखा है। बाद में हम लोग भी थोड़ा पुलिस से कहे कि थोड़ा सा इन लोगों को भी सेवा पानी दो, तो होता था समय समय से, लेकिन ये अच्छी बात नहीं थी। आज के दिन में आज जब हम खड़े हैं फ्रॉम द ग्राउंड यूपी, ग्राउंड एनसीआर, दिल्ली एनसीआर, मुझे लगता है कि हम लोगों को हमारा जो मानना है, हम कूड़े के पहाड़ को कम करें, जनता जागरूक हो, सब कुछ हम सिर्फ सरकार पे छोड़ें। अभी कई बार हम लोग ऐसे झगड़े होते हैं, लोग पुरानी गाड़ियां वो हटाने को तैयार नहीं है, ऐसा लगता है तुम बहुत प्रेम हो गया उनसे, तो थोड़ा मोह छोड़ना पड़ेगा। इस तरह से जनता थोड़ी जागरूक हो, और ये बड़ी सकारात्मक सरकार है। मैं आपको विश्वास दिला सकता हूं, जो हमारी मुख्यमंत्री हैं और हमारा जिनके मार्गदर्शन में देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में हम चल रहे हैं, हमारा फोकस तो बहुत है, हम बहुत सारे कार्य भी कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जितनी बातें हमने चर्चा की, इसके अलावा भी अगर आपकी तरफ से कुछ आएगा तो मैं आपको विश्वास दिला सकता हूं, हम एक कंबाइंड यूनिट की तरफ दिल्ली के साथ चल रहे हैं, और अश्विनी जी तो हमारे मार्गदर्शक भी हैं। तो हम आपके द्वारा सुझाव जो आएंगे उसको हम अपनी पॉलिसी में लाएंगे। दिल्ली को वैसे भी हमारा शपथ है कि 4 साल के अंदर हमें दिल्ली को पानी और हवा दोनों इतना स्वच्छ कर देना है कि दिल्ली में रहने वाले लोगों को कभी भी पोल्यूशन के कारण दिल्ली से बाहर जाने की जरूरत ना पड़े। थैंक यू सो मच। क्या है कि मुझे अच्छा लगता है जब मैं कहीं जाता हूं तो लोग मेरे गायक को मेरे साथ देखते रहते हैं। ये किसी आर्टिस्ट के लिए इससे बड़ी बात क्या हो सकती है। तो हम अभी एक गाना बनाए हैं, हाँ अभी उसको लॉन्च किया गया है। तो मैं दिल्ली पर ही गाना बनाया हूं कि बदला बदला लगता है कुछ, नया नया सा लगता सब कुछ, बदला बदला लगता है कुछ, नया नया सा लगता सब कुछ। 2-2 इंजन वाली गाड़ी सरपट निकल रही है, 2-2 इंजन वाली गाड़ी सरपट निकल रही है, दिल्ली बदल रही है, पटरी पे चल रही है, दिल्ली बदल रही है, पटरी पे। देखो बहुत ईमानदारी से कह रहा हूँ, वरना 100 दिन में दूसरे लोगों तो कहता है चीर दिया फाड़ दिया सब कुछ। हम इतना ही कह रहे हैं कि दिल्ली बदल रही है, पटरी पे चल रही है, रेखा विकसित भारत के मंजिल को बढ़ रही है, मोदी जी के ढांचे में राजधानी ढल रही है। और विश्वास रखिए दिल्ली बदल रही है, पटरी पे चल रही है। थैंक यू सो मच। आप इसमें
मनोज जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आपको ये जानकर खुशी होगी कि एरोनॉमिक्स 2025 में हमने जो फोकस लिया है वो एक्शन, इन्वेस्टमेंट और स्केल पे लिया है, और ये सॉल्यूशंस के ऊपर जो है पूरा फोकस रखा गया कि दिल्ली का जो पोल्यूशन है उसको कैसे नियंत्रित किया जाए। आपको ये जानकर भी खुशी होगी कि केंद्र और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के मिनिस्टर्स, आप जैसे पॉलिसी मेकर्स, और उनके साथ साथ जो ग्लोबल एजेंसीज दिल्ली में हैं, WHO, UNEP, UNDP, वर्ल्ड बैंक, उसके साथ प्राइवेट इनोवेटर्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन्वेस्टर्स, इसके साथ साथ जो academician हैं और philanthropies हैं, और साथ में जो ग्रास रूट पे लोग काम करने वाले हैं, सबको एकत्रित किया गया है। प्लेनरी सेशन हो रहा है सुबह से लेकर रात डिनर तक। इसके साथ साथ पैरेलल सेशंस हैं जो राउंड टेबल्स के माध्यम से 2 नीचे हॉल्स हैं उसमें सेपरेटली चल रहा है, और यहाँ पे तकरीबन 170 स्पीकर्स आज के पूरे दिन में जो है अपनी बात कहेंगे, अलग अलग जो सॉल्यूशंस जो हैं वो प्रेजेंट करेंगे। और मैं आपको ये बताते वक्त बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि ये प्राइवेट सेक्टर का सबसे बड़ा और प्रीमियर प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसमें आप आए हैं, जो एयर पोल्यूशन पे फोकस्ड है। और एयर पोल्यूशन जो दिल्ली का जोग्राफिकल एरिया नहीं लिया जा रहा है, एयर शेड एरिया लिया जा रहा है, और उसमें क्योंकि ये पहली बार है कि ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार है, कॉरपोरेशन भी आपके पास है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट भी आपके पास है, सेंटर की गवर्नमेंट भी आपके पास है। उसके साथ साथ जो NCR की जो गवर्नमेंट्स हैं वो भी भाजपा के जो नेता हैं वो चला रहे हैं, और जो दिल्ली के लोग हैं उनको सचमुच उम्मीद है कि पॉलिटिकल पोल्यूशन जो है दूर होगा और जो एयर पोल्यूशन है उसके सॉल्यूशंस पे भी काम होगा। मनोज भैया, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने अपना टाइम निकाला, और मैं आपको ये भी आश्वस्त करता हूँ कि जो COP33 जो 2028 में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने तय किया है कि दिल्ली में आयोजित होगा, तब तक जो है एयर पोल्यूशन जो है वो हम सब आशा करते हैं कि वो दूर होगा।
और वैसे जैसे हम भी जानना चाहते हैं, हालांकि हम लोग कुछ अपनी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या हम इस निष्कर्ष पे पहुंचे हैं कि सबसे ज़्यादा एयर पोल्यूशन कौन सा कारण कर रहा है दिल्ली में?
तो आपको मैं इंट्रोड्यूस करता हूँ, जगजीत सरीन अगर कहीं हैं तो अभी आए स्टेज पे, फेलिसिटेट भी करें मनोज भैया को। और ये 2 जो सॉल्यूशन है, कहाँ है जगजीत? जगजीत सरीन CIU के क्लाइमेट इनिशिएटिव्स को हेड करते हैं और वन ऑफ द टॉप मोस्ट क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस के एक्सपर्ट हैं, और उन्होंने 12 पॉइंट एजेंडा बनाया है कि सबसे इजी कौन से हैं दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के लिए अचीव करने, मिड टर्म के लिए कौन से हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म सॉल्यूशंस क्या हैं, क्योंकि पोल्यूशन जो है ये सिर्फ दिल्ली के कारण नहीं हो रहा है। सो ही हैज सजेस्टेड दैट दिस शुड बी अ चीफ मिनिस्टर लेवल एक।
अच्छा, मैं एक बात पूछूं आप सबसे थ्रू यू कि
जगजीत कम फॉरवर्ड।
हाँ, जो हम लोग 15 साल की गाड़ी अब उसको रोकना है, इस पे कुछ मतभेद होते हैं क्या पब्लिक में, या वो क्या चाहते हैं लोग? क्या ये हमारा ये जो नियम है देश का, क्योंकि मैं उसका स्टैंडिंग कमेटी मेंबर हूँ, मैं ट्रांसपोर्ट का, कंट्री का मैं स्टैंडिंग कमेटी मेंबर हूँ, मैं कल्चर का, मैं टूरिज़्म का, INB का, ये सब मैं स्टैंडिंग कमेटी मेंबर हूँ। तो मेरा, हम लोग कई बार चर्चा करते हैं कि जो गाड़ी 15 साल की हो गई अब उसको आगे नहीं चल सकती, इस पे लोगों का क्या विचार है?
जगजीत ने एक कंसल्टेशन करी है, प्लस ही इज ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ इनफॉर्मल ग्रुप जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी ने सेटअप किया है।
इसमें
अश्विनी जी,
कन्वर्जन भी संभव है, ये भी संभव है, और भी बहुत सारे
जगजीत आ गया है, if he wants to। एक मिनट जगजीत,
आदर्श गोयल जी भी पहुंच गए हैं।
जगजीत, यू वांट टू रिस्पॉन्ड हिंदी?
very quickly we can present the report to him।
चलो बाद में सोल्यूशन दे देंगे। हाँ ठीक है, एक मिनट अश्विनी जी हमारी मदद कीजिए टू पे आवर ग्रैटिट्यूड्स। मनोज भैया, ये हरा पौधा और हरित दिल्ली की किताब है, अश्विनी जी के सानिध्य में ही अनिल शर्मा जी काम करते हैं जिन्होंने ये पुस्तक की रचना की है। Ladies and gentlemen, with your thunder of applause, let's play our gratitude to Shri Manoj Tiwari. And now we are breaking for lunch, but you know I need your cooperation. We are running really short of time. अगर आपका लंच ख़त्म नहीं हो पा रहा है 30 मिनट्स में, आप अपनी प्लेट्स लेके टेबल पे आ जाइएगा, so that we can start with the proceedings. So 30 minutes का lunch break है, and by 2:30 we will also be starting our round tables at halls downstairs. आप अनुराग से touch base कर सकते हैं for details. highlight solutions like EV fleets, scrappage programs, and clean logistics, unpack barriers to adopt and explore pathways for scale through procurement, policy initiatives, and private capital. So, knowledge partner for the same session is ICCT. Amit Bhatt, Managing Director of ICCT's India Division, will be moderating the session. All those interested in the session, they can proceed towards Chaitanya Hall. This is downstairs. And this hall will take at least 5 minutes walk. And the second parallel session, which is in the Sankhya Hall, Rags to Riches, turning trash into the clean air opportunity, examine the role of unmanaged waste and landfills in driving urban air pollution, highlight scalable solutions like biogas plants and MRFs, while exploring policy, finance, and PPP models to overcome systemic barriers and accelerate adoption. Knowledge partner for this is Chintan. Bharti Chaturvedi, founder and director of Chintan, will be moderating the session. So all those who are interested, they can proceed toward the Sankhya Hall. Exactly in 5 minutes time, the session will start there. And mind you, in both these roundtable, Chatham House rules apply. You can hear the conversation, but you can't quote them outside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please start settling down. In exactly 2 minutes, we are starting with the next session. You can bring your plates. The lunch will continue. Please help us in decrowding that area. And we will not mind. Please bring your lunch plates to your tables and respective seats. Please help us in catching up with time. Ladies and gentlemen, please start settling down. The next speaker is in. I'm requesting him to make his keynote address. Please bring your plates to the table. It will help us in catching up with time. Ladies and gentlemen, please start settling down. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, how do you want to do it? We are proceeding with the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please start settling. May I request Justice Adarsh Kumar Goyal, former chairperson, National Green Tribunal, India, Shri Arvind Nautyal, member CAQM, Shri Prashant Gargwa, former member secretary, Central Pollution Control Board, Sutapa Chaudhary, deputy head, Indo-Pacific Regional Department, IPRD, Shri Shirish Sinha, executive director of global programs, Clean Air Fund. Shirish will moderate the session, but before that, we are having a keynote address from Dr. Virender Sharma, member technical, Commission for Air Quality Management, CAQM. Ladies and gentlemen, please start settling. We are proceeding with the day. Sutapa Chaudhary, we are waiting. Online? So we are proceeding with the day with your thunder of applause. Let's welcome Dr. Virender Sharma, member technical, Commission for Air Quality Management, CAQM.
So good afternoon, and sorry for this, keynote address coming directly or clashing with your lunch plates. But I think in the interest of time, we need to go ahead to ensure that you can get the feedback from the illustrious panel that we have here today. What I wanted to, bring into context is the morning session. We have heard a lot about how institutions need to be reformed for working on this problem of air quality. First of all, I would really thank the Aironomics team. A very meticulous and professionally done work in terms of developing the concept papers and the whole styling of these sessions. So really impressive, and perhaps this is, I have attended so many of air quality sessions, but this is the first one I'm seeing where economics and air quality and the structuring of sessions have been done very well. So great to see the team doing structuring of the plenary and the technical sessions. Now, of course, I was also looking at, the topic that has been given to me today, which is one air and many bosses. And, the topic itself stimulates a lot of discussion. Is one air and many bosses right in the right context? Because if you look at air quality, it's a multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary issue, and you will have many bosses. So the idea is, how do these bosses work together? So in a positive context, I'm trying to look at this whole, and in this whole session, I will be focusing on CAQM as an example of integrated action. Can I have my presentation, please? So this is the, so just again focusing on the topic, which is one air and many bosses, building institutions for integrated climate and clean air action. I also want to mention here that, mostly people refer to climate and air quality together. Of course, we have already heard that there are areas where you can work for climate and decarbonization, but that may not be addressing the air quality issues. An example is the CNG transition here, or an example is the CAFE norms in the CO2 based norms in the vehicular sector that may be focused on decarbonization but not focused on addressing air quality parameters, and that's an important issue that we need to look in. So what is CAQM? Perhaps if you look across, this is an example where a statutory body have come up exclusively focused on air quality mitigation in Delhi NCR. And there are very few examples across in the world where such institutions have been structured which actually look at air quality per se. The focus, of course, on policy and regulatory reform, but I want to highlight one thing in this slide, which is air quality governance. It's all about governance of air quality that we are discussing today. And that's where I think the interagency coordination, how it can be done through a statutory directions and enforcement, of course, evidence building, R&D and outreach. The map actually shows the national capital region, the adjoining areas is an important part because that gives us the mandate to actually operate around a 300 square kilometer area in Delhi, which means right up to Punjab, the thermal power plants, and of course for stubble burning. How do we look at CAQM's efforts? Of course, people have spoken a lot about airshed approach. Now, this is multi-sectoral, multi-jurisdiction, and cross-disciplinary approach, and that's why one air will have many bosses. How do you do it? I think one is formulation of a policy, the regulatory directions that we have done, about almost 90 directions have been done till date, 17 advisories, and these are the ones that are actually working on the ground in terms of monitoring, progress reviews, and tracking action. But the important part is the last part, is fixing accountability, and I'll give you some examples on that. Enforcement, prosecution, and penalty, which involves the environmental compensation. How CAQM has been looking at these aspects, because these are the nuts and bolts of action and delivery that you want to see on the ground. And I would focus again on continual learning. This is a process that institutions need to do, and that's what CAQM has been doing regularly. Again, the multi-sectoral nature, CAQM and interagency coordination, working across right from the central ministries, state governments, pollution control boards. A critical part, as was mentioned by the previous speaker here, Mr. Manoj Singh from the UP government, that the urban local bodies, a critical part of the implementation. And of course, a lot of the knowledge part comes from the institutions, ISRO, IITM and others, but an integral part is working with the civil society organizations, RWAs, and of course industry associations, which brings in the private sector context to that. Now, the fundamental thing, if you want to work on air quality, I think the beginning is actually through the air quality monitoring network. And this was again discussed in the morning. Again, if you compare the Delhi NCR region with other regions in the world, I think the number of air quality monitoring stations is quite dense. Of course, there is a challenge in how many of these stations are still measuring ambient air quality because of the way they are located. The issue is that air quality early warning system, decision support system is something that allows us to work in this direction. In terms of the sectors, I will not get into this, but just to say that a regular auditing of 30 local government agencies on dispersed sources is something that we are doing. About 2 lakh issues with 70% resolution. CAQM is known for the graded response action plan. Of course, it's a preventive measure, and we can discuss, how the parameters, 64 parameters are actually addressed during the GRAP period, trying to look at monitoring of things on the ground. Now, people have, mentioned what are the successes or what are the challenges that we have faced. Some of the programs I would like to highlight that over a 3-year period, concerted action in the field of biomass pellet consumption through co-firing of paddy stubble has been a success, in the sense that if you look at the 11 NCR TPPs, the thermal power plants, they have already reached an 86% utilization of paddy stubble compared to the other regions, which is about 14%. So this is actually giving you the strength of regulation and regulatory reform. And this builds through policy advocacy, supply chain building and stimulating the private sector for pellet and briquette manufacturing, and of course interagency monitoring through the existing schemes of the government. Then I'll come to another example. This is enforcement of the Punjab and Haryana. I mentioned in my first slide prosecution, enforcement, penalties. Now this is a good example, and you just need to look at column number 2 and perhaps 5 to 8. Column number 2 is about the penalties that have been imposed and realized in last year in paddy stubble burning. But important to look at 5 to 8, which is about accountability and ensuring that transparency among the officials who are working on this. So right from the nodal officers managing the in the panchayat, to agriculture extension officers, to state government, and the district collectors, at every stage, this is something that has been, done in terms of show cause notices, complaints that have been filed, which then pushes the government system to deliver and report on the results that we are mentioning. I don't want to elaborate on that because we have got our member secretary who's actually working on this particular area, and he can certainly elaborate in this. And that brings me to my last slide. And this is an important slide, one of the most important. Again, reflecting on the issue of one air and many bosses. This is going to happen, but again, if the focus is on drivers and enablers for air quality governance and outcome reporting, then you need to look at the governance reform. Today morning, we have heard a lot about institutions and the idea that we need to have a new SPV, we need to start new things. Of course, you can start new institutions, but ultimately, the delivery of results on the ground would require reform in the existing institutions. And that reform requires, number one, better communication of air quality data and the health impacts to the most vulnerable. Of course, people on the ground know it as dhool or dhua. They don't know about PM10 and PM12, 2.5 that you are talking about. So please remember that the most vulnerable, unless the message reaches there, and this was emphasized in another session also, this is critical part, and we have people here like Bharati from Chintan who are actually working more focused on directly with the people who are most vulnerable, who are disproportionately affected because of air pollution, because of their lives and livelihoods. Resource convergence and fund convergence augmentation, I gave the example of the stubble burning or the co-firing in TPPs, but essential thing in institutions that we have forgot is roles and responsibilities within and across institutions. Now, unless the roles and responsibilities are re-engineered to focus on the problem, things will not be delivering on the ground. So you can have number of new institutions, but re-engineering, reform of institutions is a critical part that needs to be done. And my final point is performance incentives. If you look at, the slide on prosecution, accountability of officers, that's all about performance incentives and disincentives within institutions and across institutions. And that's important. Leveraging action, I need to mention this because we've got the honorable member from the NGT here, but the Supreme Court and the NGT judiciary has been really pushing this, and CAQM brings in that interface and the convening power. CAQM brings in that convening power where institutions, the programs can then be delivered to results and reporting. And this is again moving beyond input and output reporting, that standardized reporting that happens, to outcome reporting culture within the institution. So again, my message is that unless you really build and reform institutions and systems for action, which are the nuts and bolts of how institutions deliver results. Otherwise, what will happen, you will keep on creating new institutions, but the re-engineering of institutions and incentives will not be looked at. So I hope that the message has been there and we can address the convergence, the challenges and barriers along with the enablers in air quality. Again, thank you very much for the Aironomics team for putting up such a excellent setup. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया Virinder Sharma ji. Now may I request Dr. Anil Sharma ji to come forward. Anil ji, please come forward. We need your help to felicitate Dr. Virinder Sharma, Member Technical, Commission for Air Quality Management, CAQM. Dr. Sharma has given us, where is the photo team?
So I hope
Yes, sir. Yes,
that's
sir.
my time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now Shirish has to catch up.
Yes.
So ladies and gentlemen, now for the panel discussion, may I hand over the mic to Shirish. Shirish, mic is yours, close is yours.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Sharma, thank you so much for setting the context, especially your last slide where you provided kind of a blueprint around the reforms that are really needed to address some of the structural changes that's required. Thank you again, Aironomics team, for having this session. Very interesting topic to have because I think the issue around governance is something very much critical to multi-sectoral, multi-jurisdictional, and cross-functional, as Dr. Sharma put out, as an activities for us to focus on. This session also becomes extremely interesting because you have on the panel in front of you the former and the current bosses of those who manage the regulatory context on air quality in India, right? So I think it makes it much more interesting to have this conversation, hearing their thoughts, hearing their ideas on how we can essentially move towards more integrated approach. So as you see from the list panel, we have Justice Goel, the former chairperson of the NGT. We have Mr. Nautyal, who is the current member secretary of this Commission for Air Quality Management. Dr. Gargava, who has been with the Central Pollution Control Board, as well as he was heading the National Clean Air Program until recently. Ms. Utapa Chaudhary from the IPRD, and it's my privilege to moderate this session with them. So I will go straight to Justice Goel, sir, to you first. Obviously, Dr. Sharma gave the context. In your role as the former chair of the NGT, how do you see tribunal's role in broader national clean air framework, alongside various central, state, city level institutions? Dr. Sharma also talked about accountability is going to be something much more to look at. Where does the role, what has been the role of NGT in terms of setting the accountability? And if you could ask the third related question, given that there are so many multiple agencies, how does you as a member of the judiciary could fix roles and responsibilities between different agencies?
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this very, very important discussion, because this is affecting the life, the public health, and it is affecting very badly. So I want to make it clear that climate change and air pollution are both independent things. They may be related, but are different problems. So climate change is a larger problem, and climate change is on account of activities of the Western world. Contribution of South, or including India, is 4% according to IPCC 6th report 2023. India is in fact a victim and wants to be a solution, but the entire burden is being put, don't use coal, etc., etc. Then you have plans to switch over to other fuel, but it is not possible to do it immediately. So that I'm not discussing the climate change. Perhaps your subject also is not directly covering climate change. Air pollution, yes. We have Air Act 1981. So the standards are laid down. Then EP Act also has standards of the air quality. We have monitoring mechanism by equipments, CAAQM, continuous ambient air quality monitoring systems. So based on that, CPCB is continuously compiling data. That's not adequate. The data is not adequate because the equipments are also not adequate. And I'm not saying have more or less, etc. I'm not dealing with that at the moment. Yes, but the accurate data is one important thing. Have a national data grid, have a state data grid, have a district data grid of the air quality. Air quality standards are there. If you talk of institutions, there is no doubt of institutions. If you talk of regulatory mechanisms, there is no doubt of it. The Air Quality Act, Environment Protection Act, and the regulations, notifications, they're under. Institutions are there from top to bottom, yes. Now, to some extent, the air quality data is there. What is it showing? Every year, there is an increase in non-attainment cities, which is called NAT. You people are conversant. Non-attainment city is defined in Clean Air Program as a city where average air quality doesn't conform to the laid down standards for 5 years. All right? So every year data is released and the number of cities goes up. The sources of air pollution are well known. So what the the role of judiciary, the question I just come because you have asked me also, is to bridge the gaps in the law and its compliance. Law creates expectations. Constitution has provisions about environment. Constitution Article 21, right to life, right to clean air or clean environment is read by the Constitution, by the Supreme Court as part of right to life. Means if you violate environment norms, you are affecting somebody's life. And it's a fact. So sustainable development is one thing. You can't say we have to earn money, therefore do this or that. It has to be sustainable. It can't be at the cost of life. It can't be at the cost of health, whatever we do. Therefore, if as a progress, for economy's progress, it is necessary that we control the pollution. Because without, in a polluted air, polluted area, how will you set up industry? Because industry also requires environment clearance, impact assessment, environment impact assessment, environment clearance, and also under the Air Act, the pollution boards, consent to set up, consent to establish, consent to operate, CTE, CTO that is required. And then there is a 6-monthly review of your working, how much you are impacting the environment. Therefore, unless you are environment friendly, unless you take measures for control of air pollution, your activity, economic activity will be at a standstill. Not only industrial activity, even housing activity, construction projects, mining, and all other related activities are all linked. All gases which we release in the environment can adversely affect people's health, and nobody will permit people's health to be affected if we are to be a wealth nation. So, role of judiciary is once you have these constitutional provisions, then you have Air Quality Act where you have laid down standards of the components, what should be NOx, what should be PM 2.10, 2.5, etc., etc. So those are measured on the AQI. And if AQI is beyond a particular threshold, we know the health consequences. GRAP, for example, gradual response action plan. Then you have a response to the, and if the AQI index goes up, you know in September, October, November, Delhi, don't go out of the house. Don't open the window of the house. Don't go for what? How your activities are restricted. So the rights which are created under the Constitution and under the laws, you can access judicial remedy. Judicial remedy, like Article 32 in the Constitution says, you can directly approach Supreme Court if there is a violation of any fundamental right. Violation of any environment norms is ipso facto violation of right to life. Therefore, you can access Supreme Court, you can access High Court. Then NGT is a special forum, tribunal, for enforcing if there is air quality violation. Straight away, the National Green Tribunal comes into picture also. Apart from various other authorities, including this air quality monitoring, other forums are there, and the pollution boards. So what do they do? How do they enforce? First thing is environmental compensation. There is a violation, polluter pays principle, which is it. So you measure the extent of loss to the air quality. We know in Chembur in Bombay, what was happening, those industries, logistic companies, etc., etc., the people were dying. The KLM hospital or KM hospital, they gave a report. You know in Gujarat, in this tile manufacturing, how they were impacting 500 plus AQI all the time. Then what do you do? So judiciary comes into the picture when people say there is a violation. And as per procedure applicable, the standing requirement is relaxed. Anyone can come say, here is the violation of environmental law. He may not be affected. Other people are affected, I am coming here. So that's how judiciary comes in. Theoretically sounds well. I'm not saying beyond, just one minute. Yeah. But what is happening is, just in front of Supreme Court, or in front of the High Court, or in front of the NGT, is there no air pollution violation? Air norm violation? It's very much rampant. Why? Because institutions or judiciary or forum, however important, is not adequate. Government authorities, however important, any number of authorities we have, and I'm not criticizing any one of them. They may be doing their good job. They may be doing that, but what is the result? If people are dying, or AQI is rising before 300, 400 or 500, adversely affecting the health, how do we remedy? Therefore, judiciary, yes, you can come. These are all responses. But what is your plan? Plan requires fundamental thing I just want to mention, I can't resist. And I'll request you for 1 or 2 minutes for this. Is fundamental capacity is, are your policies, are your activities related to carrying capacity study? Do you have carrying capacity study of each and every activity? Let us take it in case of Delhi. How much construction Delhi can sustain? Has anybody conducted scientific study? Or is it on an agenda? There are directions of the Supreme Court, there are directions of the NGT. Let me tell you, NGT gave directions about each and every possible thing required to be done and not being done. But then directions, giving direction will not help unless it is done. Because carrying capacity study will mean how many vehicles will be allowed, how many buildings will be. You are permitting one layer of building everywhere, okay, without any carrying capacity. Then you will demolish all buildings. So continuously process is going on in Delhi, in every colony, demolish the building so that you will construct one more floor which will have more value, money value, and there is no requirement, no restriction on that, except under the graph. When AQI goes beyond 300 or 400, no construction. Otherwise, you can do any number. So, where is the carrying capacity study? That's one point. Second point is, you have eco-sensitive zones. Once you know that AQI has gone up, like eco-sensitive zone, you must have list of prohibited and regulated activities. And the activities prohibited, supposing you are saying it's a congested area, Chandni Chowk or Karol Bagh, how many vehicles will be allowed to go there? There is no restriction on parking on the roads. There is no restriction of any number of vehicles. One after the vehicles continuously standing. And they say, all right, switch off on red light, switch off the engine. And we will monitor it. Will that help? So these superficial solutions will not have fundamental policy changes, fundamental mindset changes, and making it people's movement alongside government movement. Are these two solutions in the long run, and as and when we wake up, we will have to do it. Today we have not voted fully. Thank you.
Just to go, thank you so much. Very two clear points of what we should really be looking at, right? And you're right that some of the superficial solutions are not really the long-term planning essentially is going to be critical. I'll turn to Dr. Gargav. Dr. Gargav, you have been in various regulatory roles, including the National Clean Air Program. The question I wanted to ask you was, how do you view the current state of air quality in the country, and what progress have we made, and the different initiatives of NCAP, and where do you see are the biggest opportunities for us in future, and what we should be addressing to do that?
I think we have been able to put up a very well structured program in NCAP for dealing air quality, and we have made some progress in terms of creating institutions or developing coordination mechanism. There are action plans at all levels. As we know that air does not know any boundary, we have action plans at national level, the state level, and also city level. Then within city you have hotspot, micro level plannings. There is convergence of resources through different government schemes. There is performance linked incentive grants. There is technical institutions supporting the municipal bodies, other implementing agencies. There is team deployed. There is very robust monitoring system. We have web-based portal that captures the track progress, physical as well as financial progress, almost seamlessly, paperless. There are coordination committees at all levels. So we have been able to put up a very well structured program in place. To that sense, we have made progress. Last 4 or 5 years, the joint efforts put in by the committees, we have seen improving trends in large number of cities. If I remember correctly, more than 90 cities started showing reduction trends. So to that extent, we have been able to put up a good program, but there is a long way to go. The next level of action planning, I think what is happening is, since the sources are common, more or less, actions also primarily will be the similar. If one has to deal with traffic, then you talk about strengthening public transportation, or removing traffic congestion, or introducing cleaner vehicles. So all the action plans primarily would look similar. What is important next phase would be that when we talk about city-specific plans, there has to be an expert team which could guide cities to prioritize. Okay, there are a number of things city has to do, but having the limited resources, how do you expedite? Because we don't have luxury. See, next 50 years, if you implement these plans, probably will be good, but you don't have that much of time. So how do you fast track? That's what is important. And therefore, the action plan now has to be, city specific. It has to be people centric. Let me take example of solid waste management. You develop, an ideal system, and then expect the system to respond to that, follow that system, which in field does not happen. So if a city is not able to have, waste segregation at household level, please look at the technologies which can handle the mixed waste. Rather than, because see, it will take generations to change behavior, and you can't wait for generations. While the efforts to change the behavioral pattern should continue, at the same time, you must make your plans, which are people-centric. Now, without getting into the details, I know you are, constrained of time. The monitoring mechanism, or the gaps, or the financial resources, these are all things which can be arranged. There are two very important points that I want to touch upon now. One is, of course, the public engagement, which is very, very important. So far, we have been able to engage with people on the limited terms. You have one or two some IC programs here and there, some conferences to tell people as to what is air pollution, or one could create, a redressal system, complaint redressal system. People can make complaints. So that is the level of engagement that we have. Honorable, Justice, you were mentioning about, involvement of people. So people's involvement, you have to continuously get engaged with them, and we also have to, ensure that, while there is a right to clean air, there are also duties of each individual defined in the Constitution to protect environment. So we will have to, bring this to a level where, public is fully involved. Second thing what I have seen is, this problem can't be solved by, techniques, resources, or institutions having employees. We need to build leadership at local levels, at all levels. You create an army, where people are, willing to give their lives to protect the country, the motherland. Why can't we create, 1,500 people, leaders at different levels across institutions, at the top level, the state level, the grassroots level, the municipal level? We will have to create, leadership, local leadership that can drive the work. So unless until we have, this kind of, setup, probably we will be making progress, but it will not be, fast track, and it will be, business as usual scenario will continue, for longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaveri. Two, again, very interesting points, both on public engagement, but also in terms of building the local leadership. Ms. Chaudhary, I was turned to you. I mean, you have been leading some of the large multi-regional initiatives, including the one on climate adaptation. Drawing from your experience, how do you view the importance of institutional alignment and regional coordination, especially in advancing India's clean air agenda? And a link is, given what kind of cross-sector partnership will help to drive that?
Thank you very much. Let me just introduce myself properly because the board says Deputy Head Indo-Pacific Regional Department. I'm actually here representing the British government. I work at the British High Commission. So I felt it important in this panel to explain that the position that the views that I'm sharing are those of the British government. But firstly, it's great on a Saturday to see a room full of people eager to talk about air pollution is quite something. You know, it shows the scale of the problem, the scale of urgency, and also just the number of people who have a stake in finding a solution. So this is really quite something. Of course, air pollution is a shared crisis, but the governance of it remains fragmented, and I think that's why this panel matters so much. The air respects no boundaries. Others have already said that, neither administrative nor political. But I'm delighted to be here as part of this panel because I think these are exactly the right set of players to be getting together to find these common solutions for the scale of the challenge that lies ahead of us. I think this morning you've already heard a lot of data on premature deaths, on AQI, and so I'm not going to repeat all of that, but I just want to say that the crisis, as I see it, is also an opportunity. It's an opportunity because the very actions that clean our air, transitioning to clean energy, electrifying transport, managing waste, are the same actions that will drive green jobs, economic resilience, and climate adaptation. So I'm trying to be hopeful as well as recognizing the scale of the challenge. Just very quickly on what the UK is doing specifically on air pollution. Let me just give you a few highlights. So one of the programs which my team manages is called Climate Action for a Resilient Asia. It's a huge multi-million-pound program worth £274 million over the next 9 years. And it's primarily working with the World Bank and ICIMOD on this topic of regional air quality management across the Indo-Gangetic Plain. So this is absolutely about a multi-sectoral approach because we produce high-quality analytics, technical assistance, invest in design in key sectors, and convene, just like this room today where we're convening different partners for the solution. One of the things we do is get together and engage at different levels. So most recently, we've been working in 12 different national and subnational jurisdictions in India, including 8 state governments. And on the 4th of November, I'm not sure if our panel from UP earlier mentioned this, but on the 4th of November last year, the UP government approved the constitution of a Clean Air Management Authority, which resulted in a 5-year investment project worth $350 million US dollars with the World Bank. Now, that was made possible partly because of the research, analysis, and regional meetings that we have been supporting through this climate action program. Beyond climate adaptation, we invest in EVs, in waste to energy, and in diesel generator retrofits, all of which are aimed at reducing emissions. Just a couple of words on the UK's climate ambitions, because much of this tallies with what's happening here in India. I mean, we also remain steadfast in the commitment to a net zero future by 2050. That includes a 68% reduction in emissions by 2030 and 78% by 2037. We have new legislation on a Great British Energy Bill that will accelerate the transition to net zero. And finally, I just want to say that we're really proud to be partnering with India through the UK-India Net Zero Innovation Centre and initiatives like ZEV Declaration and Accelerating to Zero Coalition. So the message, just to conclude, is really simple. Climate action, just like the last speaker said, it's not just an environmental imperative, It's an economic opportunity, and it's one that requires leadership at all levels. So I completely and wholeheartedly agree with that. We are very clear that there is no one size fits all or any one solution, but they need to be tailored to local contexts, backed by science, and scaled through partnerships. But this is not a challenge that any one government or sector or institution can solve on its own. But together, through a shared vision, aligned incentives, and empowered institutions, I think we can unlock India's blue skies. I hope we can unlock India's blue skies economy. And thank you to Aironomics. I think the title is great. It was really intriguing me. So as an economist, blending the word economics with air was very interesting. Thank you very much to Dalberg for inviting me to this panel, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Chaudhary. And we do hope that very soon the UK government will come out with the Clean Air Act, which they promised, but they have put it on back burner right now. I'll turn to Mr. Nautiyal. So you've been in the role as Dr. Sharma also presented. My question was that given the Commission's institutional model, how do you address the challenge of the fragmented governance, which he highlighted, right? And it will remain, right? But how do we really need to find, and so that there is an very coordinated action to essentially happen?
Thank you, Shirish. First of all, heartfelt thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And to come straight to the question here, which is very, very relevant. And with your permission, with the House's permission, I just want to take this liberty to slightly tweak the title of this session. I would want to address it in the manner, one air, many reasons, many bosses, one cause. And I'll come to the units of it. One air, of course, it's a common shared resource, flows across, knows no boundary, and hence, whosoever and wheresoever it is getting polluted, it's definitely a crime in the current day scenario. Many causes, many reasons rather, we all understand. You look into any aspect of any anthropogenic activity, there is an element of air pollution and there is an element of carbon footprint. The point is how responsible we are towards consumption, towards sustainable management of all the resources that we have at hand, and definitely the way we manage our day-to-day and the bigger functions, including the developmental roles that we have taken up. Many bosses, inevitable, and there is a requirement, considering that it is so multi-pronged across sectors. So definitely there are going to be many bosses, but at the end, there has to be only one cause, that is to reduce air pollution. Now with that, I believe, gels with the philosophy that the Commission has adopted, in the sense that Commission by itself comprises of members across central ministries, key central ministries. It has the members from the respective state governments at the highest level functionaries. It has members from expert organizations. It has members from academia. It has members from the non-profits. It has members from the sectoral representative groups. So all in all, that's the topmost structure of it. Thereafter, there are regional and sectoral subcommittees, including 3 subcommittees on R&D. One is monitoring and enforcement, and the third one is safeguarding. So that kind of a network and that kind of an institutional framework calls in for as much as multilateral, I'll say, participation, as also deliberations at every stage. So consultative, participative approach is the one which has actually helped the Commission to, decide for policy actions first. First and foremost, the policy actions, what they call for, are through statutory directions. First is the policy, thereafter the statutory direction. Now, very important, there's one thread which is very important and common in all our statutory directions. We need to clearly define, we have rather done it so, we say what needs to be done. Any direction of ours or any advisory will clearly spell out what needs to be done. Second is the who part of it. Who does it? Which are the responsible agencies? That's what Dr. Virendra Sharma talked about the accountability and all. And very important, we definitely need to have a vision or a targeted timeline. By when? And if possible, we have added an element to the means of it. It's not possible for every direction, but definitely we do give an advice as to an institutional mechanism or a scientific input or a technology upgrade, which would help to move in that direction. So all our directions are very, very focused, targeted, and with humble kind of a submission here, I will say that over these 4 years, though it's a long journey, as I oftenly say, it's a journey of 1,000 miles, but I do believe we have taken some few good steps, initial steps, and I'm confident that with the participative and collaborative approach, we definitely are on the right track. We have actually flattened the curve, and the figures are there. I'll not go into it. My colleague Jayachandran is here, who is the repository of all the AQI data and in Delhi, and so he'll probably give you a better insight as to how Delhi AQIs has progressed over the years. But all in all, I would say that the theme, one air, many reasons, many bosses, but one cause, if we knit it well, I'm sure we are in the right direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nautil. Thank you. I know he's waiting for us to wrap up and leave the stage, but I'm going to request one closing remarks from each one of you. If we have heard the mission mode from everything, so it's a brief 10-second response, not more than that, right? Everybody has talked about going for a mission approach. That's what likely to deliver. If that mission has to be thought of, do you think we have the right institutional infrastructure, or something, what Dr. Sharma said, reforms that needs to be brought in? Short response.
Yes, CAQ is a good example of that, considering 4 states and the critical mass of the Indo-Gangetic plain, which is essentially the hotspot. Yeah. If we could get and develop a common platform and a common strategy, we have come to despite the federalism, what we have done is we have adopted common standards for this region. Okay. So that definitely probably is a way to go forward.
Sure, thanks. Dr. Gagar, quickly.
Very quickly, see, we have to have a blend of strategies. Be it technology coupled with enforcement, day-to-day actions. Similarly, for coordination also, you have to have again blending of standardization, flexibility, and I would say persistent engagement. So we provide uniform SOPs, framework centrally, so that there is commonality. Give some flexibility to the city and then the states to work on, and then there has to be continuous persistent engagement with all those who have to contribute.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would just say that India is not alone on this journey in terms of managing air pollution, but we've got plenty of examples from other places, like, of course, California, where airshed management first started, but from Hanoi in Vietnam, from Accra in Ghana, all of which show that an integrated approach to governance works when it's informed by data, when it's community-driven, and when institutions like the ones on this stage align with one another.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time and for your insights, and back to you.
Thank you, Shirish. Thanks for the wonderful session. Mr. Goyal had to step out for his some urgent work which he had. Now may I request Mr. Anil Gupta ji, if you can please come. Anil Gupta ji is Sarkareva of Delhi Prant of RSS. In English, if I could translate, he is heading Delhi State of RSS. To felicitate the wonderful gentleman and Lady Satupa Chowdhury for their insights. Anil Gupta ji, we are presenting all of them with green plants, ji, so that we can think green and bring green into the action. Shatrupa Chaudhary ji, Arvind Nautiyal, Member Secretary, CAQM, and Shiri Sinha from CAF. Thank you, Shirish. Thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now let's proceed with the next session. The session is on clearing the air, transforming power and industry. Highlight cutting edge upgrades in the Indian industrial and thermal power sectors to reduce air pollution at scale. It will be spotlight cleaner production technologies and critical retrofits in the thermal power plants such as FGDs and other advanced emission controls. To build the conversation, we have with us Mr. Ujjwal Bhattacharya. He is former director, projects and technical, NTPC Limited. Ujjwal. Just give me 2 minutes now. You can use this.
Good afternoon to all of you. On the screen it is showing as Director Technical and Projects, NTPC, and I will introduced with a former, so that is corrected. Today I come here and talk on my individual capacity, not as Director of NTPC. So anything and everything I say will be my own and no way connected to NTPC, and NTPC should not be held responsible for anything. Second thing, in my presentation slides, because this is taken from my earlier slides, I had some 600 plus slides on air pollution things. Quickly I made some out of that, but I forgot to delete the NTPC. In fact, it gives me pain to delete anything related to NTPC. After 41 years of working with that organization, when we started it was a startup, and when I concluded my journey with NTPC directly, it was a second largest IPP in the world and 10th largest power utility with a 80,000 approximately megawatt capacity. As we have grown, when I say we, pardon me because I still have those affinities. So today I should say as NTPC has grown, but I will always be transgressing on these things, and allow me that. As NTPC has grown, the Indian power sector has also grown. As we have improved the PLF, the generation has gone up. For upping the generation, be it in the gas-fired sector, which is only 25,000 megawatt in Indian context out of almost 480. But the coal fired has picked up heavily, and with this the coal firing has gone substantially high. Now coal is good in terms of its positive externality. When we fire coal properly in a coal fired power station, or for that matter gas in a gas turbine power station, it gives us abundant amount of power, coal being much cheaper than gas. But the negative externality, the outcome on which we have little control, have control but less control, that it comes out with pollutants. One of that you are all very aware, and that's the buzz of the day. That's the carbon emission, GHG emission. And apart from that, there are other emission in the particulate matters like SPM, which we call dust particle, SOx, the different variants of sulfur with oxides, starting from SO2, SO3, SO4, like that, and NOx. These are the different variants of nitrogen with oxides, like nitrous to everything, nitrogen dioxide. Now the question is, as somebody was very rightly telling, any anthropological behavior will have a negative externality in the form of pollution. Yes, as we live and breathe, we take oxygen and give out less oxygen, more carbon dioxide. So this is a natural phenomena, can't help. We have to take care that we don't cross the limit which makes it unsustainable. And that's the context of today's small presentation cum lecture that I have curated for you, that how to develop the power sector without crossing the red line of pollution norms. The norms for this country is in the realm of the government, MOEF, CPCB, CAQM, these are the agencies and authorities to decide on the norms and also to have a watch on that and take either corrective measures through advisory or penal measures through enforcement of law. So we'll discuss on that as we go forward. There is a debate going on for almost 8 years now, since 2016 end, almost 2017, about FGD, because I think there is a general consensus that dust particle which is coming out of the coal-fired power station must go down, and the new stringent norms, be it public sector, be it central public utility, CPSUs, or state or private companies, IPPs, or even captive power plants, they have taken some measure or others to a small or large extent to reduce the dust emission, that SPM. The issue where the problem and debate has started is whether you need to go for SOx and NOx emission, and primarily because the SOx needs huge amount of investment. The debate is raging right now. On the NOx, there are issues. In fact, the world is full of lobbies, and that's also very natural. When you go for business, you have to go for lobbying. On the NOx, lots of lobbies came from outside India and tried to give us a lot of ideas. And we accepted all of them with an open mind, but we are very clear that we will not do anything which is not data-driven and scientifically proved. So on the NOx, the matter went to different level, including Supreme Court, and there was a committee constituted in terms of whether we should go for SCR, SNCR or not. We had a position that we don't need it, and with Indian coal, it is not feasible. Ultimately, we prevailed, luckily, with all kinds of data. We invited 8 different agencies all over the world, very reputed, be it MHI or even homegrown BHEL, to put their system in our power stations as an experimental basis. And we worked on that for a year, and the results were submitted to no less than Supreme Court through the authorities. Debates were there, and the NOx has come to a level where we told that by minimum invasive investment and tweaking, what we call as SOFA panel improvement, that is basically overfire system. I will not get into too much of technicalities. The NOx reduction is possible to a large extent to bring it within the limit. And it's there. I think the pollution norms are also being revised based on that. I hope it will be revised very soon accordingly. But the consensus is there, at least it was there till such time I was handling it. On the SOX, the debate is still raging and the jury is still out. So I thought let me make a quick presentation on particularly on FGD and the SOX reduction, which will be more beneficial for all of you in the quick time. As I told that a typical power station, coal-fired power station, is like this. It takes fuel, coal, LDO, HFO. LDO is light diesel oil and HFO is furnace oil. These are secondary fuel, coal is a primary fuel, air, water, all inside. It comes out with pollutants like ash and waste material and effluents on the lower side as given. On the air side, which is the more important thing of today, we come out with SPM, there is a dust concentration coming out of the chimney, we call it flue or stack. Then SO2, SO3, these are the SOx variants. NOx, different variants of nitrogen. Mercury, because mercury is there in the coal itself. And we also come out with different kinds of water vapor, N2O2, CO2 as we told, which is given as green here. Some people will probably kill me when I go outside and say I have indicated CO2 as green. This is the new norm which came in 2015. I think all of you know it very well. I need not spend more time. Only important thing I want to highlight here, that on the SOX, which is the point of discussion right now, that for the units to be installed from 1/1/2017, the norm was brought down to 100. Now this was earlier not there and it created a lot of issues. Now there are some background and chronology. This environmental norm did not come in 2015 suddenly out of the blue. From January 1989, the authorities and the government are consistently working in this direction to reduce the pollutions from the industrial activities and to improve the air quality, water quality, everything. And as we progressed, the notification came in 15, formulated based on size and age of units, and the implementation timelines were given as it is here, 2 years from existing plants and COD for new plants, etc. It was again amended in 2018, where stack height and water consumption was modified with amendment on 1910-2020 NOx norms for unit installed between 2004 and 16 were amended to make it more practicable. And then again an amendment came in 31/3/2021, timelines for implementation, because it was very, very difficult for a country like ours, as big as our power sector, to change the even the air pollution overnight, because so many units and so less number of equipment suppliers and requirement of so much of investment. Again in 5th September 2022, the deadlines and timelines for FGD completion are extended by 2 more years, and then extension of SOX norms, etc. were done. So that means it proves that government is not only very, very clear about its role and requirement of improving the air quality from as far back as 1989, the government has also been very careful that things cannot be done overnight and people should be given time, but constantly they have been pestering and now they are controlling in much more stringent norms. And that's what I say is a welcome move. Now these are the latest notification on FGD. The red marks, if you see there, the earlier the parameter other than SO2. When I say other than SO2, that means the SPM, NOx, etc. For them, the norms were 31st December 22 within 10 km radius of national capital, and SO2 norms were December 2024. Wherever it is red, the earlier one is just 3 years minus from that. So if it is 2027, it is 2024 earlier, 2028 was 2025 earlier, 2029 was 2026 earlier. That's how it is to be read. And for non-compliant activities, they came out with a policy of what I call is a commuting, but commuting not forever, penal provision for the interim, and they came out with the concept of the penalizing you for the pollution, polluter pay. If we convert those pollution penalties into the rupee term, these are the likely expenditure or penalty that you have to incur for a typical 200 megawatt unit. It is 13.82 crore environmental compliance penalty charges for first 6 months only. And if I add both, it becomes 56.06. Similarly, for EC in crore for next 6 months, 6 to 12, will be 20.74. First 6 months will be this because there is a graded penalty provision, right? Now, there are some categorization of the locations based on which the norms have been placed, and this is how the category looks like. One important thing is which generally creates confusion is about the non-attainment city. Non-attainment cities are the cities where they have consistently failed to improve their AQI index as agreed and given by the government consistently for 5 years. That's a non-attainment. So if we categorize and look at the power station only, we find that category A, which are big cities, NCR region, etc., there are total 66 power generating units with a capacity of 20,577 megawatt. Category B, which includes the non-attainment areas where the units are total 72 and capacity is 24057, and the critically polluted areas are 462 units are there with 1,66,000 megawatt, total 2,11,519 megawatt capacity. Now, the present timeline I have already told, it has been extended like here by 3 years, 24 to 27, 25 to 28 and 26 to 29. The rationale is that there are too many units and too few suppliers in our country. Suppliers, who are the EPC agencies? BHEL is one of the largest, you can say. L&T is there, ISGEC is there, Thermax has come, and there are other organizations which are taking EPC, but they are not the manufacturer themselves. So the supply of equipment and implementation is taking a huge time. Secondly, what initially was not understood properly by all of us collectively, both the government as well as the industry, that retrofitting an FGD in an operating power station, especially old power stations, where you may or may not have adequate space for keep that footprint of the FGD, it becomes a nightmare to retrofit it. So it not only slows down, you have to go for a lot of expenditure, and ultimately it takes time. So that's why government has progressively continued to extend the dates. Now, last date as extended is 27 for these A category, 28 B category and 29 C category as on date. One more important thing government has given, that if you are going to retire the power station, like you are running a old power station which is 30 years old or maybe more, and you think that you don't want to run it because it is economically not viable or technically not feasible, then you give a timeline to the government, declare to CA is the authority, and take their permission that you want to shut it down by certain year, certain date and year. Like in NTPC, you have shut down certain power stations, very old power stations which you took over from SEBs. Such power stations, once you declare, government has told, if it is shut down within December 2030, then you are given exemption from putting FGD, because in 2025, if you put an FGD there, it takes 2.5 to 3 years minimum to commission it. You use it for another 2 or 3 years, and the entire expenditure goes because you shut it down. So they have given an exemption for such units up to 2030. Those which units are being shut down, they are exempted from implementation of FGD, and for them the penalty will also not be imposed, with the condition that if you don't shut down in 2030, you go for another 1 year or 2 years, then the entire backlog penalty will be collected from you. And that's the teeth, otherwise everybody will game it, right? Now, some stories about NTPC, because I was on the hem of this, and I can tell all these things very clarity. And also NTPC is the first boy in this entire aspect, because we have gone for FGD from the very beginning and have started implementing. So this was our approach, which may not be very important here, but let me take you to this. Worldwide plant visits and feedback we have done first. Analysis and inputs to CERC and CEA, because if we expend, I need to get it back in the form of revenue. CERC is the appropriate regulator for us. CEA is the technical authority for power sector in the country. So we gave feedback and discussed with them. Then with technology selection and pilot testing we had done. We have not jumped into the things because it's a huge expenditure. Then phasing strategy and action plan, which plan to be taken first, how it is going to come, because overnight I cannot spend that much of money. And then tendering and implementation. That's the way we have started. And then we have also gone for technology selection. These were the things we have kept in our mind. SO2 efficiency requirement. The requirement is based on the type of the unit and type of coal that we are using at a particular power plant, and the efficiency will make sure that the outcome of the air in terms of the SO2 NOx level will be within the limit that government has specified. Then unit remaining life, as we discussed, it makes no sense if a power station is going to shut down in 2 years or 3 years to go for this. Government has also given. This is one very important factor, plant load factor. Based on plant load factor, the technology itself can change. If a power station is going to work for a high PLF, which most of the NTPC large power stations go for 100%, if a power station is running at 40% or likely to run at 40, 45, 50%, selection of technology may change because of the techno-economics of it. I will come to that. Then capital and operating cost, definitely without that it doesn't work. Reliability and space constraint, I told about it. Number of suppliers and the constraints. Supply chain, ash sellability and disposal. Because once we put FGD, the characteristic of ash changes. Now today ash is a headache for all the coal-fired power stations because we don't get new land for creating of ash pond, unlike earlier days. So we have to go for ash cell. Sometimes you have to give subsidy for people to lift and take it away. That's a different story altogether. But the quality and quality of ash changes. Then implementation schedule. Now these are the types of technologies that we have gone for, and we tried to make a comparison. One is wet limestone, and I have kept it first because all kinds of units, it works fine. It has got a strong supply chain for input, and the byproduct, that is gypsum, is also good if you operate it properly. It has a sale value, and input availability, that is limestone, is also available within India, and some amount if you import outside you can get higher grade quality of gypsum. Then there is a possibility of seawater for SOx, but that is only applicable for coastal plants, and you have to go for open water cycle, which we don't do these days. But there are some units, like in south we have Tuticorin plants. In Sri Lanka we are putting a power station that is also seawater FGD. Ammonia based FGD, where the byproduct is basically fertilizer, ammonium sulfate. But this is mainly one Chinese supplier, high ammonia required, safety hazard is there, high operational risk, and very high input cost of ammonia as compared to limestone. The comparison is on per kg basis between ₹4 and ₹42. That's the kind of comparison. So it is 10 times costlier. So the OPEX becomes very high. On the CAPEX side, the difference is not too much. But only advantage is if you can really produce good quality of ammonium sulfate, it can be sold and that has a value. Then we went for circulating dry scrubber concept also. Assess them. Here the flue gas circulation, recirculation is done for a load below a certain level. It is not very applicable for an organization like ours where the large power stations working almost at full load every time, and it has its own problems also. Too many modules are needed for 660 megawatt and higher size. Most of the NTPC power stations over the last 15 years are of this size. Then bag filter is required for ultimately arresting the outcome of it, which is SO4, and disposal of byproduct becomes difficult. But Hindalco, I can tell you, is experimenting with these for their power stations, captive power station. Then there is a concept of dry sorbent injection, where instead of wet limestone, we go for what is known as baking soda. We go for that spraying inside instead of limestone, and it works. But the problem of this will come later on. This has a low capex but very high opex. So if the PLF is high, then if you have low capex, very high opex, and we have a high capex and low opex, wet FGD and dry sorbent, ultimately we zeroed in on these two, and we have used both in our power stations. And if a power station has a high dispatch, high PLF, then wet FGD becomes the winner from the techno-economics point of view. This is all India scenario. Out of roughly 212 megawatt capacity, 212 gigawatt capacity rather, 68.4 gigawatt has been awarded for FGD retrofit, out of which almost, this is the NTPC scenario. Out of this, NTPC has gone for 68.440 gigawatt, 68.44 gigawatt. Almost the entire fleet of NTPC has gone for retrofit, under construction or executed. As I was telling you about the supply chain, BHEL is the largest beneficiary of this supply. All are tendered out through an open process. 28,000 megawatt is being done by BHEL, 41% of NTPC's capacity of 6844 megawatt, 440 megawatt. GE is the second with 19%, L&T is third with 13%, and then rest of the things progressively is JEC, Thermax, Melco has come up very recently, new kid on the block. KC Cottrell, original US company, they have also come up. The number is showing 0 here because of the Excel sheet. They have also got some minuscule one below 0.5% like that, and that's the situation we have awarded and we are working on this. Now this is a very interesting depiction. I wanted to show it to you. If you see here, China has made very stringent norm for their SOx, SO2 concentration coming out of the chimney. They have made it 35, whereas in India we have made it 100. USA is 60. European Union for hard coal it is 75. Earlier it was different, now made it same. For lignite also it is 75. India is 100. Turkey is 150, South Korea 229, Vietnam and going all the way to Indonesia to 804. Now a lot of people have come to me and we discuss it also even these days, whether India needs FGD because the coal that we use, domestic coal, are low sulfur as compared to European power stations or Japanese power stations. Yes, it's a very valid argument, but the concept is that the low sulfur coal are also very high GCV coal. So if you see the concentration of sulfur being put inside the boiler, the quantum of total sulfur going inside becomes multiple times, in some cases 3 times than typical high grade coal of EU or USA power station. Secondly, even if you see the best of the power station, forget about these highly developed countries and economies, China has gone to 35. Even if we forget and ignore that, I go to the worst one where the maximum is allowed is 804 in Indonesia. Today if we don't go for FGD, with Indian coal with best of the operating practices and the power station designed by NTPC. Non-FGDs are more than 1200. So even if you go by the most relaxed standard that Indonesia follows, in our case, with the even Indian coal with least sulfur concentration there, we are still much beyond that the level that even Indonesia allows, right? So there is a point and there is an urgent requirement to look into it seriously, holistically, and we have agreed and we have gone ahead with this. This is the absolute quantum. If you see the absolute quantum wise, the Indian context, the quantum of sulfur dioxide is going up. Whereas in these countries, Indonesia is showing some amount of increment, rest are all either static or showing a slightly lower path, right? That's why we need to go for FGD or SO2 control even more urgently. I can skip this because there is a video, I don't have time. Now implementation challenges, yes, we have faced all these things. The layout constraint and underground surprises, because when we did the power station, there are a lot of facilities underground. This is one case which metro always face. When they go for metro, if it is an underground metro, they face these challenges. They don't know what is there in terms of cable, in terms of water line, in terms of other facilities below. So when you go for new construction in a power station which is operating, where you cannot go for dynamite blasting or you cannot go for large scale area available, then you have to be very clear about what are the underground and the constraints you have to work within that. Then steep rise in steel price which happened, and the entire economics as you awarded to the parties went for a toss. People came to us. COVID came, you know that, because we started in 2018 and there was a huge disruption of almost 2.5 years, effective disruption. Import restrictions, because there were restrictions from China, and in the entire FGD supply chain, China was playing a huge role, and the most of the providers, including BHEL, were sourcing either 30% or some people even up to 95% from China. Then along with that, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the approach that government is pushing, which we all agree and support, it came. Now it's good to go for that, but it brings some kind of disruption. It came. Then lack of technology partners for equipment is another problem that we faced in India, and that's why I'm telling the manufacturing capacity is limited. What is the implementation status of the FGDs that we have done so far? In A category, if you see that we have awarded almost 68,400 gigawatt, and we have already completed 4,000 plus 4,300, then 16,000, then 18,600. Almost 25,000 megawatt we have already completed so far, and rest are in the advanced stage of completion. These are all 600 units, all India basis, beyond NTPC also, including NTPC, this is the status. And this is, by the way, a CA represent the earlier one. And if you see a glance of NTPC units only, total FGD awarded is 68,440 megawatt. FGD under construction is this blue one, right, which is 69% today, 103 units or 47.256 gigawatt. Implemented, commissioned and working is 29%, roughly 20,000 megawatt. Now it has gone up, it's slightly dated, it is roughly 22,000 now. And there are FGD under tendering, only 1,454, and there are reasons for it. One of the unit is in Bihar, which we took over from government of Bihar. There are some other issues beyond the technical issues. We are working on that. And there are small units like Kati, where putting in FGD will make it just impossible in terms of tariff. So our experience so far is that average SO2 emission without FGD was 4.92 gram per kilowatt hour per unit basis. After SO2 emission, the 85% reduction we have achieved. And now it is 0.7 gram per kilowatt hour. That's the kind of efficiency it is showing, and that has actually been proved in 20,000 megawatt running units, now 22,000. Current SO2 emissions in India overall, 6 million ton per year approximately. That's the kind of situation now. Now advantage of FGD and some economics, as I have already told. Average FGD price, as we started with a very low price of 0.35 crore per megawatt. It has gone up, and the last one which I awarded, which is a very small unit, it also depends on the size of the unit. If it is a large size unit, the per megawatt cost is lesser. If it is a small unit, the per megawatt size is much more. So it has gone up to 0.8 also. Even one of other units have gone beyond 1 also. But average is, as per our award, is 0.5 crore per megawatt is the cost. That is for the capex side. Up to 22 paise it works out. Average 18 paise is the capex side. On the OPEX side is 5 paise. So on an average it is 23 paise. That means if I put an FGD today in a average 500 megawatt size of power station, my cost of generation will go up by approximately 23 paise. Some people are going around and crying hoarse and telling it will increase the cost by 2 rupee or 3 rupee. I don't know what the economics they are talking of, whether they are going for instead of steel, they are going for gold plating. I don't want to comment, but the numbers are in front of you. Dry solvent injection, which other one I told is we have adopted that also for some power station like Dadri, which is nearby. The capex is very low, it's 4 paise instead of 18 paise average, but the OPEX is very high. That's why I told if my generation is very high, I always go for this because I save on the OPEX. If my generation is low, like Dadri was under lot of pressure from multiple corners, I don't want to talk on that. My OPEX being very high, my generation being very low, I selected this because my capex side I saved and the cost of generation was less. So this is the last slide. Advantage of FGD. FGD reduced almost 90% of SO2. It also has an additional advantage on the SPM reduction. It reduces SPM by almost 50%. It reduces the mercury content also by 50%, and PM 2.5 by in 2 ways, by reducing SPM as it is there, and second is the SO4 particle conversion. This is an argument I think lot of honorable environmentalists will be coming out, and they know it very well, that particles are converted to SO4, and once they are converted, it goes to atmosphere SO2. After some time there is a life cycle of 15 days. After it gets converted to SO4 particles primarily. But then it comes down in the form of SPM. Now that impairs the air quality in any case. So from every point of view, our argument is go for FGD and save the earth. Like, thank you.
May I request Jagjit to come forward and help us in felicitating Mr. Bhattacharya. Thank you for this very comprehensive and detailed presentation. And I'm sure the audience will be enlightened with many of the insights Mr. Bhattacharya has shared. Let's proceed with the next session, Turning the Tide, the Delhi's momentum to lead on clean air. Reaffirm Delhi's political will to lead on clean air while acknowledging the governance complexity across multiple jurisdictions. Emphasize the need for the airshed approach to tackle the shared pollution sources and reflect on why the past efforts have struggled to deliver lasting and regional impact. So when we have a triple engine government in Delhi, so we hope that many of these solutions will find the light of the day. So may I request Mr. Bhupendra Bhalla, former Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Sanjeev Kumar, Chairman, Delhi Pollution Control Committee, and Mr. Ambuj Sagar, Deputy Director, Strategy and Planning, IIT Delhi, to moderate. So we originally had Delhi's Environment Minister to give a keynote address for this, but he'll be joining us later in the day. We'll have it at that moment. Ambuj, the mic is yours now. Ambuj, my request is just keep an eye on the timer as well.
Yeah, okay, all right. That'll be a first. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I know you've been sitting through a lot of sessions, and I'm hoping this session actually complements the discussions, the earlier session, and I think I'm hoping that it's of particular interest to everyone because we're actually talking about Delhi and the efforts to clean the air in Delhi, and because I'm assuming most of you are living in Delhi, this is something that is of personal interest to all of us. Because we have limited amount of time, we're running late. Let me suggest that we actually kind of dive into the conversations right away. But let me first introduce my colleagues on the dais. There is Bhupinder Singh Bhallaji, former Secretary MNRE. Of course, he did a lot of different things in MNRE. This is India's moment in a renewable energy transformation, so it's a great place to have been. But in addition to this, he also has experiences particularly important for this conversation as the ex-chairman of NDMC and Principal Secretary Home for Delhi government during the COVID-19 time, which must have been quite an amazing experience. But I'm sure that also has led to insights about how to manage issues in a city like Delhi. So I think we'll be hearing about that in a second. And our other panelist here is Sanjeev Kumarji, currently chairman of DPCC, Delhi Pollution Control Committee. And as you can imagine, that's an absolutely key entity for air pollution control in Delhi. So I think we're up for some very interesting conversation. Let me actually get the ball rolling, maybe with Mr. Bhalla, if you don't mind, start from that side. Let me actually maybe just pick up on your experiences from your time at the NDMC. And really kind of think about, from that perspective, what do you think are the biggest lessons that you would offer at a time like this when we're talking about Delhi's moment to lead on clean air? So maybe we can just get you started with some of your initial comments that. Then we'll have comments also from Sanjeev ji, and then we'll do a little bit back and forth and then open it up for a few minutes for the audience. So over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here, and I work with the team, and good to see the crowd we have seen right from morning. And I think the important thing is that the subject has evoked a lot of good response in the sense of people wanting to know what can be done, and that is something which is very important for all of us here. As I was there in NDMC prior to moving to Government of India. Not too long, but I think even if you spend a few months in a municipal body, especially in Delhi, I think you're always running all the time. And therefore, I mean, I can mention that, one of the lessons in that, I was there for about 6 months. This was post-COVID. But if you recall, actually, that as soon as I took over, there was a big storm which happened which hit squall, which hit New Delhi and Central Delhi. Very, very 100 kilometers per hour, and the initial 1 month was spent more in managing that. But then, of course, things settled down and so on, and then and in 2022 also, for COQM is here, and if you recall that they came up with a revised policy on the GRAP,
having a graph which is readily available, not something which happens on, off and on. And that came up in 2022, and in fact from October 22. So before that it used to be ad hocism in the sense of whenever something happened, they would then come out with a direction that this should be done. But from October 22 onwards, then it became very systematic, and what you've seen today is courtesy the policy which came out that time. But in that limited period of time when these, of course, these issues were emerging, and then one realized the problem of multiplicity of authorities in Delhi. And just to give you an example, see, we both are, the advantage of this panel is that we both are union territory cadre. So we both have worked, lived in Delhi for a long time. I'm born and brought up in Delhi. Sanjeev has probably spent most of his life in Delhi. So we know Delhi pretty well. Having worked in Delhi government, if you work in central government, then you think Delhi government is one big lump somewhere, and you can get the things to be done. Even when you're working in Delhi government, you realize the kind of problems and faces due to multiplicity of agencies. And just to give you an example, roads, it's a very simple matter. Roads, the kind of number of agencies which are there, you need to actually, in most important thing is to know which road is with whom. Is it something which is, an NDMC area, it could be an NDMC road. In MCD area, it could be NCD road. But apart from that, it could be a PWD road, it could be NHAI road, it could be a DSIDC road, it could be a CPWD road, it could be a DDA road. So there's so many agencies. So half the time, when you want to get things done, first thing is, well, we have to get it done. The road gets here. We will pass on the instruction. The direction will go. Yes, you have to do the cleanup. You have to do the greening of the site. But who is responsible? Not only that, the intersection of roads. Where does this road actually end? It's very simple to say, this road from Karol Bagh to Connaught Place, but that's not the point. Which part of which exact intersection does it start from, and where does it end? So, and that the gray areas are the ones which which are quite a lot, and then you have to figure out and make sure that when we say that it has to be implemented 100%, how are you going to manage this gray area of 10, 20, 15, 30%? Secondly, so another learning is that, of course, which is, I think, for everybody must have experienced, that one must do one bit. If I am NDMC, if there's a direction of the government to like a graph enforced, which is some direction that to be enforced, it is for NDMC to do that within our area. So whatever I have to do, I have to look to make sure that whatever I'm required to do, I should do it. So I must do my maximum to make sure it's done. We of course, once we know what and how to do it is, basically you see what, how much area do you have, what are the issues being faced. You know NDMC, right? It's a Lutyens, more or less, lovingly called Lutyens, but it's so much of green area. You have 63% area is green, but the fact is you still have areas which are not green, and therefore one must look at the gaps which are there and make sure that we are addressing those gaps. So, and once you know whatever the gaps are, and then you go ahead and figure out an action plan on how do you do it. For example, mechanized road sweeping, or smoke guns or weeding the roadsides. Then you go ahead and make these. I thought these are the kind of learnings I thought were very important. And of course, the last one I would say very important is making us visible. You keep doing it, sitting in your lofty office, but the fact is the public knowing that we are doing it? And NDMC, you must understand, right now, for example, you're sitting in NDMC area, the population is only 2.5 lakhs. However, the floating population, people, and when I say floating, it doesn't mean you're outside Delhi, and you're living in other parts of Delhi, you keep coming in and out. The floating population is about 15 to 20 lakhs per day. So when you have to manage a position like this, and not even talking about vehicles, I mean, look, the vehicles within the based in Lutyens must be very limited. However, every Delhiite, everybody wants to come in and or pass through. So then it becomes a challenge. I think these are my initial.
Thank you for that. Actually, I must say that was very enlightening, because I didn't even realize the kind of things that you're talking about in terms of governance challenge of having to coordinate with a number of agencies on this front. So it clearly highlights, as an academic who thinks about air pollution issues, you think about source of pollution, you think about things like transboundary, but actually this kind of notion about thinking about coordinating across various agencies clearly is, as you highlighted, is a critical issue. Sanjeevji, over to you. Just to, the DPCC obviously is a central entity in thinking about regulations to manage the air pollution in Delhi. So maybe we can just get your reflections on the regulatory ecosystem in Delhi, and just to get a sense of, how do you think about collaboration with other entities actually in your domain, but also what does it mean to actually manage this kind of multi-sectoral challenge relating to air pollution from your perspective?
Good afternoon, friends. As rightly said, air pollution does not respect boundaries, be it district, be it state, be it national, be it international. All over the world, wherever action against air pollution has been taken, it has been an airshed approach. So right from very beginning, we are of the opinion that this requires an approach which involves various stakeholders, the primary stakeholders being the NCR states. Like I said, I am also from Delhi. I started doing engineering way back in '82. When I was staying in Delhi, I have seen Delhi evolving, and I'm a party to it, how in the initial stages, when I used to go on bike, my shirt used to get totally black. Then we thought CNG will come and it will solve our problem. Then for 10 years, I was out of Delhi, because being from UT Cadre, I was posted outside. When I came back after 10 years, I used to come back and forth. Then I again found that the challenges are different, and I landed up in the post of Delhi Pollution Control Committee. As it happens to everyone present here and outside, as long as we do not know the intricacies of the system, or we don't know the regulatory challenges, we tend to feel that the other side is not doing its job. When I started working in DPCC, the foremost challenge was for me was how to satisfy our very active media friends that we are doing whatever best to contain air pollution. So what we did, I think it was in 2013, 12 or 13, when I came to office one fine after Diwali, all the headlines were screaming that PM10 in Delhi is 2000, I mean, all those figures were in the newspapers, and every newspaper carried 2 or 3 snippets from some medical professionals, rightly so, how PM 2.5 harms the lungs, how PM10 has difficulties, and in the end we could not find out solution. So I just called my guy from our scientist from the DPCC and asked, I just want a simple answer, कि एक दिन के अंदर इतना pollution 4 या 5 गुना कैसे हो गया? He knew the answer probably. Then we looked at the NASA satellite. He found out from somewhere NASA satellite. Then for the first time, I think, maybe it was known to scientific community long time back. I'm just talking from my perspective. They may not be entire truth in it also. But then we came to know that it was because of farm fires, and because NASA satellite could identify the farm fires in Punjab, and a lot of it used to come from there. Then we started diving further into the data, and then we found out that no source apportionment study was carried out since long. The study we had at that time, this is my, by the way, second stint in DPCC. I was earlier for 3-4 years in my previous stint. Then I went to Government India for 5 years, 9 years, again came back. So when we started looking into the details, we awarded the work to IIT Kanpur for what is called source apportionment study. And during the study also we told IIT Kanpur to also take samples from NCR region, because what I firmly believed that if there is pollution in Delhi, there must be pollution in NCR also. It is not that there is pollution in Delhi and not in Gurgaon, Ghaziabad, Faridabad or other areas. So one more problem I will tell you, because during 2010 Commonwealth Games, lot of automatic centralized automatic quality monitoring stations were set up. So Delhi has got maximum coverage in terms of what is called measurement of pollutants. I think we have got total of 40 CAQMS. All these 40 CAQMS give data on real-time basis. So what happens is that, for example, a sensor in some CAQMS does not behave properly. In that case, what happens? In that case, what happens? That data is picked up by someone. To cut the story short, because Delhi is governed totally and neighboring states do not have those parameters. So press rightly picked up data from our sensor. I think in those times, UP had only one CAQMS, Haryana maybe had one, and it was not real time. So it's always used to be on our, because we were so open and transparent, we were getting the maximum flag as a city. So then we gave study to IIT Kanpur. IIT Kanpur study, when we awarded, we also asked them, you don't have to do the study, you also have to give us solutions. The solution, we just gave them 3-4 points, that you have to tell us what are the steps we take so that we can satisfy the parameters given by WHO. All those studies are available, don't want to quote them now. But after that source apportionment study, things have started moving, and rightly so, government has now rightly so decided that central government also intervened, because the situation was becoming alarming day by day. Now we have various agencies which are doing coordination and following what is called an airshed approach. In between, I must tell you the role of courts, NGT in particular, Supreme Court and the High Courts. Somehow as a pollution authority in Delhi, we feel that, sir will also agree with Mr. Bhalla, that in Delhi, being in Delhi, the regulatory oversight by various statutory authorities is a bit more than I think is in neighboring areas. That is my feeling. Maybe that may or may not be correct. And that also has guided us or tried to set it onto a path where we are able to take corrective actions. So in DPCC, we have taken after the source apportionment study has come, now we would like to go to the next level. Basically, the source of emissions in Delhi are 3 which causing pollution. One is vehicle population, second is dust pollution, and third is biomass burning. In addition, a lot of emissions come through what is called the coal plants, which are located on the periphery of within 200-250 kilometers of Delhi. For vehicular pollutions, I think we are taking a lot of regulatory steps, like we want to do what is called regulate use of end-of-life vehicles. The data is given that we have 60-40 lakh vehicles on the road registered, but though registered, they may not be on the roads. So by automatic number plate reading system, we will be able to identify whether these vehicles are flying or not. Within a short term, I think 1st July onwards, we will make sure that these vehicles do not enter Delhi and also are not able to get fuel. Then we are trying to convert our entire fleet into EV buses or BS4 stage or CNG buses. Use of CNG, use of BS6 and other vehicles for commercial vehicle purposes. These are the steps we are taking. Again, that what rightly said, a sweeping of roads is a cause of major dust. C&D sites we are trying to regulate. Also, we have all those sites which are over 2,000 or 20,000 square meters and over. We have installed automatic cameras and systems giving them direction so that we are able to monitor them on a real-time basis. After this government has come, our minister as well as CM has given us directions to ensure that all construction activities which is taking place in more than 500 square meter of plot, they have to adhere mandatorily to the 14-point charter which we have given to all those sites to monitor dust pollution. And we are also planning to have a portal which will link all these sites to a particular system so that we can detect them on real-time basis. Our real problem comes in the cost of installing what is called real-time sensors, because CAQMS stations are about 1 crore per station. We want to install certain sensors which are cost efficient, approved by CPCB, so that we can do more coverage and we can have granular solution. Also, I am told that a lot of countries, especially US and EU countries, have a system in place where they are able to identify the pollutants in their city by basis of source apportionment method on real-time basis. For example, like a particular state, New York, has a pollution level of PM 2.5 of X, and suppose it becomes 1.5X. They can identify whether it is due to a power plant located 250 kilometers away or 500 kilometers away, and the states can sue through EPA those particular states. So I think we also need to go in a system where we have a real-time basis. For example, I should be able to identify by either this method or by modeling method or by some method which we can devise and agree on a predetermined basis, so that we are able to find what is called a surge or increase in pollution beyond normalized source on a real-time basis and find the state's government. This I am very particular because, as I told you earlier, when we were handling air pollution some time back, because my all data was online and the neighboring states' data was not online, it gave an impression that we are more polluted. But if we are able to get this real-time basis, we will be able to exactly know whether a plant in Bathinda or let's say Jalandhar, wherever the plant is located, is functioning properly or not, and then it will be responsible. So based upon this, we are looking forward to solutions, and are also in touch with research institutions, and shortly we will be able to make sure that we are able to tackle this problem. On behalf of the Delhi government, I can assure you that CM as well as our minister are very, very keen to make sure that all the necessary steps which ought to be taken are taken on real-time basis, so that we are able to make sure that the air pollution, which affects not only the present generation, but also the future generation, is sorted out as early as possible. In addition to this, we are getting cooperation of all the stakeholders, and I also welcome all the stakeholders who raise these issues, because when people raise the issues, we become more aware and we are able to make sure that solutions are available. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sanjeevji. Maybe I'll just, we're kind of running out of time, but maybe I'll just have one question for each of you. I mean, first of all, Sanjeevji, I'm really glad you mentioned the role of science in this, because I think most people may not appreciate the complexity of the air pollution problem, especially things like you talked about source apportionment and the fact that things change over seasons and all of that. So it's a complicated issue to actually figure out what is it that you need to target at what point. So, and I'm glad you're working with IIT Kanpur. I know my colleagues at IIT Delhi are also doing a lot of work in the air pollution area. So I think certainly building closer linkages between knowledge entities like the IITs and DPCC would be very helpful. Let me just ask each of you one question, maybe to kind of just maybe pull things together. So one for you, Sanjeevji, which is, you know, we now beginning to get a sense of the sources. We've got some regulations in place. So I think, let me ask, get you to think a little bit or reflect a little bit more on compliance. How do we make sure that we are able to get compliance from all these sources in order to be able to get the outcomes we want? And of course, it's complicated with the fact, as you said, some of those sources may be transboundary. And Balaji, for you, maybe I think because you talked about governance, I think it's clearly coordination is a key issue. So maybe I could just get you to reflect briefly on the coordination challenge, and how do you think that might be addressed? I mean, does it require possibly a coordination from the CM's office? I'm just trying to get a sense of how is it that one might engage with this complexity, this institutional complexity of a city such as Delhi. So maybe Sanjeevji.
As I said earlier, any regulation has to be enforced at two levels. One is the regulation that we have to make people aware about the regulations, about the various issues and the dimensions of those. Secondly, we have to make sure that all those people who don't comply with it are made to comply. For example, the very first step, all of you know that during the grab stages, there are heavy fines on the vehicles which are non-compliant in nature. All the enforcement teams fan around and they do heavy fines. And this automatic number plating reading system will also do the same thing. All those vehicles which are not supposed to ply in Delhi, by leveraging the use of technology, we will be able to make sure that these don't ply in Delhi. As far as the major construction sites are concerned, all those sites which are getting our consent or environment clearances, like for example, the major sites in Delhi which are doing construction, we give them a clear-cut mandate as to what things they have to enforce. And once they don't enforce, we have a system of levying environmental damage charges on them, which are quite heavy. You will not be surprised to know that the teams led by Central for Air Quality Management, as well as our teams, keep on inspecting various factories and various locations which don't comply with the various norms. And we have a predetermined set of penalty system which is on a per day basis, which is quite hefty, and we levy on those sites. Similarly, what I told you about earlier, that all the big sites which we are trying to have they already have a video coverage. What we are trying to do, leverage technology and make sure whichever site violates our norms, we will, by AI or by whatever method, we will get the message on our system and we can straight away send the fine on online basis without human intervention. I think this system we are trying to implement by December. So we are taking large number of steps, including regulatory ones, to make sure that everyone complies.
On the coordination, I mean, I would say that there's no other way but to sit together and do it. So the question is, how do you, basically the signaling, you know, one of course is putting everybody together. Second is the signaling of who's sharing that kind of a discussion and the kind of instructions which are, you know, unequivocal that you have to follow. I mean, just to give you an example, I mean, in Government of India, you have Pragati, which the Honorable Prime Minister chairs, and he has a meeting, you know, occasionally every month, where all the secretaries and all the chief secretaries are there joined virtually, and they take individual projects where there are issues because of interdepartmental problems. Not if it's purely on department, then it doesn't come up. And the fact is, you know, in the run-up to the meeting, then one realizes that a discussion is coming up, and anyway, then a lot of things get resolved. Because that's the political commitment, that's the kind of a governance commitment on, yes, it has to be done, no questions asked. And it is just irrespective of state governments and irrespective of, you know, departments. Similarly, in the state government, it is for the chief minister and the lieutenant governor. That's the kind of level, and probably the minister also. I'm not saying the minister is at the minister level, but then the minister, the problem is that some other department which is not under the minister may not be that, you know, maybe a little averse to taking a decision. Therefore, at chief minister level, if such a periodic meeting is held, and, you know, also the LG takes it occasionally, I think that would pass on the message. And it's pure and simple signaling. If the person down the line knows that everybody is there, everybody is of the same view that it has to be done, it will be done. I think coordination is no better way but to just sit together and do it with a leader in place at the head of it. Thank you.
I'm sorry we don't have time for an audience interaction. We are already out of time, I think, because we're running a little bit late. But I would like to thank my colleagues, my panelists, for kind of providing some insights about how we are doing, what the complexities are, how we might be moving forward to address these challenges. I mean, the title of the session is Delhi's Moment to Lead on Clean Air. I think it really is an opportune time to do so, and one hopes that the kind of actions you're talking about, Sanjeevji, and maybe the kind of coordination you're talking about, Balaji, I hope that is able to kind of really kind of help us move forward in a way to make Delhi a more livable city. I know at IIT Delhi, we're actually losing faculty members when we make offers because they say we don't want to come to Delhi and they'd rather go somewhere else. And the reality is, I think this is such an important issue that we cannot not focus on this. And so I think, I hope, and I'm sure my panelists will agree that this really is a moment to lead on clean air, and in the days to come, we will see a transformation of Delhi's air pollution and are able to make Delhi a much more livable city. Thank you, both of you, for your insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambuji. Thank you very much. Now may I request Dr. Ashni Mahajan to come forward and help us in felicitating the gentlemen for their wonderful insight. Ambuji, as you were talking about that, more coordination is needed. So we try to bring, most of the people who are responsible in the day-long conversation, not only in the executive side, but also on the organization side. So RSS, BJP, and government from the organization side is present in this room, and all of them are from the leadership side. And I'm sure that central government, state government, as well as the MCD level, that coordination will also be more pushed by the leadership. एक मिनट से फोटो करा लीजिए. After hearing how to turn the tide, Delhi's movement to lead on clean air, especially when the global spotlight is on the national capital, this was wonderful conversation. And another part of this conversation we will have later in the day when Manjinder Singh Sirsa will join us. He is state's environment and forest minister as well. So he will give his remarks later in the day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Auguste Tano Kaume, Country Director of India, World Bank. He will be giving us a keynote address, reinforce the case for embedding the airshed management into national strategies, turning India's regional air quality challenges into the opportunity for cooperative leadership and scalability. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Auguste Tano Kaume.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at Aironomics. Let me first congratulate the organizers, the Center for International Economic Understanding and Dalberg and other sponsors. It is a timely event indeed, and we all know, those of us living in Delhi, that as we heard in the previous session, that this is a very important agenda for Delhi and indeed for India. Pollution is not a simple issue. It is complex because it has many sources and many implications. It is a concern for many parts of the world. In fact, preparing for this event, I learned that more than 90% of the world population live in areas that are more polluted than the WHO would want us to live. I saw the figure of 99%. I don't know whether I should believe that, but it's probably true. Here in the Indo-Gangetic Plains and the Himalayan foothills, we are really deep into that area. We're part of that area, which the WHO will consider more polluted than good enough for our health. And the evidence is very, very clear. Pollution is not just an environmental issue. It is a health issue. It is a health burden. Ambient air pollution kills roughly 5.7 million people globally every year. It is also an economic issue. The economic cost is estimated at 5% of global GDP. The global health cost in terms of mortality and morbidity caused by PM 2.5 alone, which is just one particle of many that pollute our air, is estimated at, in 2020, at close to 6% of GDP, because it causes not just pollution, but it causes other ills. In South Asia, this number can rise up to almost 9% of GDP. And ladies and gentlemen, of the 2.5 billion people in the world who are exposed to hazardous level of PM 2.5 concentration of more than 35 microgram per cubic meter, half of that population lives in South Asia, in the South Asia region. In fact, a study conducted by Dalberg, one of the co-organizers of today's Aironomics, in partnership with CII and Clean Air Fund, found that air pollution cost Indian businesses about 95 billion every fiscal year, around 3% of GDP. This could be as high as the GDP of some countries. This is why, at the World Bank, for us, improving air quality is a development priority. It is a development priority. It is also a right issue. We believe that everyone on planet Earth has the right to clean air. And we have included this in our mission as a global institution. Our mission now is to end poverty on a livable planet, as defined by our new president, Mr. Ajebanga. But the challenge of air pollution is massive. And we know that. But the good news is that we have done studies showing that improving air quality is not only achievable, but it's also affordable. It is totally doable. Countries and cities around the world have demonstrated that, and we'll talk a bit about it in a minute. Indeed, in places such as Mexico, Mongolia, China, Chile, Peru, Egypt, and many European Union countries, we've learned that getting to improved air quality requires a sustained long-term commitment and institutional changes, and to implement a vision under the leadership of the countries. In India, we have a vision. We know that there are national plans, and what we will be aiming for as a global institution is to help stakeholders implement this vision. And we have seen big results being achieved, sometimes involving World Bank support, such as in Beijing, in an area around Beijing, we saw a decline of 60% in pollution between 2013 and 2021. And this was achieved through a strong partnership between the local authorities and support from international partners. I was talking about the the Indo-Gangetic Plain area in a minute. This is an area that covers many countries in South Asia, and that is home to, I understand, more than 1 billion people. And it is quite sobering to see that the life expectancy of this 1 billion people living in the Indo-Gangetic Plain and Himalayan foothills, their life expectancy is 5 years less than it would have been if they were living elsewhere in the world. We must remind ourselves that air pollution knows no boundaries. Indeed, in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, we have learned that the pollution that happens in one place is caused, 50% of that pollution is caused by activities in another part of the Indo-Gangetic Plain, outside the place where we're taking the measure. And the pollution comes from many activities, not just one. It comes from transportation industry, other industries, agriculture, and even home cooking and our daily activities. So we know that effort only taken by one jurisdiction is not enough, and that jurisdiction may make all the effort on earth required, but they may end up with polluted air if no effort is made elsewhere in the Indo-Gangetic Plain area. So one of the focus of our activity is going to be on coordination, as we heard Balaji conclude in the earlier session. Coordination is really key. Coordination across sectors and coordination across institutions, coordination across countries. So by working together, we think countries can set targets, they can motivate one another, and they can achieve quicker result, larger result in terms of pollution. In fact, our modeling at the World Bank suggests that through an implementable, cost-effective set of actions, India and its neighbors in the Indo-Gangetic Plain and Himalayan foothill areas can achieve a target of 35 micrograms PM2.5 level per cubic meters by 2035. We call this 35 by 35. 35 microgram per cubic meters by the year 2035. Is that doable? We believe yes. And the good news and the main reason why we think it is achievable is because India has already started on this path. India is not starting from scratch. As I said earlier, India has the National Clean Air Program that establishes time-bound goals for air improvement and set a framework for necessary multi-sectoral actions to be taken. The 15th Finance Commission in India introduced performance-based AQM grants, which helped incentivize action for air pollution control. And we're hopeful that the 16th Finance Commission will continue this momentum. Also, several large schemes contribute to the improvement of air quality, directly or indirectly. The PM E-Bus Sewa, or the FAME, the faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles, the e-mobility, other e-mobility programs, the PMUY scheme for providing LPG connections, or the Swachh Bharat for managing municipal waste. All these programs contribute to improving air quality. Moreover, India has established regulations to address air pollution, including various rules and policies related to industrial and thermal power plant emission, vehicle emissions, solid waste management, and these programs are being implemented effectively across the country. But we need to go further because lives are being threatened. And to go further, we take as a gauge, as I said earlier, WHO's interim target of 35 micrograms per cubic meter, and we think it's achievable. It is achievable by 2035. For that to happen, a comprehensive strategy will be needed. It will need to prioritize key sources of pollution in each state or in each union territory in the Indo-Gangetic Plain and Himalayan foothill, in India as well as in other countries in South Asia. And in doing that, it will help create jobs. And I really like the title of this, Aironomics 2035, because it says Unlocking India's Blue Skies Economy. In implementing a comprehensive program, it will also add to the drivers of India's economy, and it will help accelerate the progress toward Viksit Bharat. Firms will be more excited about investing in the Indo-Gangetic Plain area if pollution level goes down, as we heard earlier, Sanjeev G saying that some of the offers made by his institute are turned down because of pollution. We can easily assume that some investors also think that investing in India is going to make it difficult for them to attract workers because of pollution. So we know that the economic benefits of addressing this issue through a comprehensive program will be enormous. And we've mentioned some data already on the cost. We estimate, in fact, that at the World Bank, we estimate that implementing the National Clean Air Program alone can potentially create 2 million jobs. So achieving 35 by 35 targets is imperative now, and we think that we could group the actions needed in 3 buckets. The first bucket is strengthening state capacities, because it all happens at the state level. State and union territories, I mean. The second bucket is to implement focused programs to tackle each of the drivers of pollution, each of the sources of pollution, individually, in a way that is coordinated, but we don't have to wait until we have solutions for all the drivers and all the sources of pollution to start acting. And the third bucket is to enabling cooperation at the airshed level. And that will mean that we'll need to have more information sharing between countries and between operators that operate across borders. In the interest of time, let me move to sharing with you some of the things we can do at the World Bank to help, because we will really like to help, we think, for all the reasons mentioned earlier, health reasons, economic reasons. It is a priority for us. We are already helping in some of the South Asian countries design projects and implement them. In India, we are quite advanced in helping UP and Haryana design air quality management project. And we would like to do more in all the states in the IGP, Himalayan foothill states. We are supporting projects in many sectors that contribute directly to improving air quality in India, even though we may not call them air quality projects. For example, we are supporting solar energy projects. We think they reduce the emission of CO2, and therefore they improve air quality. We are supporting green hydrogen projects, or the National Green Hydrogen Mission. We are supporting the FAME, as I mentioned earlier, for e-vehicle, and we are also supporting the manufacturing of efficient cooling systems. All these contribute to improving air quality. We are supporting methane emission reduction farming techniques, and we are supporting landscaping and forestry management. We think they all contribute to improving air quality. We are supporting the dedicated freight corridors that facilitate modal shift for cargo off the road and on the rail. We think it improves air quality. And we're supporting national green highways projects in many states in India. We can do more, and we need to do more. We are also supporting the Global Biofuel Alliance, of which India is a partner and actually one of the leading countries, the founding countries, which eventually will also help improve air quality. And we are providing knowledge exchange and technical assistance in many programs that will help improve air quality. Moreover, ladies and gentlemen, we are keen to support the institutional strengthening of institutions involved in air quality management, and we also work closely with the MOFCC to convene states, and we did that by convening 6 IGP states and 2 union territories to discuss air quality management issues in India. At the regional level, we are supporting, at the South Asia regional level, we're supporting the Center for Integrated Mountain Development, the ECMOG, to do their own work. And finally, we know that we need to work with other development partners and bilateral, both bilateral and multilateral, and we're doing just that. To conclude, let me say that advancing clean air and improved public health in India requires collective effort at various levels across organizations and partners, including the World Bank. We at the World Bank, we stand ready to support sector-specific investment, but we know that no institution can do it alone, so we are ready to work with all institutions both national and international. And I want to take this opportunity again to acknowledge the importance of today's event, the platforms like Aironomics. These convening help take stock of progress made, share lessons and solutions, and refresh our collective commitment to combat pollution. They help us together think of what would need to be done to achieve a future where in the valleys and mountains, villages and cities across the Indo-Gangetic Plain and Himalayan foothills, and more broadly across India, children can breathe clean air and see through the clean air a brighter future. Let me use this opportunity to thank you all for sparing a part of your Saturday afternoon to listen to what we have to share, and looking forward to working with all of you to improve air quality in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Auguste. Thank you very much for your time, great insights. Now may I request Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, please come forward and help us in felicitating Auguste for the wonderful insights he has shared with us. And he has been a constant support to CIEU. Auguste, there is a nice book which has been authored by one of the Ashwiniji's colleague that is on how to clean Delhi, and is focused on many of the solutions which we all are grappling with. Thank you. Thank you very much, Auguste Kwame. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause. And now we proceed towards the next session, that is Air GPT, the data and technology at the heart of air quality management. Ladies and gentlemen, the highlight of the transformative role of the emerging technologies, AI, geospatial tools, the digital platforms, and enabling the smarter air quality monitoring, enforcement, and planning. Explore how products and innovation such as the next-gen electric vehicles and cleaner industrial system help reduce the emission at the source. To build this conversation, may I request Rajan Handa, Managing Director, OK Play. Rai Mahipat Rai is an IAS officer and seconded to World Bank, Senior Digital Specialist, South Asia region, the World Bank. Raunak Sutaria, Founder and CEO, Respire Living Sciences. Suvarn Pant, Head Product Planning, EV, Tata Motors. Nishant Idnani, Managing Director, Walters Green Funding. He'll be moderating this session this evening. Rajan Handa, ladies and gentlemen, Managing Director, OK Play. Rai Mahipat Rai, Senior Digital Specialist, South Asia region for World Bank. Raunak Sutaria, Founder and CEO, Respire Living Sciences. Suvarn Pant, Head Product Planning, EV at Tata Motors. And Nishant Idnani, ladies and gentlemen, Managing Director, Walters Green Funding. He'll be moderating the session. So, mic is yours.
Thank you so much.
My request is just keep an eye on the timer. Thank you.
How many minutes do we have? Yep, okay. So we have 40 minutes here. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Nishant Idnani, the founder of Walters and Managing Director at Walters Green Funding. We focus on development and funding of clean air and climate assets, and all of this work, whether that is in EV or circularity, or whether it is in the case of clean tech acceleration, all of this sits at the heart of at the intersection of technology, funding, as well as regulatory support. In addition, the topic of today is quite interesting because it is, when you talk about air, it produces an AI, it adds another dimension and challenge to it, which is data and governance. And that also creates further problems around the regulatory aspects and accelerating the adoption. In addition, there is technology development, which poses as a risk. And given that context, the question is, how do we find new technologies that can be implemented, but also how do we figure out the right ways to scale all of this, which is very pertinent and important to everybody. Everybody around here grapples with the pollution which we see, and this is beyond climate, as has been raised in previous panels. So how do we create the right winners to support all of this cleaning of air that we need, whether it is particulate emissions, NOx emissions, or create a safer environment for our children as well as our employees wherever they are working. And this is so important. But besides a rich panel which you see today in front of you, some of them have worked on electric mobility. Some of them have worked on putting air purification systems. Some of them have working on IoT and sensors. And some of them have deployed millions of dollars in public infra already and are working on creating new examples of how this can be done. So we have a rich panel which is going to throw a lot of insights on how this can be solved realistically rather than just talking about the problem. And the format, the way we will do it is that I'll request each one of them to showcase the examples of what they are doing right now. And perhaps with an example of or a compelling use case which is scalable. And thereafter we can, we'll open it up for Q&A as well from the audience to the extent possible besides the questions that we have from our side. So why don't I start first with somebody who has a wider perspective from the World Bank's lens as well as the government lens, because a lot of this requires a lot of regulatory push on what he is doing. So Rai, maybe you talk about something interesting, which is how AI can help and digital governance can help and share some good examples for us.
Thank you, Nishant. It's an honor to be here. Before I begin, can I just request for a small video about what the World Bank and the government of Haryana are planning to do using AI for air quality management? Could you please?
Can AI help Haryana breathe cleaner air? Over the past 2 decades, Haryana has transformed into one of India's most economically prosperous states. With a real per capita GDP 75% higher than the national average, it is a key manufacturing and logistics hub for North India and home to global firms. Yet, Haryana faces a pressing challenge: air pollution. Over half of the state falls within the National Capital Region, where pollution control measures like shutting industries or banning construction are often enforced without targeting the root causes, thus impacting not only health, but also livelihoods. The real causes, vehicular emissions, stubble burning, unchecked construction, and small-scale industrial activity, are well known. But the data needed to act on them is often unavailable, inaccurate, or is present in different formats: paper records, desktop files, disconnected sensor feeds, making it hard to analyze. This makes it difficult for both government and citizens to respond effectively in real time.
What if AI could help manage pollution in Haryana?
To address this, the government of Haryana and the World Bank have partnered to build an AI-powered air quality monitoring AQM system. This system gathers, analyses, and synthesizes real-time data from multiple sources to help administrators make informed decisions to curb air pollution. AI helps detect data gaps and anomalies, assesses data quality, and generates actionable insights. It can forecast pollution peaks, allowing authorities to issue health advisories or enforce preventive measures, like halting construction, before a crisis unfolds. Take construction sites, for instance. Projects larger than 500 square meters must share pollution data with the State Pollution Control Board. AI can verify this data against camera footage and sensor readings, flagging non-compliance and triggering enforcement. By combining interoperable data with AI, Haryana is building a cleaner, evidence-driven future where decisions are timely, targeted, and rooted in data.
This is just a small clip of what we intend to do using artificial intelligence. The first order problem in air quality management is data itself. It's sporadic, it's siloed, and it's not very credible. Even a city like London, until unless it had a Breathe London initiative, was not able to tell where its pollution was coming from. And it is in this regard that the government of Haryana and the World Bank are looking at launching India's first SPV, a special purpose vehicle, which will be headed by the Chief Minister himself. It has already got cabinet approval, and it will be a $500 million project which looks at all causes of air quality, air pollution. It will be headed by an IS officer of significantly senior rank, a secretary, government of Jharkhand, government of Haryana, and its implementation will be done by the municipal commissioners and the district magistrates in Haryana itself, based on real-time inputs that they get through AI-based smart control rooms. Nishant, I hope this kind of answers your question, but I'd be happy to take on follow-on questions about this, because even though when we look at something like road accidents, everybody in this room will be aware of the number of deaths that happen because of road accidents. But it is actually by a factor of 3 that air quality tends to kill more people. Almost 8.1 million people a year approximately die because of ambient air quality. Yet the amount of funding, the amount of effort that goes into self-driving cars, and I know somebody from Tata Motors is here, so I'm putting a very contentious topic here, but is less than a fifth of what happens. So the chances of you dying of a car accident are far lesser than the air that all of us and our families and their families are breathing in every day.
Very interesting, right? The only thing is that make it more relatable for us. I love this concept of an SPV where we can mobilize more capital, bring in more technology, but make it more relatable. A lot of us have family or friends or children moving out of the city just because of the pollution. Is it actually going to work, and how? How do you see this happening? Give us 2-3 use case examples of how it will work.
So let me start with the first case.
Yeah.
Any demolition site, which I'm sure all us around us in Delhi, in Gurgaon, in Noida, we see as property, real estate shooting up. You have breaking down of houses and building up of commercial spaces. Any 5,000 square feet or 500 square meter demolition site needs to have certain actionable, whether it is managing of the dust that is being mitigated, which is coming out, managing the kind of pollutants that are coming out of that, have to be managed in a particular way. But how many enforcers are there in this entire NCR region? It'd be impossible, even if you were to scale it up by a factor of 300, that every demolition site could have someone monitoring it. But it's a very simple solution. Just data feed from a photograph taken every 30 minutes, a possible video feed, geosatellite data can lead, and which is what we intend to do in Gurgaon, in Faridabad, lead to an alert which would generate a challan. Now that challan can be enforced or cannot be enforced is a different question. But that challan would be enough to deter and ensure that there's accountability. Or for the matter, if we take something like an odd even. Most school buses are exempt from it. Almost all school buses are exempt from it. But having said that, do we have data about how school bus emissions actually affect the children who are in those? Now, with low-cost sensors, it is actually possible to route out, to have routes which would have lesser air pollution for children, and this can be easily done. And this is something that we're looking at doing. What would the effect of changing diesel buses or CNG buses in Gurgaon be to electric buses is still a realm of the hypothetical. But with sensors and with algorithms, it's easily possible to predict the change, micro change, because of one electric bus that would have in one suburban locality.
Very interesting. Thanks, very insightful, and we'll come back to you. I'll go next to Mr. Rajan of OK Play. Please tell us what you've been doing for schools and cleaning the environment for and the air for children, as well as probably certain other offices. What all have you been doing? And please feel free to share any visuals like was shared by Ray.
Thank you. I would start by saying that our worst fears and apprehensions have been reaffirmed many times over by the views shared by the experts in this very well organized conference. It is thus imperative that we now focus on some remedial solutions. Allow me to introduce Man and Hummel, our partners for India, an 83-year-old, 5 billion euro German MNC operating in 80 locations across the globe, is undoubtedly the world leaders in filtration technology. Leveraging their huge experience and expertise, Man and Hummel have designed and developed filters targeted to reduce ambient air pollutants. Manufactured by using their worldwide patented sandwich technology, these filters ensure that optimum performance at the lowest cost points, both initial as well as operational, are available. The filters have been suitably modified after studying the levels and the constituent of Delhi air for the best filtration results. Our machines integrate advanced IoT technology, enabling intelligent and responsive air quality management. The systems are equipped to connect with smart sensors and building management systems, allowing continuous real-time monitoring of air quality parameters, PM 2.5, PM 10, CO2, VOC, temperature, humidity, etc. The systems automatically adjust filtration intensity based on the pollution levels, ensuring optimal performance without manual intervention. Smart control logic ensures on-demand filtration, reducing power consumption during low pollution periods. This leads to lower operational costs and increased filter life without affecting the air quality. Comprehensive simulation studies are conducted prior to installation of the filters, which would tell us as to the dust reduction levels that would be achieved by installing these filters. These studies also would tell us what kind and in what quantity and variety and shapes would we be putting these filters to get the optimum results. And we do have a wide range of different capacities to cater to all applications. I can proudly add, in line with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Make in India, the entire system has been made completely in India, including the filter elements, which are made in Man and Hummel's own facilities, which we are having in India. The highest quality standards have always been the motto of Man and Hummel, and the same are implemented in these systems. All of them are manufactured under the strict control, And like I said, the filter elements are made in their own factories. So compare the quality of the filters or the systems is the same that you will get worldwide. These filter systems have been installed in, and a pilot test was conducted at IIT Delhi in the Prime Minister Kendriya Vidyalaya. This happened over a 60-day period at the peak of pollution between between September and November 2024. The results, as given by IIT Delhi, showed that the PM 2.5 and 10 levels reduced drastically by 80%, and the AQI from very severe became good, thus showing the efficacy of these machines. So these are the next generation machines which need to be installed today, because if I was to look, addressing the causes is a very important solution, but that's a long range solution. Today, whatever is there, we are facing the pollution season now. Our children are being targeted. We need to have these solutions in place so that at least when they come down to the schools, they would be able to breathe healthy air for the time they're there.
What a great example, Mr. Rajan, of how people can be involved and entrepreneurs can be involved in cleaning our air, whether even if it's at localized level, till we get to the larger scale implementations. It's amazing.
Well, you know, if we were to target all the hotspots, it's a humongous task. So I would think that the best way would be that we should look at those areas which matter the most. And whatever studies that we have conducted over the past 1 year, trying to find where people spend the maximum amount of time, or the more vulnerable people spend the maximum amount of time, we would narrow down first to schools and colleges, go on to hospitals and dispensaries, go on to bank branches and offices, maybe railway, metro, and bus stations, and then get on to gated colonies or multi-storied and public parks. I think if we have addressed and cleaned the area here, we would have done our job in terms of the fact that the people who spend the maximum amount of time in these areas would be breathing relatively clean air.
Thank you so much. I'll move on to Suvarn from Tata Motors. Tata Motors has been doing so much work in EV. I've been myself involved in a lot of truck discussions around not just four-wheelers, but trucks and buses, e-trucks, e-buses, so many buses, about 3,000 e-buses deployed by Tata Motors itself. But when it comes to e-mobility and beyond, and in fact, when we talk about particulate matter, the amount of data Tata Group, as besides Beyond Motors, sits on, what can be done? What is Tata doing right now?
Yeah, I think Tata Group is approaching this as an internal collaboration of sorts, because we are a big conglomerate. So we have something called as Tata Universe inside, which is Tata Power, Tata Motors, Tata Technologies, TCS, all the organizations coming together. Because when you're looking at electric mobility, it's not just selling a product. If you are a retail customer, if you own an electric car, it's a change in lifestyle.
Yeah.
So you need not just the car, but the entire ecosystem around it. So we are approaching it in a very wide ecosystem kind of way. Just a quick example, a short example to demonstrate how we are doing this. So, for example, Tata Motors in an anonymized manner has understanding of how consumers drive. Where do they drive in the city? What times do they drive? On weekends, what kind of road trips people usually take? This kind of information is very useful to some sort of charging equipment installer to understand which are the hotspot where you would actually want to install these chargers for maximum utilization.
Yeah.
Right? At the same time, the charging installation company discusses with Discom what are the times on which people they expect higher loads, which allows them to use the grid even more efficiently. So this sort of data chain that runs inside, a lot of pilots are already going inside. We are also working with companies outside the Tata ecosystem, because the game here is not just build an ecosystem and then not scale. You'll need to work with all kind of partners across to get scale, but that's a small demonstration of how we are using data across the value chain.
Very interesting, and yeah, that information is important. And when you talk about working with the government also, or certain innovations like battery infrastructure or the entire set of partnerships to deploy. What is it when you see all the way to 2030, how it scales in form of some compelling use cases? And if you with your lens, feel free to share any bottlenecks as well.
Sure. So, if I sort of vision it out for 2030, just for context, today, the passenger vehicle market electric penetration is about 2%. But if you were to do a survey of even this room, how many people would want to buy an electric car, I'm sure the answer will be higher than 60%. So consideration set is much larger, actual purchase is lower, and then there are these barriers. Standard barriers when you talk about electrification mobility, range anxiety. Now I've been working in this sector since 2018, and I can tell you that today a modern day electric car buyer, if you ask him, do you have any range anxiety, he'll say absolutely no. Modern cars, whether they are from us or from anyone, are giving you range north of 300, 400 kilometers, which has actually solved range anxiety. What it has morphed in is charging anxiety, where the question is now, if I'm going on a road trip, will I get a charger? When I reach to the charger, will it be working? If it's working, will there be a queue? Will it add time to my trip? So I think one key area, which is definitely a roadblock where all of us need to work, is to enhance the density and the effectiveness of charging infrastructure through both policy and non-policy measures. The second piece, which is also usually a deterrent, is the acquisition cost. Again, 2020 to now, you can see electric vehicles is probably only one of the high value commodities which actually lowers the cost every year. It's getting cheaper to buy the car. So if you were to look at cost of electric car in 2020 and now, it's a day and night difference. And depending on where you stay, in some states with the road tax exemptions that we have, it's already crossed parity. It's actually cheaper to buy electric car upfront. Forget the TCO benefits, they can accrue over a period of time. Even at the point of purchase, it's almost equivalent or cheaper to buy electric cars. So it's already happening. I would say traditional roadblocks have been taken out, range anxiety is going out, it's morphing into charging anxiety. That's one big area that we'll all need to work around. And finally, in terms of the larger ecosystem, I think government has laid down a very insightful and comprehensive plan with PLI to localize, encourage all the corporates to start making cells in India. As that starts taking shape towards the end of this decade, you would see another wave, a complete change in value equation again for the consumers, which will push adoption.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now we'll move on to Ronak, actually, who has worked a lot on AI and sensors at the Spiro Living Sciences, and how AI, IoT can actually, and real technology, besides hardware implementations, can create a sea change, and maybe it is faster.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nishant, and thanks for having me here. Interestingly, actually, the kind of technology we build, what Rai was explaining with the Haryana government, we look at it as a top-down approach. You work with the IAS officers, you work with the government. We are actually looking at a bottom-up approach. We are saying that, yes, the government's important, getting a central control authority to manage things is important. But we believe that air quality data, and our fundamental belief is that whenever we use the term air quality data, there are 6 or 7 definitions for the same term. What air quality data means to you will be very different than what it means to your neighbor, and what it means to your district collector, what it means to your chief minister. We say that air quality data, what is relevant to citizens, need to be made affordable at a particular cost. What it needs to be made available to the industries, where there are point sources, it needs to be collected in a different fashion. There are scientific researchers. We had, Professor Tripathi and a whole host of scientists discussing source apportionment. They need air quality data. So fundamentally, at Respire, what we are doing is we are saying that we are democratizing data, making it available to citizens at an affordable cost, at a fraction of what the government would do. Our fundamental belief is, and it's very similar to how you use traffic data on your maps right now. You use traffic and looking at congestion data to go from point A to point B, and you're estimating how much time it's going to take. air quality data is going to help you take certain decisions. Will it reduce congestion? Probably not, but it may help you avoid getting into a congestion in the first place. And air quality data from the bottom up is going to look like that. Of course, ultimately, we all want to solve the problem. We want it to be actionable. We want, the chief minister to come and say that, or some minister to come and say that, I use this data and then it solved the problem. But at least our theory of change is that it is going to start from bottom up. When 500 million people will access air quality data every day, change will happen faster than just the few decision makers using it. So we've been working in helping you collect air quality data from a kilometer away from your house at 90% accuracy at about a 15th or 20th the cost. So that's our approach.
That's very interesting. So I have a lot of AQI data coming on my phone. Sometimes it says 500 here, but in the news it says 300. Getting this information, first of all, okay, yeah, I do get that number, but how does it influence actions and changes, whether it's for citizens or the policymakers, and what is going to happen? Do we need more regulatory frameworks or frameworks in addition?
So I think the accuracy actually eventually will be again a bottom-up thing where you are not going to have somebody certifying the data.
Yeah.
It's that people will believe what eventually is correct.
Yeah.
If you're constantly going to report wrong congestion data saying point A to point B is going to take 30 minutes and you took 4 hours, eventually that data is going to die. We don't believe you need a regulator to stamp the data. That's our democratization belief, that we don't need a centralized, because eventually we actually are a little bit anti-centralized. We feel that because that can be clamped down upon, that can be changed. We feel, the people, 500 million people will decide what's correct and what's wrong. With regards to taking decisions, making it actionable, tomorrow if air quality data is put next to a real estate price, you are probably going to refer to that and you're going to say that, okay, the per square feet is 10,000 rupees, but the PM 2.5 and NO2 is 300. Are you going to buy that cheap house? Are you going to pay a little bit more premium? I don't know. So there are many use cases. But yeah, I think ultimately the technology that we feel, the sensor-based technology which is working out, is going to play out and change the way things happen.
And interesting. Can you give us a ballpark sense of how much it costs or what frameworks and how is it getting funded, all of this stuff?
So the most elementary, the term low-cost sensor has kind of percolated. It actually stands for only the PM 2.5 monitoring. You can start doing reasonably accurate PM 2.5 monitoring at about 15,000 rupees per location. Vis-a-vis the government's PM 2.5 monitoring is costing about 10 lakhs per monitoring site. So you're going to get 90% accurate PM 2.5 data. But we feel any network worth using should cover all the parameters. And that would scale up to about 4 to 5 lakhs to do all the criteria pollutants.
And from doing this at some forward-looking cities versus a nationwide approach, do you see how this is going to work? And does it have to be only at some dense cities and dense locations?
That's actually an interesting question, because again, it goes back to that we feel ultimately this kind of technology, there'll be many, many owners.
Yeah.
It's so we don't want, and I know that there are, government officials in the room and there is CPCB. We feel, monitors and monitoring technologies should work the way email works. Anybody should be able to join the email network. Anybody should be able to receive the email data. So air quality data should not be selective in who gets it. And air quality data should not be selective in who can add to the collective wisdom. So, and we've actually put a paper out on this. It's very similar to the ONDC, the Open Network Distributed Commerce. So we put out a paper called Open Network Public Commons. And the philosophy there is that if you have a validated, and there are hundreds of papers coming out of India to tell you whether this equipment and this data is validated and accurate. And there is a seamless protocol which has been put in place, where you will be allowed to join a network only if you have made a few checks. and only if your equipment has passed a few checks, then seamlessly, without asking anybody, you can join the email network, the same way you will join an air quality network, and your data will start getting accessible or accessed by others. So.
Fascinating, fascinating. I think this is where I suspect that there should be a few questions or thoughts that spark in people's mind. Is anybody interested in asking or saying something here? Yes, please, identify yourself, give your background, and shoot. If the question is addressed to somebody, please mention the name.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashutosh. I'm an advocate on record at the Supreme Court and currently work with Shardul Amarchand Mangalda. My question is from what I heard about the AI products. So many AI products, especially when they deal, let's say, with air quality initiatives, they are catching data, just how Mr. Ray mentioned, public infrastructure data, geospatial data, so much so forth, even health data. Now, we do not have an AI-centered law, like a single code. We do have overlappings with the IT Act, the DPDPA, etc. So how are we navigating that space? That's one, because of two reasons. Of course, we want to comply. So how are we complying with the overlapping and the mixed bag regulations approach that we have right now, so as to, of course, avoid an unintended liability in future? That's my question. Thank you so much.
Is the liability more around the data aspect you are saying, or the actions that are taken?
So how are we approaching, let's say we take like an AI product, for example. It's taking up data, let's say geospatial data, or for example, hotspots data. How, as an entity, we try and ensure that it's compliant with the laws that we have in India, because we do not have a single law at the moment, let's say, quote unquote, an AI law. If you look at the jurisprudence, of course, you know for a fact it will be transparency, fairness, so on and so forth. But when you, for example, look at, let's say, an AI application, it would, of course, would have to comply with the IT Act and the rules.
Okay.
If we are going into the space of, let's say, data collection, then it will have another areas and then copyright. So I'm just trying to understand how we are trying to ensure that we are complying with that.
I think Ray will be best placed to answer this, and you may also have certain comments.
Thank you so much.
That's a very, very interesting question, and something that we are constantly grappling with, including in the Haryana project. Because having an AI law with all its facets would possibly require a ChatGPT law itself, and possibly the scale of that. Some of the things that we are building into the Haryana air quality management AI solution is that we're making sure that all data is anonymized until it is actionable. So let us say there's a feed, that feed gets into a system, it gets checked, but until unless there is a specific actionable agenda that is generated from that, that would have remained anonymized. So the machine will learn anonymous data, not based on, say, Rai's data or Nishant's data per se. So that is one aspect. The second is that, and I'll thank the panel, because I was just speaking day before yesterday to Google, and they were mentioning that, Ronak, they're invested in your firm, and they're kind of using you in the Aurangabad experiment. So I was actually going to reach out to you, but thanks to the panel, I've actually met you here, and including Nishant, who I met after 22 years. So using an open data network, that data itself is also randomized. It is, you do not know from whose house it is going to come from. These are things that we can use to ensure that it is compliant with privacy laws, which I'm sure is a large part. The other is on the liability issue. The liability issue as a public good requires a much more nuanced view. And hopefully, with the passage of time, with the courts adjudicating, we'll have a body of laws and regulations on taking it forward. I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer than that.
Please, please.
Actually, there's a very simple answer to this. Whoever is paid for the data, they own the data, and it's their responsibility to decide how to use it and not use it. In the case of the World Bank, it's the Indian government, because the money goes via the Indian government. So it becomes the responsibility of the Indian government to decide how they want to release the data. If tomorrow Tata Steel installs air quality monitors, it's going to be Tata Steel's and Tata Motors' decision when to release it. And that's why if hundreds or thousands of people have installed air quality monitors, it's hard to shut it down, which is what happens in Diwali, is that the government data disappears from the systems because it's very high. But yeah, so from a legal perspective, I think fundamentally we believe that whoever's paid for the data, and if it's an AI algorithm, whoever owns the AI algorithm will eventually control the data.
Great, but great question. Anybody else? Please.
I have a question to Ronak. I'm Rohit Basim. Ronak, like
which firm do you represent?
Sorry?
Which firm?
I am into the air side only since long, from last 25 years. So I have a question directly to you basically. You're talking about air quality monitoring devices basically. So I just want to know, because you given a bandwidth of 50,000 to 10 lakh or 20 lakhs basically. So it's rightly like CPCB is using that size of air quality monitoring system, not for PM 2.5, but complete analysis of everything basically. So now the point what I'm finding it out, and it's challenging also because the sensors cost from meager a Chinese sensor to a hefty amount of sensors basically. So how do you regulate the, if you talk about the calibration of the sensors, that's a real challenge. So even if you buy a cheaper sensor, or if you buy a very expensive sensor also, so what is the solution for that? So how will you, like, it's like you have to calibrate either weekly basis, monthly basis, or everyday basis. So that's what is your take on that?
So I think there is a lot of scientific material on calibration protocols. I think for different parameters, the calibration protocols are reasonably well established. Typically, there are calibration algorithms or calibration parameters for each season. So at the lowest or the most granular level, one calibration per season may be adequate. You definitely don't need to do it every day or every week. But for summer, for monsoon, for winter, you may have a different calibration algorithm. There are also people who've calibrated based on different pollution levels. So for 0 to 100 PM 2.5, there may be a particular calibration parameter, 100 to 150. So this is in the scientific realm. There are different calibration models. We ourselves have tried quite a few. But I think, so your question is more around calibration protocol, then there are reasonably well-established protocols for the toxic pollutants, NO2, SO2, ozone, and for PM 2.5, which have now performed for at least a good 3 years. So I just saw a paper with about 600 days worth of data evaluated against a reference monitor. And the sensors didn't need any changing over the 600 days, and they gave a 0.8 R square. So a 0.8 R square, which is a correlation, Pearson's correlation.
Thanks. Now we have just about a minute to wrap up, and what I'll do is request each of you for a sentence on one lever, whether it's related to policy, technology, citizen action, or funding, that you think must be activated to really clean the air at scale. Start with Ray.
That's a very difficult question. And in 10 seconds, I think it's a whole of government approach. And it is time for maybe Viksit Vayu for Viksit Bharat.
One India stack for clean air. Okay, great. Sir, over to you.
Well, I would say that there would be a lot of stakeholders who have to get together if we really want to clean the Delhi air alone. And I'm not going beyond that because that should be our first target. And that would involve some regulations from the government, some financial assistance, subsidies, waiver of taxes. We're looking at some soft funding from banks. We're looking at NGOs. We're looking at philanthropic organizations. It has to be done in a manner which is collective and collative. Else, I think it's too humongous a task for any one individual or any one organization to handle.
Thank you. Suvarn.
Yeah. So from my perspective, I think technology is there. It's solved. It's a combination of policy and most importantly, collaboration.
Yeah.
Setting up platforms which encourage collaborations, cross-company, companies to government. And if you have good data, you can act on that.
Ronak, although you touched on this a little bit already, but please.
I think a one-line sentence would be that I think every Indian citizen deserves an accurate air quality data at a per square kilometer level, at their neighborhood level, and at 90 to 95% accuracy. And yeah, like he said, the technology is available. So
Yeah, thank you everybody, and thank you for a patient and audience, and some great questions there as well, very pertinent. But I'd sum it up by saying that the story of India's AQI and its improvement, I don't think will be written only in sensors and algorithms, but that's a stepping stone towards it. There's going to be a lot of action and actionable insights that come out of it, and some of it with human intervention and some without. And I think it's up to us. How do we speed all of this up, and let's make this transition real. And there are some great initiatives that we have heard about already in terms of mobilization of hundreds of millions of dollars. We're not talking about 2 or 3 startups here, and this is fairly encouraging and interesting, and hopefully there's more to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nishant, for great moderation.
Thank you, Nishant. Thank you very much. May I request Ms. Shruti Goel, partner Dalberg, to come forward and help us in paying our gratitude to the gentleman. Rajan Handa, Managing Director, OK Play. Rai Mahima Patrai, Senior Digital Specialist, South Asia Region. Of World Bank, Ronak Sutaria, Founder and CEO, Respire Living Sciences. Suvarn Pant, he is Head Product Planning, EV, Tata Motors. And Nishant Idanani, Managing Director, Walters Green Funding. Shruti, there's a picture. कोई बात नहीं. Ladies and gentlemen, there are wonderful conversations which are also going on the parallel halls. If somebody wants to visit those halls, these halls are actually going overflown with the audience as well as the participants. And there is a conversation which is going on that is on smoke and power, retrofitting India's energy backbone. This is going on in Sankhya Hall downstairs. And there is another conversation which is going on in the factories of future, clean production, competitive industry for a cleaner India. For the plenary session, may I request Dr. Adarsh Pal Vig. He is a former chairman of Punjab Pollution Control Board. He has just retired some months ago. He will be talking about the cultivating change, Punjab's path to the cleaner air, showcase Punjab's approach, including its effort to tackle the stubble burning through its in situ and ex situ solutions, district level clean air action plans, and emerging initiatives in the managing industrial and vehicular emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Adarsh Pal Vig. So coffee is on. If somebody wants to pick coffee and come back, they are most welcome.
With coffee,
come back with all.
So thank you, the organizers, for inviting me, rather inviting Punjab. I don't know whether as a welcome or as a kind of the issue which is always linked with the Punjab. So let me try this pointer. ये कैसे चलेगा थोड़ा इसको? Is a pointer this one? Or थोड़ा मैं चलाना चाहता हूँ. हाँ हाँ first slide दे दो. And in the name of Punjab, hall is empty. किससे किससे? ग्रीन वन वाला. हाँ. अच्छा ये मूवमेंट नहीं चाहिए. ये नहीं, ये पॉइंटर कहाँ से है? Is there some pointer working or not? पॉइंटर इसे इसे चलता पॉइंटर, चलो एनी हो, no need to point anything more. So I am not retired as such, but I have completed my term of Punjab Pollution Control Board, and I am still, rather earlier, a professor of environment in Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. I cut short my everything, thinking that there will be a rush. हो सकता है मुझे सिर्फ फोटो खिंचाने के लिए स्टेज पे जाना पड़े, बट मुझे लगता है अब तो सुनने वाले नहीं है, समय ही समय है. But anyhow, thank you everyone who is sitting here, who is listening. Pratibha is there. Thank you. And कईयों को मैंने रोका पर रुके नहीं, क्योंकि शायद पंजाब के नाम से ना डरते हो. This is just a joke in that sense. Still working in my university at Amritsar. Most welcome to involve me anywhere where we can move forward for solution. I am optimistic. Let me say with a sorry and apology that we should leave working on monitoring, we should leave working on data, सीधा solution के ऊपर काम करो. बच्चे बच्चे को पता है भी पोल्यूशन है, और बच्चे बच्चे को पता है भी कहाँ पे है, कितनी है, कैसी है. अच्छा, यहाँ तो आपके डाटा से वो ठीक हो रही है, फिर भी डाटा it is just creating a horror. So please, with this is a request. मैं नहीं कहता उसका फायदा नहीं होगा, but somehow हम उसके ऊपर इतना ज़्यादा हैं, और solution oriented में भी वो बात बाद में है, but that can I start with that, which is my thought. एक तो है सेल्फ रेगुलेशन, अपने से शुरू करो. सेल्फ रेगुलेशन, जब तक मैं ठीक नहीं हूँ तो आई हैव नो राइट टू से, बीइंग टीचर, बीइंग एज ए पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल सिस्टम में, और सब में अपने आप को मानते हैं हम सुधारक हैं. सुबह भी आपको ये टैग मिला भी, यहाँ सारे गोपाल आर्य जी ने बोला भी ठीक करने वाले हैं. तो ठीक वही कर सकता है जो पहले खुद ठीक हो. ठीक है. और तीसरा, believe on your traditional Indian environmental systems. Believe and follow. उसी में रास्ता है और किसी में रास्ता नहीं है. ये मैं बड़ी बात, और उसको मॉडर्नाइज कर लो, बट डोंट फॉलो द मेथड्स ऑफ द अदर्स. डोंट बी स्लेव ऑफ द अदर टेक्नोलॉजीज. टेक्नोलॉजीज आर नॉट बैड, बट उसको आउटकम. सो ये दो तीन बातें मेरे हमेशा दिमाग में रहती है, तो दैट्स व्हाई आई. सो एनीहाउ, डायरेक्टली गोइंग टू द सक्सेस. मैं सोल्यूशन की बात कर रहा हूँ, जितना मैं नहीं, मतलब टीम पंजाब अचीव कर सकी, उस नाते से क्या क्या एफर्ट हुए, क्या क्या रास्ते बनाए, मैं उसके ऊपर बात करता हूँ. उसकी भी लिमिटेशंस होंगी, दैट आई विल डिस्कस. सो 84% reduction in incidents in the past 4 years. This graph clearly shows, it is visible, no need to repeat the data. When I joined, or when the issue was so much highlighted, I separated that what is the contribution in Delhi. But I always believe that there should not be any burning. Any burning. Today I am discussing stubble. Burning is banned by NGT 5,000. And rather I use a statement, burning has become a habit. And directly or indirectly, so many are burning. So usko theek karna hai. So this much has reduced, and next year maybe we are approaching zero burning in Punjab. So this is a technical, and it is proved by CAQM. Notyal ji chale gaye hain, Sharma ji bhi chale gaye hain. So it is their official data, which is events which you see. But at those months, the issue is raised like this. So this is the data. Now, again, only summary. It has a huge thing to discuss about this. The first thing is that why especially Punjab. Punjab is the largest this paddy producing state. And I think more than any total of the other states. So it means you cannot relate Punjab with Haryana or UP or MP or anything else. But bad habit is bad habit. So that way we have to correct those habits. Approximately 19.52, 20 million ton. सारे प्रांतों की मिला लोगे उतनी पराली नहीं है. हरियाणा की लगभग 2/3 है, 9%। तो आप क्यों कंपेयर करते हो, मुझे तो समझ नहीं आता। सो दिस इज ए यूनिक प्रॉब्लम ऑफ every. So, but two broad solutions which everyone understands, in situ and ex situ. I will explain. But again, being a person of environment, a person of nature, which is the real duty of an environmentalist. In situ is the real method of management. You cannot take back the leftover of the field. You can take the seeds, you can take the fruits, you can take the yield, you can take the produce. No, that is a governance of nature. But you have to leave the biomass there so that it should be cyclic. And we have depended on the inorganic fertilizers. So in situ is best, but practically in situ is the most difficult. And so you see, I have given the data of 3 years, 23, 24, 25. So, ex situ, second is ex situ. In situ is of course increasing technically, but you see the ex situ. In 23 it was 3.46 million ton. Then it become double, 5.58. So progress. Double the utilization. It's a very big thing. That's why the burning has decreased, of course. And now the estimate of 25 this year is, which is season is coming, we will approach about 8 million ton of ex situ management. Okay, but still I again repeat, in situ should be. And for in situ, from 11, it was practically 7 comes and then 10 almost. The rest is in situ, you can say. And we have increased the number of machines from 50,000 to 1,50,000. 1.5 लाख 3 गुना मशीनें कर दी, पर इन सिचू का हालात लगभग वैसा। उसमें कॉस्ट है, फैक्टर्स हैं, वो देते, बट इन सिचू इज द रियल सोल्यूशन। ठीक है। So now, what success, because the burning has to be stopped, so then even I have to follow the ex situ practices, we have to find the way. So the best in that is either you use parali loose, or either I have brought those samples. These are the pellets of parali. About 10 or 20 pellets. If it is the parali, it means it may be huge bales. So ये difference है. So pellets making is a good option because storage, big bales and other things, those are the difficulty. So this is again a success. But the first 3, industrial boilers, biomass power plants and compressed biogas and even bioethanol, the first 4 in ex situ, they are using loose, and it is very good to see, because I always say to the farmer, if you are burning in open, it is a pollution. If this is being burned in industrial system or any system where the production is there, it is a resource. And we have pollution control devices. वो फार्मर लड़ते हैं कई बार, वहाँ आग लगा रहे हो, हमें रोक रहे हो, तो उनको समझाना पड़ता है, भाई साहब वहाँ पे systems हैं, वहाँ पे एनर्जी बन रही है. So anyhow, and you see, out of these 4, the best success through pollution board is industrial boilers. शुरू में कुछ नहीं थे, लगभग 2 million ton, and there are 2 categories: fully parali based industrial boiler, partially parali based industrial boiler, and future who are shifting to that. We have 3 lists with this, and वो bracket में मैंने लिखा है industrial boiler 36 this year, 36 boilers of industry there, and next year 42. It will be multi-fold they are increasing, and they are using this parali as a fuel and instead of coal. So this is the most success, double. Then CBG, power biogas, the 11, the direct energy from that, this power plants. But CBG is not going success, little, because it is very wonderful. Even our Prime Minister is that biomass to this gas is a very wonderful, but technical I will not go into detail. Then the bioethanol is again a difficult part. Thermal power plants, the brick kilns, they are using this pellet. And you just see the second para, 22 pelletization plants in Punjab. More than rest of the India. 22 प्लांट किसी स्टेट में पूरे इंडिया में नहीं लगे. ये पिछले 2 साल से हमने लगाए हैं. उसके लिए हमने बहुत मेहनत की है, ऐसे पम्फलेट बनाए हैं, एंड दैट इज सब्सिडी फ्रॉम CPCB, एंड वी हैव अचीव्ड 20.67, 21 करोड़ की सब्सिडी हमने वो वेंडर्स को दिला दी है, और ये 22 चल पड़े हैं और 28 आर इन पाइपलाइन and they are getting benefits. So this is the real economical model. पराली संभल गई, छोटे पैलेट्स बन गए, और पैलेट्स ब्रिक किलन और थर्मल पावर प्लांट्स में बर्न कर रहे हैं टोरिफाइड. सो दिस इज अगेन ए सक्सेस ऑफ द पंजाब. अब बीच वाले देन फॉर्डर एंड अदर थिंग, दे आर वेरी सिंपल. हाउ वी हैव अचीव्ड, दिस इज रादर माई थॉट. इंस्टेड ऑफ, सब लोग कहते थे एक्शन नहीं लेते जी किसान, मतलब किसानों के ऊपर एक्शन लो, बंद करो जी, और वहाँ बात हो रही थी भी इंसेंटिवाइज करो, MSP दो जो नहीं बर्न करता. जो MSP देने के बाद भी हरियाणा में 1000 रुपये देते हैं, वो तब भी बर्न कर रहे हैं. तो व्हाट वाज द राइट सोल्यूशन? आप पहली लाइन पढ़ो, किसान सम्मान फॉर नो बर्निंग. आई स्टार्टेड दैट, उनको मत छेड़ो जो बर्न कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो एजिटेटेड है, रास्ता नहीं है, ये है वो. ब्रिंग दोज हु आर द रियल फार्मर्स ऑफ गुरु नानक देव, मैंने उनको ऐसा नाम दिया, वो रियल हीरो हैं. And they were so happy. We gifted them prizes, we honored them with the Saropa, उनको सर्टिफिकेट दिए, and it has been now done at district level. This has shown positivity. जो बर्न कर रहे हैं उसको क्यों छेड़ रहे हो? उसका तो एजिटेट हुआ. फार्मर्स ऑफ पंजाब, आई थिंक यू आर नोइंग. सो दिस हैज रिजल्टेड. देन CER, मॉर्निंग में CER की बात, कॉर्पोरेट इन्वायरमेंट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, CRC का, आई वॉज अ मेंबर. सो वी हैव 55 crore the industry has been giving to the Sierra machinery and for the parali. So these are the few success stories regarding managing of the pellets, and there are so many other issues of air in Punjab, because I have to touch. The one good initiative is in the last para, converting the industry from coal to PNG. Again, very agitation, very big against the specially chairman. But 231 industry, and Mandi Gobindgarh, I think you know, the steel city of India. वो कोयले से आप इनह्यूमन काम कर रहे हो कई बार, तो पर तब भी वो नहीं था. इकोनॉमिक्स एंड सो मेनी थिंग, द रेट ऑफ दिस CNG एंड अदर काइंड ऑफ थिंग, बट स्टिल वी आर होपफुल. दिस इज अनदर अचीवमेंट विच वी विल बी एबल टू डू. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. सो दिस इज ए पॉजिटिविटी. दिस नाउ, व्हाई ब्लेमिंग ओनली पंजाब हरियाणा? व्हाई आई से नो, पोल्यूशन में ब्लेम गेम नहीं चलेगी. अब सुबह मनोज जी आए, बड़ा अच्छा लगा, बट कोई फायदा नहीं है. वो सेल्फ रेगुलेट, अपने को ठीक करो भाई साहब. मेरा ही वर्ड है, मेरा ही धरती है, मेरी ही दिल्ली, मेरा ही पंजाब, मेरा ही चंडीगढ़, कोई किसी का नहीं है. सो प्लीज स्टॉप दिस ब्लेम गेम. सबके लिए मैं कह रहा हूँ, मेरे लिए. सो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? आई वेंट टू मध्य प्रदेश ऑन दोज पर्टिकुलर डेज. यू सी द लास्ट पैरा, नंबर ऑफ इंसिडेंसेस आर इंक्रीजिंग. क्योंकि पंजाब में पराली बहुत ज़्यादा, एरिया कम है, इसलिए इम्पैक्ट आपको लगता है, हमें भी लगता है, बट वहाँ लोग आदत. सो नो इशू ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, नो इशू ऑफ कॉस्ट. व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? बर्निंग हैज़ बिकम ए हैबिट. मेरी ये बात याद रख लो, ये लिख लो, ये आदत सुधारने की बात है, कोई इकोनॉमिक्स, कोई कुछ नहीं. ये कैसे सुधरना है, ये मतलब वी आर हैप्पी टू डू पोल्यूशन. ऐसा हो रहा है दुनिया में, वेस्ट, वाटर पोल्यूशन, सब में बात. वो कैसे सुधरना है उसके ऊपर काम करने के लिए. सो आई एम नॉट शोइंग द डाटा. सो ये बात हो रही है. सो मैं इसमें कंपैरिजन पॉजिटिव एंगल से करना, जो सबको रोको, कोई बर्निंग ना करे. NGT 5000 का फाइन है उसका. तो वो ये स्लाइड मैं इसलिए लास्ट में आपको दिखा रहा था. एंड देन द होल इशू ऑफ एयर, लास्ट, द बेल इज देयर. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, कौन सी संस्कृति ये कहती है अभी हवा शुद्ध हो सकती है? टेक्नोलॉजी से एयर प्यूरिफायर यूज करो. मुझे हाथ जोड़ के मैं माफी मांगता हूं, वो कुछ नहीं है भाई साहब. पानी के तो फिल्टर हो सकता है, एयर का फिल्टर मैंने नहीं कभी सुना. मतलब एज ए साइंटिस्ट, जो चीज खुली है उसको कैसे फिल्टर करो? पानी को एक से ग्लास से दूसरे फिल्टर करो, बड़ा अच्छी बात. कैसे करोगे आप मुझे समझाओ? इतना पैसा, इतना बिजनेस, इतना ये कुछ, प्लीज। हमारी संस्कृति क्या कहती है? हवा शुद्ध हो सकती है, बताइए एनीबॉडी? हवन करिए, यज्ञ कीजिए, घी के दिए जलाइए, कोई संस्कृति नहीं बोलती। वृक्ष से तो होती है। आप समझो भाई साहब, ये साइंस है, दिस इज द साइंस एंड इट हैज बीन टेक्निकली प्रूवन द माइक्रोबियल यू कैन से लोड डिक्रीजेस व्हेन यू डू दिस हवन एंड यज्ञ। वो बेवकूफ कहते हैं, अंग्रेजों ने हमें बेवकूफ कहते, हमने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया। तो ये एफर्ट है, मैं नहीं कहता ऐसा ही पहले खराब करो फिर हवन यज्ञ करो, ये नहीं है। दिस इज योर कल्चर एंड गो बैक टू योर एनिशिएंट सिस्टम्स। वाटर स्प्रिंकलिंग वाज ए गुड हैबिट, बंद हो गया जी। स्वीपर, वो क्या सक्शन मशीन, ये मशीन, कुछ नहीं होगा। वाटर स्प्रिंकलिंग, फाउंटेन्स होते थे, दीज वाटर बॉडीज इन द सिटीज टोटली खत्म कर दिया। अब वो वर्षा होगी, ये होगा, गन आएंगी, चलो वो भी ले आओ, एटलीस्ट उससे ठीक हो। सेपरेट इंडस्ट्रियल जोन, सेपरेट रेजिडेंशियल जोन, मिक्स जोन बना दिए। सबसे मैं बात नहीं करना, हाउसिंग और अर्बन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटीज, ये दो चीज़ों की लड़ाई है। वैसे आज टॉपिक तो बड़ा अच्छा है, एयर इकोनॉमिक्स। इकोनॉमिक्स इज ऑलवेज हैवी, इन्वायरमेंट इज नेवर। सो प्लीज, माई इन्वायरमेंट माई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, इन्वायरमेंट फर्स्ट, ये मॉडल बनाना पड़ेगा। कोई लड़ाई नहीं है, बट हमने बहुत इकोनॉमिक्स का देख लिया, उसमें डेवलपमेंट नहीं रुकेगी, नहीं, आपको पता नहीं क्यों टेंशन। बट first responsibilities of environment, even if I am industrialist or a businessman or a institution head or like that. And then there are sant. Scientist has spoiled the system, sorry to say again. Sant has corrected, and one sant is Sant सीचेवाल जी, आपने नाम सुना होगा। आप आइए मेरे पास, लुधियाना चलिए, जो बुढ़ा दरिया है उन्होंने खुद साफ करना शुरू कर दिया, जो मेरे से गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम से नहीं हो रहा। थैंक यू वेरी मच, धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया।
अनिल शर्मा जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आदर्श पाल विज जी। मे रिक्वेस्ट अनिल शर्मा जी to come forward and help us in paying our gratitude to Adarsh Palviji, who has traveled from Punjab to give us the story from the state, which many in air pollution see as a villainous state, contributing a lot of to smog and smoke, which is reaching Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking 10 minutes break. We have to vacate this room because CM Security wants to do a brush up so that this room is cleaner whenever she arrives later in the day. So just for 10 minutes, we have to vacate. You can please take all your belongings. वो उधर है ना, तो वो खाली है कि नहीं? So you guys can pick up cup of coffee which is served to the adjacent room, but please take all your belongings. Bomb squad will be doing all the Reiki. Sorry for the inconvenience. Just 10 minutes break. Or if somebody wants to go downstairs, there are 2 sessions going on. But come back in 10-15 minutes to join the next conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, please start settling down. We are ready to start the next session. So, may I request the next panelists? The session is The Clean Air Starts With Us, People-Led Pathways to the Cleaner Air. Explore how citizen engagement and local leadership are driving the sustained clean air outcomes across sectors. Highlight behavior change strategies and community-led initiatives that have scaled through the trust, incentives, and enabling policy platforms. May I request Bharti Chaturvedi, Founder and Director, Chintan. Gentlemen, please settle down. Indrajit Chaudhary, CEO and Country Director, PCI. Imani Kumar, Deputy Director General, ICLEI and Executive Director, ICLEI South Asia. Rakesh Thukral, CEO, APAC, Edelman. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been told that once we fill in this room, people will not be able to go out because of the security reasons. So please settle down. And if you haven't grabbed your coffee, please grab your coffee. But because of security reasons, we are also bringing in our colleagues who are doing the roundtables downstairs. They'll also be joining us in a bit. So Mr. Thukral, mic is yours. Please keep an eye on the timer, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think some more people who are in the IT area can now come to this side because we are starting the session. Good evening, everybody. My name is Rakesh Thukral and I represent Edelman, global communications and public affairs firm. We do a lot of work in several sectors, but a lot of work in energy and climate as well. I think very important day has been had. We've had very interesting discussions around air quality in Delhi, air quality in India, examples in various markets, various countries. We have discussed, very, very informative stuff and insightful, insightful discussions have been had. We've talked about the importance of data. We have talked about importance of public participation. We have talked about policies, role of judiciary. But I think one very important element that I want to highlight is the need for such event. And I want to call out and thank CIU and Bharat Climate Forum and Dalberg and other partners. And I want to thank Dr. Ashwini Mahajan for putting this together because this event is really, really important going forward in terms of carrying out the agenda for cleaning the air in the country and Delhi and North India. This particular session is designed to focus on placing people and power of communities at the heart of what is the agenda of this conference, which is Aironomics, in terms of making the air better, making the related, connected elements for public better in general, and of course, also resulting in economics, better economics. We have seen several discussions that have been had today in terms of the various policy moves that India has made, whether programs like National Clean Air Program, BS6 norms and so on. We earlier in the panel, the Tata gentleman talked about technology being there for EV adoption, and we've talked about buses in the morning and schemes. We have talked about the Ujjwala Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. We have talked about solar energy initiatives. And we have talked about several solutions that have been introduced and have been brought together. We have also touched upon almost in every session the fact that we are sitting in Delhi, and Delhi is one city and one region that for most of the year faces bad air, to be honest. And it's not just a matter of winter or festivals or what have you, but most of the year we face lots of challenges in Delhi from a air quality perspective. I think that was discussed, and then several dimensions like pollution not being a single source problem was discussed. We have talked about solutions, and we have talked about the role of society and the people. And I just want to call out the intersection of people that is the focus of this session, and particularly our everyday behavior in terms of how we commute, what commuting options we have, how we cook, how we build, how we develop our areas, roads, construction takes place, the kind of work that happens in farms. We were just discussing about Punjab just before this, how we dispose waste and what happens to the waste. And all this has been talked about with some technical and with some societal aspects. But in this session, what we are going to do is we are going to shift gears and actually talk about all of this stuff playing out in the realm of the world outside this room. Because when this room is concerned, experts and technicians and organizations such as NGOs, think tanks, governments, state governments, we get together and talk about this a lot. But the question is, what do we do about this when it comes to people? Growth in India cannot stop. Clean air is a must part of the growth story, but it all happens to our people, to our population. And the question here is that whatever is being discussed inside this room or these forums, how are people talking about this, and how are people adopting to the solutions we are talking about? So it's about the messaging part. It's about how we frame these issues for rest of the people. Too often the public hears blame, not belief. They hear cost, not co-benefits. They hear they hear problems, but not the right messaging around what bridges are required to be built. And when people understand, when they understand the problems, but they don't know what to do or what role they can play, it doesn't really solve it. And once people take it up, the systems follow. And I want to call out what happened during the pandemic, not so long ago. During the pandemic, we saw behavior which was uniform. We had a situation where people followed science. People acted together. We had made very tough choices, even uncomfortable ones. And because we all understood what it takes, because life was at stake, and we trusted the guidance. Central government, various governments, agencies communicated every day. The solutions were very clearly laid out in terms of what is the behavior like. But in the clean air space, also there are some examples which are great. And to discuss those, I have a very eminent panel with me. We have, first of all, Bharti Chaturvedi. Bharti, thank you for joining us. Bharti leads Chintan Environment Research and Action Group. She's the founder and director of Chintan. We have Mr. Imani Kumar, Deputy Secretary General, ACLAI, and he leads ACLAI organization at APAC region. And then we have Mr. Indrajit Chaudhary, CEO and Country Director of PCI India. PCI works at the space of intersection of climate, health, and several other issues in the space of non-urban settings. I would request some people to settle down, and if they really have to talk, then they can do so outside the room, because inside the room is the panel, right? Thank you. So welcome again to the panelists. I want to get straight to it because there's a lot to cover, and I want to start with you, Bharti, in terms of a question. At Chintan, you have worked closely with communities for years, and we have seen you very visible in media. We have seen you and the Chintan organization come out with several solutions for community. It will be very interesting to hear about some examples where collective action led by citizens has actually driven change, and what has been the insight behind that success?
Thank you very much. I'm guessing I have about a minute.
You have about 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Well, we have the timer right here. Well, I'd like to firstly talk about when do communities come together, because I think we talk of examples, but we don't always talk about what makes them happen. So whether Chintan has worked with waste pickers, and we've set up an organization of theirs called Safai Sena, over 15,000 waste pickers in NCR. We worked with communities. We worked with mothers. We worked with children. I think the one thing in common is, first of all, people will come together when there's a sense of dignity. Secondly, they'll come together if there's data and they see that there's a problem. And thirdly, they'll come together if they repeatedly do things together. So if we just meet this once, then it's only once. But those of us who will meet 4 times in the coming year are actually going to be part of a pressure group, a consortium, an action group. So our work, let me begin with work that's going on right now at Ayodhya, where we're working on air pollution, and that's why I wanted to start with this. And we found that, in fact, when we did a survey, which we did last January in 24, almost nobody felt air pollution matters. In any case, almost nobody knew AQI kya hai, 2.5 kya hai, and they felt it's a very low priority. And we'd given many priorities, and we said, agar aap मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएं, तो फिर आपकी क्या priorities hongi? Air pollution was one. It was very low. This we did on the days when the skies were, yellowy, gray. The pollution levels all across North India were extremely high. So what we did then is, how do you approach this? So of course, our approach always has been that you build an ecosystem. So we worked with schools, and we handheld them to create nature-based solutions to be able to monitor burning, and we worked in a bunch of wards, and then we got in the CMO, which is the Chief Medical Officer. But then we got in doctors, and we found that doctors needed more peer support. So we got a doctor or two from Lucknow who were already active, and we created an ecosystem. And when you create an ecosystem, now more schools join. Now people are doing things on their own. Similarly with waste pickers, I still have half a minute. Nobody talked of waste pickers. They would just say ye chor hai. But by bringing out data, by telling stories, by organizing people, today they are in our policies for the last 8 years. And even about waste burning, people used to believe, and not very long ago, 15 years ago, the idea was, if you burn waste, you're purifying your locality. So jala do, kyunki uth nahi paya. Actually, today we know that it's a source of mercury, carbon black, everything, very polluting. So by measuring those things, by telling those stories, by talking to doctors and mothers and RWAs, we've been able to get citizens to stop that burning and say, compost karo. And we often mock at people and say, ye to busybody hai, ye to kuch nahi karte. But those are the people who have managed to stop air pollution through waste burning. Those are the very people who've made ecosystems in Ayodhya. Those are the very people who stand up and talk about waste pickers, sit on policy bodies, and make that change. So my final word is that, in fact, communities will make a change, provided there's an alignment of interest, data, and a sense of self-worth in doing it.
Thanks, Bharti. The joke on this side of the timer is, when we started the session, the timer was suggesting 45 minutes. Now it suddenly has come to 17 minutes. We don't know why.
Yeah,
but thank you, Bharti. When you bring dignity and purpose to people and empower them, then they take action. If I can come to you, Imani, and request you to talk about your experience and your organization, which works at the intersection of communities and local governments, city governments, and ULBs, urban local bodies, In your experience, what do you think the role of community participation has looked like? How has it evolved over years?
Thank you, Mr. Rakesh. I work with a organization called ICLEI, ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability, which is actually a city association all over the world. We have more than 2,500 city governments as our members. And in India, for the last almost 20 years, we are working with various city governments, municipal corporations, including Delhi MCD, with Delhi government and also other cities in India on that. We were the first ones actually who has come out with carbon emission inventories for 54 cities way back in 2009. When people, even national government was not that much committed to anything at that time because there is no need to. But how can we address air pollution or climate change issues at city level is what we started way back in 2008 and 9. So what we have helped the citizens, what we have helped the city governments, government officials, is that the data creation first. I think since morning, I came in a little bit late in the morning. But data is the main thing what we need to know, what is happening on that. So in that context, we help the city governments to calculate that carbon emission, to calculate the SOx, NOx levels, what is happening, and including PM2.5, PM10 on that. So that has given the citizens, that has given the city governments how to do, what to do, and where they need to act on that. Simple examples I talk about, I think Bharati talked about more on the waste thing. We also talked about, for example, in Ahmedabad, recently all the construction sites have installed the air quality sensors. Like, because you know that is one area where the air pollution is coming up like very high on that. So there is a monitoring system from the city government side, and then there is citizens know that this is the air quality data, what it is coming up. And if they find that something is going wrong in that, the citizens can complain. And few cities in India, not all the cities, I don't know about Delhi recently whether they have added, but in their grievances cell, grievance redressal systems, Ahmedabad and few other cities in India have included air quality as one of the major area, and the citizens can come and complain it. And because the system takes care of that, within 48 hours you need to address that particular complaint, within 72 hours you need to close that complaint. So in that way, citizens' complaints are coming up and they're really taking up for implementation on that. So that's one thing, I think that's one good example. The other example related to the waste, we have actually introduced Jimmedar Nagarik. That is one thing like which cities have implemented in most of the northern cities where we have looked into. So the citizens can tell you that this is where the waste is burning, this is where this thing, whether you as a city government citizen in that city, can you help that way? So these are the few examples which I can talk about further, but yeah.
That's really encouraging. With the more mechanisms available, people are taking up, and that takes me to Indrajit, you, in terms of leaning on you in terms of understanding from your experience. Is it becoming a situation where people are actually able to relate with the data and the findings and measurement? Are they able to relate it with their personal situation, be it health or well-being, and how is it becoming personable?
Yeah, thank you, Rakesh. Good question, and I will say about how much is the interest understanding of people, how they are being able to connect health and environment. I'll say there are island of clarity in a sea of confusion, and it is primarily very uneven. So when we have done a survey, particularly with college youth in Mumbai and Bangalore, where we found that the general understanding about health and environment linkage, air and health linkage is pretty clear with them, and they're also concerned about them. But when you come back to urban poor in Patna, like urban slum in Patna, or factory workers in Kanpur, I think there it is more reactive. Like if something is like if something is happening, there is a reactive understanding, but there is not connecting the dots. They cannot connect the dot between these two. Going to rural hinterland, where we work most, we have our work in 17 states, by the way, so we have data from multiple places. In rural hinterland, it is more around living it on the nature. So it's left on the nature and not being able to connect there. So when talking about how do we, and another very interesting part is like everyone recognizes bad air, but like few understands that it is anything beyond the stubble burning. Similarly, for example, in urban slum dwellers, there will be smog and they will be coughing because of smog, but at the same time they will burn their trash there. So that paradox is always there. So while they are facing the trouble, similarly for a factory worker, they will feel that a clean air is better for their health, but they will also feel that clean tech might take their job. So that is a paradox that is there.
Thank you. Thanks, Indrajit. I want to come to you, Bharti, taking this from the mechanisms that are available and ability of people to connect the dots and see what the personal benefits or problems look like. How do you see this when you're at various forums? I mean, you're on media very often, and you're in conferences. How do you see the role of media and social media right now being played out? Because a lot of this explanation that Indrajit touched on, actually media and social media can play a role. And I've seen you mention that before we talk about GARP 4, what happened to 1 and 2 and 3 and why did they fail, right? You've raised questions. So any thoughts on what needs to be done to make this a people's movement truly?
Well, first of all, who are the people? And I'll just focus on the people who are missing in this room, which are 1/3 of most of the city, which are quite poor people in informal settlements. And it's not compulsory like to have everyone in the same room. But what I'm saying is these are the most vulnerable people. These are the people who are sweeping the roads. These are the people who are the street vendors. These are our domestic workers. This is the sabzi wala, the kude wala, people who we depend on. Now, what partly because of economic reasons they have, and partly because of housing reasons, they have quite terrible places to live. And I feel that if we really want a people's movement, this is an important constituency. And what we found at Chintan is that most people, adults, are actually quite poor with reading data. We worked with them on heat, we worked with them on air pollution in slum after slum, but the people who really get it are young people. Their school-going daughters, their college-going sons, for example. So I think the first point about making it a movement is to show that there's a problem. And there's no better way than using data. But data is no use if we are all going to look at data from, Lodi Road for ourselves. It has to be hyper-local, and it has to be every 500 meters. And again, there's a challenge there because we don't have standards for low-cost monitoring, which is what we need. And so there's always the fear of being, of thinking that maybe there's less validity to this data. Of course, people use it, but there would be an important way to push low-cost sensors to tell you what kind of pollution there is. So that's one, about talking to low-income communities, getting those sensors, involving the youth. I think the second point is, what do you do when you have the data? So with all the work that we've done, and I'll stick with air pollution, that's the number one question. Acha, we know problem hai, ab kare kya bhai? So I'm not a believer in making people feel fearful, because fear leads, I think, to inaction and paralysis, and at some point you give up. So I think it's very important to have very practical evidence, science and medicine related protocols that you can actually, even if they're not going to actually shift the needle as much as we want, they've got to at least lead to some protection for vulnerable people, for the elderly, for children, for lactating mothers. In fact, we did this work where we looked at outdoor workers, and we found that their their respiratory system, we did pulmonary function tests, was so much more, 45% worse than the control group. We did this with the Clean Air Fund. And it was extraordinary because we set up the lab in our office, we emptied out a room, and we called them. And we made the doctors sit and interpret it. And we worked with Safai Karamcharis and security guards and waste pickers, 3 common outdoor occupations. And it was extraordinary when they saw their data, to the extent that some of the municipalities wanted us to come and train them on how to prevent that from happening. So I'll stop here with
Yeah. No, thank you. I think the, the, the examples are very relevant, and I think the task from here is all 3 of you have said, that there are options available, there are relatable solutions, there is also improvement of availability. So in the next, the timer is suggesting we have 6 minutes, but in the next 5 minutes, if you could, each one of you, if you could take a minute and suggest how do we solve some of these problems and make them scalable and bring some urgency. And if Bharat Climate Forum was to happen next year, this time, what would be one thing that would make that urgency felt and results delivered? Imani, if I can start with you.
Okay. One thing I suggest is like, again, I just want to take Ahmedabad as another example, because they got actually reduced 40% of their air pollution issues, and they got more than, I think, 100 odd crores sanctioned as part of the NCAP money, which they got it. We looked into micro action plans. Clearly, like they're out of, they identified 18 sites as where the air pollution is more, and they started looking into how to reduce that particular thing. A simple example, I just want to give you, Rakesh. Every day they have, like at one place near to the highway area in Ahmedabad, the trucks come and stop there actually, this thing, with idling actually with this thing, because they're waiting for a particular thing. So nobody knows why that particular site is more air polluted there actually. It's a simple thing is, there is nothing, like only the trucks are coming and our vehicles are coming and standing there in the entire night for 4 or 5 hours because the air pollution is coming up. So when we went and find out that particular issue and looked for the solution, no, actually you are not supposed to stop here.
Yeah.
And if you want to stop here, but you don't switch on your engine.
And there's a lot of work that has been done in this space. Yeah.
Yes, so that is something like I was saying. So my suggestion is like look for micro actions, involve the citizens at that place, and then start looking into how we can achieve the results what we are supposed to achieve. That's one thing.
Thank you. Indrajit?
Thank you. It's probably my favorite question, because we keep doing things at scale and we believe that we don't do anything which cannot go to scale. And our primary work is in the nexus of community, government and market. And that's what we believe. So and we have actually scaled up a few programs nationally, specifically talking about with a self-help group platform, layering health and nutrition. We started in Bihar, and then Government of India started doing it, and it got scaled nationally later. So I think some of those learning that I've got from there, one I'll say about institutional anchoring is most important. Like how we can do institutional anchoring by layering it on the existing platform and existing system. Second is financial synergy. Financial synergy, relating it to market. I don't have time to actually explain this in details, but financial synergy is the second thing that is important. And third thing is a social proof of the system. Like whatever we are doing, if there is social proof, there is always a possibility and potential for that to scale. And I'll take a bit to talk about a framework that we use. We call it a 5I framework, which is like indigenous design, integration with the available platform mechanism and also with the market, institutionalization anchored in the existing institution and programs, investment alignment, that's the fourth one, and fifth one, most important, is impact visibility.
Thank you. Thanks, Indrajit. Institutional anchoring is really important, and micro action plans. Bharti, to you, in terms of scalability and urgency, because we really don't have time here, and with air quality.
So I don't see how scale can happen without the government, or at least that has been Chintan's experience. We worked with, we used our lives data and went to the Ministry of Social Justice and talked to them about how we could shift from, or rather extend Namaste from workers in liquid waste, so to say, to solid waste. And over a year, they brought in lots of ideas. We worked with them, and now Namaste is being rolled out for, you know, waste pickers, and that benefits about 1 crore people. Similarly, with the UP government, we realized that people didn't understand much about waste, so there's not much we could really, young people. First, we did this dipstick, and so we brought out a guidebook. It's a great fun guidebook with Vidya, the waste picker, is one of the protagonists. And there was such an important improvement. Pity the Ghaziabad Municipal Commissioner who led all this with us isn't here today, that now perhaps UP will make it a kind of a guide that they'll use. So I only say let's have a better alignment between governments and us, because sometimes it's quite exhausting chasing, aligning, understanding. I wish it was easier because we'd all be better off.
Thank you, Bharti. And thankfully, we've had several government representatives in the room as well. So better alignment, government's role, institutional anchoring, micro action plan, and giving people dignity and purpose. Something that we've not been able to touch upon, and I come from the communications world, is that how much airspace are we actually giving to these issues? Are we talking about clean air in the way that we should be? Is the share of voice really there? Is it a headline only the day Parali gets discussed, the way it gets discussed, or around festivals? There's a lot to be said and discussed about that, but we don't have time for that today. Thank you all very much for your perspective, and thank you, the audience. Sorry, we don't have time for questions today, but I think the panelists will be available off stage for any interactions or any questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I request Professor Fulchand, if you can come forward and help us in paying our gratitude to the ladies and gentlemen who has given us great insight. Rakesh Thukral, CEO APAC Edelman. Mr. Imani Kumar, Deputy Secretary General ICLEI. Indrajit Chaudhary, CEO Country Director PCI. And Ms. Bharti Chaturvedi, Founder and Director Chintan. फोटो करा लो फूलचंद wait photo has to be. So ladies and gentlemen, in the afternoon session we heard Mr. Auguste Tano, World Bank's India chief, talking about the finance and many of the aspects which World Bank was supporting. Now we have with us UN's resident coordinator for India, Mr. Shambi Shah. One Air, One Agenda, the power of partnership for clean skies, highlight the urgent need of whole of the system collaboration to effectively address air pollution on the issue of transcends boundaries, explore how multilateral, multi-level and multi-sectoral partnerships spanning various UN bodies like UNESCAP, WHO, UNEP, UNDP, alongside governments and the private sector can drive the unified, scalable, clean air action. Amid your thunder of applause, may I welcome Shambi Shah, please. So applause should be louder. I can't even hear that. And it should not end till till Shami Sharp reaches the podium. Thank you. Shami, mic is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that warm welcome and greetings to everybody. It's a wonderful opportunity, a very important opportunity to join you. I know it's getting towards the end of a lot of very fruitful discussions, but it's a real privilege to wish you warm greetings from the United Nations. Aap sabhi ko UN Parivar ki taraf se mera namaskar from all of our UN family. Friends, I think, you know, we find ourselves now at a very decisive moment in history, in many respects. When we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, as I'm sure you've heard, we are fully 83% off track, massively regressing in terms of the direction of travel. When we look at the environment in the business as usual scenario, at current trends, it would take 2 planets to sustain the level of consumption that we're currently undertaking. And as we know, we only have 1 planet. I don't have any faith in Elon Musk or somebody else, you know, taking us to Mars. So we have to invest in this 1 planet that we have. And yet, you look at everything from obviously climate, the temperatures, we know, this astonishing, you know, getting to like 50 degrees or something, but you know, what will our children see? Imagine looking back and, you know, in 10 years from now and saying, wow, it was so cool back in the day in Delhi. Or microplastics are now found everywhere in the deepest trenches of the sea to every part of the human body and the food that we eat. So the Secretary General and the UN, you know, continues to urge collective action to rescue the SDGs and to make peace with nature. This is a pivotal year. We have the number of milestones. It's the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. It's the 10th anniversary of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is the moment to get back on track. We have the World Environment Day next week as well. So we really need this collective momentum that you are bringing here today. And among all of these challenges, air pollution is a particularly silent and deadly killer. In fact, the greatest environmental health risk of our time. Perhaps you've heard, accounting for something like 7 million premature deaths each year, more than HIV, TB, malaria combined. And it exacerbates so many of the other challenges, exacerbates climate change, causing major economic losses. These tiny particles penetrate deep into our lungs and account for something like 1/3 of deaths from stroke, chronic respiratory disease, and 1/4 of the deaths from heart attacks, as well as driving climate change, as I mentioned. So all of this is a major barrier to development, sustainable development, and air pollution knows no barriers as well. Of course, unfortunately, as is usually the case, it is the poor and vulnerable communities who pay the highest price, especially, for example, those cooking with dirty fuels indoors and others. Now, here in the Indo-Gangetic Plains, we see a common challenge, home to many of the world's most polluted cities. And here in Delhi, I'm very proud of my adopted home of Delhi. I've been here now almost 4 years. And I like to say, main Delhi wala hu. And I love it in every respect, except certainly one, and that is the air quality. I had the misfortune of arriving in November of 2021, and everybody here knows what the winter is like. What should be a glorious time of the year in Delhi, and yet is one of apocalyptic scenes of smog. Here in India, it's estimated upwards of almost 4 million deaths in the decade between 2009 and 2019 were linked to excessive levels of air pollution. And All of this, again, has a very direct economic impact. It's estimated that air pollution is causing something like 1.4% of GDP losses across sectors, reducing labor productivity, of course, the human health and human capital impact, but also crop yields are depressed. As the World Bank has shared, and I don't know if my good friend August had mentioned earlier here, that the economic benefits of policies to reduce air pollution in the region exceed the economic costs by a very, very large margin. The return on investment is really, truly huge. Unfortunately, investment still, and this is a global challenge, is still very much insufficient. Between, in the sort of 7 years up till 2021, for example, only 1% of international development financing and only 2% of the public climate financing were targeted on air pollution. We talk about a $4 trillion gap in SDG financing, and yet we look at the international capital markets, and depending on your metric, 120 or more trillion dollars exist in capital markets. So it's not a question about is there money, it's how are the resources that we have invested. And here I really want to recognize especially the private sector, the business representatives, the industry representatives here today, because you truly will be and must be the difference makers. The scale that you can bring to bear by integrating sustainability into your core business practices, into your far-reaching supply chains, this is the game changer that we need. We need to pair sustainability and circularity and pollution reduction with profit making, and it's absolutely doable, and we are doing that. That's why we need this cross all of society collaboration. Now, the good news is that taking today as an example, that we really now know what we need to do, and stakeholders across society are now taking action. This, of course, begins with government leadership, and I would place this in a broader framework of India's very dynamic leadership in terms of climate action, in terms of climate justice. You look at the COP Panchamrit targets of 500 gigawatts of renewable energy. You look at national missions on LPG penetration, on green hydrogen, mission life, investments in multilateral platforms, International Solar Alliance as well, and this dynamic Indian private sector, which is pushing the envelope so rapidly in terms of technologies, and we have digital public infrastructure here as well. Now, more specifically, the National Clean Air Program has brought together a range of different critical initiatives, more advanced standards for industries, fuel quality and vehicles, CNG in vehicles and industrial sectors, more scientific studies, more evidence base for policymaking as well. We in the United Nations have been very proud and humble partners of government and of the cross-sectoral collaboration, coordination. The UN Environment Program, for example, has led on the Air Quality Action Forum collaboration. My good colleague, former colleague Atul Bagai is here, was doing that for many, many years, but again, bringing together policymakers, civil society, academics, and again, so importantly, the business sector, industries, who are really, really going to make the difference. So I think to conclude, despite the challenges, despite the gloomy, at times, picture that we see, there is really several important streams of optimism. And here in India, we very much see best practices emerging before our eyes. And a lot of that has to do also with India's, what I like to call the greatest youth generation. No country has ever had more young minds to tap for solutions ever before than India. And in my work, I have the privilege of interacting with so many young entrepreneurs, young innovators who are bringing technology to bear for this common challenge. From the use of paddy straw for wood panels, innovative packaging, biodegradable packaging, bio-CNG, many, many other examples of that. And I know that you've been speaking about these in great detail throughout the day. So, in the words of the UN Secretary General, I would just conclude by saying that, quite simply, investing in clean air saves lives, combats climate change, strengthens economies, builds fairer societies, and advances the SDGs. And of course, here in India, we speak about the SDGs, and we speak about Viksit Bharat 2047. 2030, 2047. These are two stones, stepping stones on the same path to a prosperous future. So let us leave behind not just blueprints, but blue skies. Let us together, all of you in this room, reclaim our beloved Delhi and all of the amazing cities and communities across this incredible, diverse country of India. Bahut bahut dhanyavad, dil se dhanyavad for all of the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Shami, for your kind words for Delhi, the beloved Delhi. We all love this wonderful city. A lot of history, a lot of futuristic stuff is here. And as you have, wonderfully mentioned that air is the only problem, and we just add water as well. That water and air is the problem here, and maybe collectively we'll find some solutions. Thank you very much for your insights. May I now request Jagjit Sareen. He is CIU's area chair for climate initiatives, and he is also a partner for global climate change at Dalberg to help us in felicitating Shombi Sharp. So this is to think green and think greener solutions for pollution, not only for air pollution, but also to solve the water pollution in this wonderful city. Thank you, Shombi. Thank you very much. So, Honorable Chief Minister is on her way. She'll be here in any moment. We have little time to have our next session, which is about the real matters, which is money. That air is free, but cleaning it is not. How to make air pollution cleaner and also investable. To have this conversation, we have with us Mr. N.K. Singh. He is chairman of Bharat Climate Forum, chairman of 15th Finance Commission India, and former Rajya Sabha MP, a distinguished bureaucrat. And he was earlier, during Vajpayee's government, secretary to the Prime Minister. Then we also will be joined by Anne Janet Glauber virtually. She is South Asia head for environment at World Bank. Shri Rajneesh Kumar, former chairman of State Bank of India, is also part of the organizing team of this very conclave. Shirish Sinha, executive director of global programs, CAF, Clean Air Fund. Satyendra Kumar, director, Niti Aayog, and Jagjit Sareen, area chair, climate initiative CIEU, and partner global climate change at Dalberg Advisors. Jagjit will be moderating the conversation. So all the speakers are in. I think somebody is using the washroom, that is creating a little bit of delay. But so this is a technical glitch, which we all can't hold. And it doesn't create pollution, so it's okay. that's true. हाँ जो जगजीत सरीन, रजनीश कुमार जी, शिरीष, and can we have Anne Janet Glauber? She'll be joining us virtually.
Just checking that you can hear me. Great.
Anne, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. So we are about to start the conversation. Satyendra Kumar? Satyendra ji? Shri Satyendra Kumar, Director Niti Aayog, we are waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. N.K. Singh, Chairman of Bharat Climate Forum, Chairman of 15th Finance Commission. He was earlier Rajya Sabha Member Parliament, and prior to that he was Secretary to Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, a very distinguished diplomat. Jagjit, now mic is yours. My suggestion is that keep an eye on the timer.
Keynote from N.K. Singh, sir. Okay, take two. So I was saying this panel discussion would start after N.K. Singh, sir, gives a keynote, and I'm sure once he has spoken, we would only pick up the threads given the wisdom and the experience he always brings to his intervention. So.
Well, good evening. It's a great pleasure for me to be at this semi-concluding session, or what has, I believe, been a rich day of discussions on issues centering around environment, clean air, and pollution. And I think that this is an issue which is not going to go away. This is an issue irrespective of the political configuration in the developed economies, because this is an existential issue, and we need to take it, therefore, in that context. Because there are these issues where the changing ideological preferences or prejudices of the more developed countries can alter their perception on what needs to be done collectively and what should really be their obligation. So I will make 6 points. The first and foremost is that just because it is an existential issue, the theme of my session today is air is free, cleaning it isn't. In fact, certainly air is not free, cleaning it is more expensive. In fact, in an age of artificial intelligence, nothing is free, much less even emotions, expectations, and the working of the human mind itself, which seeks to be governed by many multiple ways of manipulating our entire psyche. So this is a very important issue. And how do we therefore invest in clean air, which is the issue today? First, at an international level, the big problem is that the report which I had given on making multilateral development banks and the reform of the international financial architecture, based on the accepted recommendations of the G20, is far from being implemented. We recently, in this forum itself, we had the presence of the president of the World Bank, who had an interactive session, Mr. Banga. He had come here less than a month ago. And he did say that out of the 31 recommendations which we had made, in the independent expert group, of which I was the co-chairman, he believes that out of those 31, 28 have been implemented. This is a figure which even the finance minister, Nirmala ji, reiterated in an interaction she had, which I moderated at the Institute of Economic Growth just the day before yesterday. Now, yes, I will take it at face value that 28 out of the 31 have been implemented, but the issue there was what is the quality of the implementation? How much has been achieved in terms of making the multilateral development banks better in terms of each of them not acting in silos, but acting in tandem with other multilateral development institutions, making them better in terms of the harnessing of their own balance sheet by lowering the equity loan ratio and by recalibrating some of the other prudential requirements, better in terms of being able to perhaps act in tandem with all other multilateral entities in a certain way. The response to that better has been a partial one, but there has been progress, alas somewhat incremental. Bolder. Bolder would imply that instead of being completely risk averse, you take informed risk decisions. Have the multilateral institutions been taking informed risk decisions? Perhaps very partially so, because informed risk decision would mean one thing which is relevant for today is that $1 of the outlay harnesses in normal circumstances in the lending as far as the bank itself is concerned 7 times or 6 times. When it comes to being able to attract private capital, it is less than 1. So, has it been able to attract private capital in a manner which is significant? And what are therefore the improved rates of return and mitigation in terms of regulatory and other risks which needs to be done? That's a long battle. Bigger I'm not going into right now because seems to be a risk aversion on the part of the major shareholders of these multilateral development banks to put in more capital to improve the strength and the lending capability. So that's the stuff. What is true of not only the World Bank Group mirrors itself in the other multilateral development banks, and even alas some of those where the United States is not the most important shareholder. What would inhibit, for instance, the action of the Asian Development Bank acting with much greater alacrity, since they were also a party to the decision? Of course, the 2 banks, which are China-centric banks, have gone ahead in being able to improve some of these quality of their recommendations. One of their distinguished economists was a member of my independent expert group, and therefore they are going ahead with it. So that's the stuff on the international financial architecture. Incremental progress, tardy progress, and what is of great moral importance to me is that one of the factors which had really prompted me and the group to come up with some of these recommendations is avoiding what is known as the optics of a false choice. I'll give you an example of what I mean the optics of a false choice. When I addressed the meeting of all the finance ministers of African countries, particularly some of the large African countries, and I posed to them that instead of investing in fossil fuel energy, why don't you invest in renewable energy? They said this is a false choice. It's a false choice. They felt that I have no energy, so I have no option to exercise a choice between renewable or non-renewable. I do not also mind paying 500 or 600 above the basis points. I don't mind doing that because I want access to capital to be able to harness minimum quantum of fossil fuel energy before I begin to have this option. So the scene on the international level. My second point, when it comes to the issues of country and country platforms, I think that we have made some very robust recommendations to have country platforms where projectization has been done. You have a robust pipeline of projects. where the due diligence has been done in terms of the robust pipeline of those projects, where the bulk of the work has been done by technicians who are locally based, I mean, building that country platform. And I think that that is something and which is an important obligation. So as we look to country-specific issues, there would be this issue, or have we been able to build a robust, bankable pipeline of projects? And that will, of course, raise other important issues. Have the national governments invested sufficiently in the on issues of air, clean air, pollution, and the rest of it? Now, alas, in my work as the chairman of the 15th Finance Commission, a responsibility which I held for several years before I gave my report, and my award is still under implementation. The sorry thing which I have to tell you is this, that even the money which we had allocated, and this is the final year for the utilization, because from 1st April next year, the recommendations of my successor commission would kick in. So this is the last year of utilizing the money which had been allocated on the issues of environment, clean air, and pollution, that the implementation and the disbursements on that remain exceedingly problematic and exceedingly tardy. The fourth point which I want to make is that we know when speaking in Delhi, which is the capital, and I'm conscious that when Ashwini asked me and you asked me, the fact that we all live in Delhi and we are concerned about the fact that Delhi is among the world's most polluted cities, and what are really the issues which are at play there. The issues at play are the issue of air shed. We know that only 20% of Delhi's pollution comes from activities in Delhi. How do we therefore take care of this concept of air shed from where the bulk of the pollution of this city emanates from, which is the neighboring states? And how can we therefore have, and by the way, let me say with some degree of sadness that in the money which I had allocated for the purposes, even some of the neighboring states of Delhi have yet to fully utilize the grants which were given under the 15th Finance Commission. And I therefore believe that that's an area where much more. My fifth point is that considering the fact that a city like Delhi or some of these metro cities have large private investments, there's a huge amount of private capital which would want to come into an area of this kind. What do we need to harness that amount of private capital? Is public-private partnership enough? Well, that's a hack concept which has become far from being fashionable. That's a concept where we have become very tired of listening, or public-private partnership. I don't know what that means, but certainly in my view, what it means is this, that whatever public outlay goes, it must go in being able to harness a multiple of private capital, provided regulatory standards, the concept of the state putting in also having a reasonable amount of equity, whether it be by way of a special purpose vehicle or be a special fund, I'm not going into. You certainly require vastly more financing and financial requirements than seems very available or visible at this moment. So how do we really harness that? That was my last point, and I wish to say that Delhi is a city we all live into. We can look into innovative solutions where financing mechanisms can be calibrated, and must look at innovative ways with the new financing mechanisms which makes it viable, possible, and makes it a profitable activity for private capital to come and measure, which it would want to come in, considering the huge multiplier effects of that. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts.
Thank you very, very much, sir. You summarized it very well. Air may be free, but cleaning the air, it's not free. The experiences of 15th Finance Commission in the allocation, its utilization, leverage or less leverage, engagement of private sector through PPP or direct, and the experiences we have gained would be instructive as the next round of allocations are planned. That's one point. The other big point you have made around the MDB reforms and its linkages to climate flows. In Baku COP, as we know, MDBs have been asked to play an even bigger role in the allocation of climate finance. And I hope they implement all the recommendations you have made with the sincerity and tenacity and effectiveness these recommendations deserve. Notwithstanding the turbulence which is there, especially on the climate and environmental issues. Sir, you've been a guiding light to this organization, but to this nation, if I may say, with the service of your intellect you have brought to the bureaucracy, to the policy making, and the implementation. And having served outside India and UN and MDBs, your presence has shaken up various global conversations, and I've seen it firsthand. So thank you very, very much for supporting us and being the chair of the Governing Council of Bharat Climate Forum. Thank you very much. So with that, let me invite the panelists in this discussion. We have World Bank. We have the head of State Bank of India. Now, Rajneesh sir, you are at the board of various other banks. We have a philanthropy dedicated to clean air fund, and we have Niti Aayog here on the panel, and you have the experience, Satyendraji, at MOEFCCC as well, driving this both domestically and internationally. So the question I'm going to pose to all of you in sequence, starting with AJU, my former colleague at the bank, is very, very simple. At the end, we need lots of money. And as an institution, are you willing to sign the check, at least part of it? And specifically to you, I know that bank has come up with a framework for financial incentive, FFI, which talks about supporting such initiatives which bring larger cross-boundary benefits, climate co-benefits and all. So if you could give us a sense of a bit of a status update. Is there money? Can we seek that money and expedite air pollution reduction measures in India? Thank you.
Great, well, thanks so much. And I'm sorry not to be there in person, but I am grateful to spend my Saturday night in Singapore with all of you, talking about a really, really important topic, which is getting to clean air and how do we finance it. And I have been listening into a bit of today's conversation. And I mean, one thing that is super clear is that there is no if, and, or but just we have to go in for this, going at 100 miles an hour, right? And I think you've been speaking a lot about how with the right focused actions in just 10 years, you really can have the public health impacts of air quality problems in Delhi. So it's just about getting money into the right things, right? Tackling the most important pollutants for health. And that's really focusing money on issues around burning, right? The industrial processes, transport, power, cook stoves, agricultural stubble, waste burning, and also everything from sort of construction and the agriculture sector, the fertilizers and manures, and figuring out how we can basically get pollution sources targeted, the ones that have established revenue streams and have clear cost savings potential. Like that's really where you need to go after in order to be able to get money flowing, okay? So I think that's really, really important, and doing that across the airshed, as our distinguished representative from the FFC has just talked about. We have to, it's not about working in non-attainment cities, it's not about working sort of in small projects, it's really about going big and figuring out how we can drive these sorts of transitions and spend our public money better and create the incentives and the markets for private financing. So I'm happy to talk about some of the things that will get there. I think that your question, though, is a really important one, right? Which is essentially, how do you use limited grant money, in this case, to unlock much bigger investments? And I think that is a really, really important question, right? India is awash with funding. You have money coming out literally of your ears, but it's not necessarily going to the right things. And that's what we just heard about. You know, if you can't spend the targeted grants that you have available for municipalities to work on air quality, what's wrong, right? So I think the most important thing to focus on is getting the core air quality governance pieces in place, the information, the regulations, the enforcement, which is like the soft white underbelly of what's happening across the Indo-Gangetic Plains, getting the knowledge into the sector so they know what to invest in, they recognize how they can save money by making transitions in technology, understanding the benefits to production, to invest in clean technology, and really getting a much more dynamic financial toolbox. And I guess we'll talk about some of those things really, but what is it going to take to nudge investment in clean tech, right? So how do you take public money to basically invest it in the enabling environment and start nudging the finances so that financial returns are better for specific investments, and how can you use instruments like whether it's de-risking, bonds, pollution offset markets, et cetera, to really start encouraging investments. And we can talk about that. I think there's a lot to say about that. But the big take-home message from the World Bank side is that we are definitely ready to go big. We already are, hopefully, fingers crossed, going big with 2 first investments across the IGP states. We have quite advanced work going in Haryana and in UP, where we are working to really set up the core enabling environments and setting up some of these results-based financing, including using grants and other sorts of concessional finance to start rolling these products out. So I think I'll leave it right there. I think there's a lot to do, but spending public money better is a piece of it, and then starting to use regulation to show markets where things are going and start driving the cost of pollution into the balance sheets of different investments and basically from production. Thanks.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks for sharing these updates of your work with states in Airshed to expedite action. Let me now invite Rajneesh, sir. First of all, thank you very much for being part of the Governing Council of Bharat Climate Forum. From your perspective, having led the largest public bank in India, are our banks ready to bankroll the solutions we need for air pollution reduction?
So the way it works is that for a bank, the project, any project, it has to be bankable. And bankable means that it is technically feasible and commercially viable. And there is no, I would say, collation of data. It's not that banks are not financing the renewable energy, for example. If it is leading to less air pollution, so banks are very active in financing the solar projects, the wind power projects, they are financing. When it comes to vehicle financing, so any individual, if they are buying electric vehicles, banks are financing. So to say that banking capital is whether available or not available, I would say it is available, but it is available for any bankable project, and there are sometimes certain projects which are not commercial viable, but then the governments have stepped in. There, when the solar power was so expensive and there was viability gap funding, VGF. So this becomes where public and private money that is coming together. So what I feel is, like say for example Gati Shakti project, we should also have a similar thing where there is a portal, there are projects or projects in pipeline, and then their viability, it has to be established, and if it is there, then why bank would not find it. Even State Bank, when I was chairman for solar rooftop, we entered into a MOU and we became sort of an agent for World Bank financing in India. And that program was very successful. So,
So essentially what you're saying is if there is a bankable project, there is no doubt of money.
There's no doubt of money. At least in India, nobody has complained. People complained about the delay or something. But any bankable project, I think banks are looking for business. They are gathering so much deposit every year. So what will they do it? Of it?
So I think the clear answer to the politicians and to the institutional structure is don't say that there is no money for this. There is enough money, drive implementation, clear the way.
And that is what the chairman also said.
Yes,
we
heard this over and over again.
When the government money has been allocated and that has not been utilized. So I think it is the demand side which needs to be fixed.
Sure.
And there, the reforms in administration, how we administer, how we sort of a geography, like when we talk about Delhi, so everybody knows that pollution is not Delhi alone.
Sure.
So
one of the ideas we heard on this issue from Haryana team is that they have the government has created a special purpose vehicle to test new business model, aggregate procurement, drive implementation, and do inter-agency, interdepartmental coordination. But the focus of implementation would be driven through SPE. Let's see if that model could work. With that, let me bring the philanthropy angle in. And Shirish, your philanthropy is singularly focused on cleaning the air. You've been working in India for 3 decades, if not more, not revealing your age here. But in terms of philanthropy, give us a view of the philanthropies. Is it small money, big ambition, or is it serious money, quick money, and really committed to the cause?
Thanks, Jagjit, and thank you so much. I mean, great to be on this session. I would say the philanthropic funding is extremely serious to address the work around air pollution, and that was one of the reasons why we were set up as a re-granting organization on behalf of many other climate funders, right, and other philanthropic funders. What we also do as part of being as an organization, we also come out with a State of Global Air Quality Funding report, which is an annual report which tracks how the international development funding is looking at. And I think you have the number somewhere. Only 1% of the total international funding is going towards clean air initiatives, right? And this is when you look into the co-benefit analysis also, that number goes slightly up, but that's the scale of deficit of funding that is there, right? So that's one thing. The other thing that if you look at from a public climate finance point of view, what is going, about 3% is only about air quality co-benefits, not longer than that, more than that, right? So that's a challenge. What we need, I think, is diversification of funding instruments. Philanthropy, in my view, can play a role in complementing some of the both public sector related investment that is available, and we have heard money is available. We can use the philanthropic capital to unlock some of them, and also see where we can play a role in terms of mobilizing more greater private sector finance, right? So I think that's a role that philanthropy has, and I think, but what we also need is that see how the combination of grants and loans, which is coming mostly from international public, loans are much more. Only 1/3 of the loan is on soft interest rate. That means many countries cannot afford to take loans for these, right? So these are the challenges that we face in the current public financing system, which needs to be there. Philanthropy can help unlock some of these, but obviously it needs larger support from the pool. So I would say philanthropy is very serious. We have committed funders to drive this, and not just in India, but in other countries. But we need more diversification of financing instrument, kind of work that you and your team has done on the results-based financing for the Delhi, right? Which together with the World Bank that we have supported, that gives you alternative options to explore.
Thanks. Thanks for confirming the commitment and also giving us a sense of the scale. With that, let me bring Satendra Kumarji. The question I have for you that, the ingoing hypothesis is if you look at co-benefits, the project becomes more appealing to various funders, climate, non-climate development funders. In your experience looking at from MOEFCC, has this logic sunk in everywhere that we can drive multiple benefits through these interventions, and that's how these projects and programs should be structured, or it's still silos? Environment is environment, climate is climate, adaptation is adaptation.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening to all of you. In fact, I was thinking to begin with this point only, that this air quality management has got the climate co-benefits. And this has been well understood not only in India but across the globe. When this understanding is there, there is a greater possibility and positivity of enhanced and intense action around air quality management. And that is where I would like to further just to address this particular issue, also along with the why and how the private capital flows or the public capital flows could be there in the area of air quality management. The first thing that we all have to keep in mind is that all the activities that we would be undertaking mostly would have the climate co-benefits. And if this thing is in our mind, then we could be proactive in getting the finances. Now, for the air quality management, I'll just take one step back and would like to just inform the thing, the well-known thing, that air quality management or addressing the climate change, how to go about it has not been now an issue that is not known to anybody. Means the solutions are there, and only the actions are needed on the part of all the stakeholders. Policies are there throughout the day. There have been discussions that we have got the policies at the national level, different countries have got it, we have the data. In fact, the technology is also in most cases for the air quality management, for the climate change, addressing the climate change. But where is the difficult point? Where is the pain point? If we all know, why are we not why have we not been able to act on it, take actions? And then the point comes in is that how to get the funds, where the funding requirements are. If I talk of the air quality management, we need to understand that there are 4 or 5 main areas, whether it be transport, whether it be industry, whether it be waste management, whether it be the agriculture, residue management. Now, as pointed out by Chairman Sir also, that the most important thing that I see is about the bankability of the projects. But when we go deep and see whether a project is bankable or not, there are greater questions and the ecosystems of those projects to be understood. And what I mean by it, the bankability of the projects fall in 2 categories. One category of projects is that where we know that it is going to give you the returns, but the kind of the project planning, the scale of the project is not of the nature, or the ecosystem, if it is in terms of the supply of the raw material, the collection may not be there, enhancing the cost. So there are 2 broad groups of projects. One, where you have the commercial viability, technologies are there, but the scaling or the project planning is not of that kind. So this kind of project would need a different kind of attention to get the funding. But at the same time, we have a completely different category of projects. If we go for sustainable mobility, if we go for high-tech solutions, where the investment in the project is much more than what the alternative investments in the parallel solutions would be. And then the bankability of projects are different in respect of those projects. And here for the second category of projects, which require larger investments, which require additional investments from the counterfactual solutions, is the area where I would like to emphasize on that this needs to be seen in a very different manner. And that different manner means the additional investment that is needed should be deliberated, that how it could definitely find the concessional finance or grant. So for this type of project, there must be, because as I started in the beginning with the fact that it has got climate benefits, then co-benefits, then it has to be seen in that tandem, in that perspective, through that lens, so that the fund flows are in the form of grant and concessional finance nature to make it bankable. So the only thing is that how we are going to make the projects bankable. And when we go for that, we need to study each project in a very distinct landscape, seeing it from different lenses. And if we are going to really work on these areas and seek the finance in the form of grant and concessional finance for those category of projects which are bringing in climate benefits, but which are non-bankable in terms of the money that would be needed to take it up. Industries currently adopting solutions which are conventional one, which are non-clean tech. But if you go for clean tech, it's an additional cost for that thing. And that clean technology is going to give you the air quality and climate co-benefits. But that additional thing must be catered to through the private finance or through the concessional finance from the multilateral development bank. With this, I just will say that definitely the climate co-benefits are there, and we need to see that how to make the projects bankable by looking at digging deeper and seeing how those projects could be made bankable. It could entail some kind of regulatory support. It could entail some kind of
Mr. Kumar,
implementation support.
if I could probe further, part of me is getting very pessimistic hearing this discussion. When I joined the development finance world 20 years back, this chicken and egg continues. You give me a bankable project, I'll give you finance, and entrepreneurs, private sector says, I don't have a line of sight of finance, I don't have the right finance, no bankable project comes. But since morning we are saying this is a national emergency. I'm losing 6 years to 8 years to 10 years of my life because of the air I'm breathing. My kids are at the risk of asthma. There are bad air, what I would say, air pollution migrants. Delhi was declared a non-family posting by all foreign posts, including the World Bank. I was sharing this in the morning when I moved from Washington, D.C. to Delhi in 2018. First Diwali, we had to put 3 air purifiers in our bedroom to make our kids to sleep. They were saying, Papa, you have just committed the biggest crime of your life bringing us here. So the point I'm making is how long we're going to get in this loop of when the projects will come, we'll finance, there is enough money, regulators are saying, oh, there is regulation, politicians are saying, we'll solve it for you. So from your current role as the thinker for the government, Niti Aayog, you're the brain of the government. Is there a thinking of that this is causing, as we heard the numbers, 3% to 6% loss of GDP? This is causing loss of lives. This is a health emergency. This is an economic emergency. Is there an alarm in the brain of the government to say we cannot go along with this business as usual? Let the market solve it. Let bankable projects come in. Give us a sense of whether there is any emergency thinking in the government or not around this.
Based on my experience of working in Ministry of Environment for more than 3 years, and in my current role also where I'm quite new, I'll just being part on this side, that is on the government side, I would definitely say this with conviction that the government is very serious about it. At the same time, then, as you said that, but the results are not seen as it should have been. Definite strides have been made, and as I just mentioned, that how we need to look at, and we are looking at these things. So the way we have been working, definitely a much more pragmatic way of getting things done, getting the actions in place is needed. At the same time, the government is working on all these things, that how to actually make things happen, and therein, that's why everyone, or all of us, from the finance side, from the government side, from the industry side, they all need to come together. We need to understand the problem, as I mentioned in my intervention, that how we need to understand it. We say that we need the bankable project. We say that we are going for result-based projects. But how to go about it? what is the area which is actually disturbing this thing that the actions are not taking place. We need to look at it, dig deeper, bring in the necessary kind of interventions and take actions. So the point is, government is very it is full conviction that we are acting, we need to accelerate it, and we are accelerating it with the participation of all these stakeholders.
Thanks,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kumar. Thanks for confirming that the brain of the government Niti Aayog is very serious about it. And thanks to all the panelists. We have Honorable CM, now she's arrived. We'll conclude this panel and invite her to guide us how we navigate this air pollution emergency. With that, please, a round of applause for our panelists.
Hold on, Jagjit, hold on. May I request Dr. Ashwini Mahajan to come forward and help us in paying our gratitude to wonderful gentlemen who have given us a lot of understanding of finance, that air is free but cleaning is not. And in capitalist world, nothing is free. N.K. Singh ji, Chairman, Bharat Climate Forum. Shri Satyendra Kumar, he's from Niti Aayog. Shri Sinha from CAF, Clean Air Fund. Jagjit Sareen, Area Chair Climate Initiatives, CIEU, and he is also Global Climate Change Partner at Dalberg. Rajneesh Kumar, former Chairman, State Bank of India, and he is now part of various boards, including of HSBC. The team will just take some time to settle the chairs and deck up the stage. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Chief Minister, Delhi NCT region, Ms. Rekha Gupta. A lot of responsibilities are now on her shoulder. So as earlier in the day, people were saying that now Delhi has triple engine government, and the middle engine is run by her, the Delhi state government, and a lot of coordination work has to be done by her regime. Ma'am, in your absence, we had a lot of conversations, not only in this hall, but there are adjacent halls, where roughly around 180 speakers have given their insights. We had colleagues from central as well as state governments. All the four regions, Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Delhi were represented. Central government agencies were represented, plus global agencies like WHO, UNEP, UNDP, World Bank and United Nations were represented by their leadership team here. Private innovators and infrastructure investors, academicians, philanthropists and grassroots leaders came. So for valedictory address and the valedictory session, may I request Mr. N.K. Singh, Chairman, Bharat Climate Forum. He is also part of CIO's governing board. He was Chairman of 15th Finance Commission. Earlier he was Secretary to Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. N.K. Singh ji, come forward for the valedictory session. Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, Swadeshi Jagran Manch National Co-Convener, part of CIO's governing board. Sir, please escort chief guest of our evening, Ms. Rekha Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. So she will be driving the middle engine of the triple engine government in Delhi. This one is central government, another is the MCD. Now may I request Jagjit Sareen to come forward and give us the lowdown of the today's proceedings so that ma'am can also have some action points.
Thank you, Anlesh, and Honorable Chief Minister, very warm welcome. Anlesh, you made my job easy in terms of providing an outline of the depth and the breadth of the participation we had. This convening would not have been possible without the collaboration we had with all the leading thinkers in this space, whether these are the think tanks, private institutions, public institutions, multilaterals. They have led the technical roundtables. And essentially the message, ma'am, is of the 8 or 9 sets of solutions, whether these are the FGDs for thermal power plants or mechanical road sweepers, to waste management units, to improved cook stoves, to improved monitoring system use of AI, the solutions are here. We also heard from the government institutional structure representatives, whether it's CAQM or DPCC and others, that there are enough enabling regulatory environment essentially to say that the stick is there. The solutions are there, and we also heard from financiers, domestic financiers, public sector banks, private institutions who are investing in it, blended finance structures, multilateral bank, World Bank and others, that they are willing to ramp up their financing support to the states and to Bharat Sarkar as they ramp up solutions to solve for Delhi's air pollution, but also adjoining states. It was also very clear from the presentations and confirmed by the presentations made by Haryana, by Uttar Pradesh and Punjab, that this problem could only be solved through an airshed approach, bearing in mind only 30% of the pollution which Delhi suffers originates from Delhi. So, others have to contribute for us to breathe this clean air. It also became very clear that there are solutions within the control of Delhi. And by Delhi, I mean the Sarkar, the Bazaar, and we all, Janta, who have to actively participate in seeking aggressive action, monitoring, but Jan Bhagidari is as important. What I am doing to help solve this problem. And essentially the message is very, very clear, Ma'am Chief Minister, that we all are ready in terms of the institutional structure and the regulatory environment. We are there with the solutions, technical solutions, business models. We also explored various business models which would not add to the debt burden of the state exchequer. हमने उन solutions की भी बात की है जिसको private sector, carbon finance and development finance could fund without asking large amounts of debt from either the central government or the state government. And there are examples which were discussed in detail and validated. There are detailed technical analysis done which would be shared with public at large, but people sitting here have vetted those solutions and confirmed that we can help scale these solutions. Ma'am, a final point, which is a call to the political leadership, and with you at the helm of the leadership in Delhi and with Prime Minister Modi in center, and also the third engine, which is at the MCD level now, again, as Anilesh was saying, all the three engines are of the same brand. What we urged since morning, that these engines have to drive clean air for us to breathe. So just to summarize, ma'am, we have put together a plan which we would be presenting to all the state leadership and as a plan to the center. We discussed that if we can muster the courage for Operation Sindoor, with Sarkar, with all the institutional structure and Janta coming together, maybe we could muster the courage for Operation Shuddh Vayu and bring the same blow to this issue as we have done to the adversary we saw a couple of weeks back. With that, I will conclude my submission to you. Yeah. Ma'am, also when we came to your good office last time, you asked us that, don't just invite me to your event, give me a plan. So we have put together a plan for you, and I'll make a very, very brief presentation. And so essentially, what you see on the screen is a confirmation. Numbers could be 1 or 2% up or there, and we shouldn't get stuck in the narcissism of small things. Whether ये 30%, 31 है या 32 है या 28 है. Essentially, there is an agreement that we need a shared approach to help Delhi breathe better and other states breathe better. We need to come together. And you see the kind of sources of pollution right there. And broadly, there is no naysayer on this saying, nahi, nahi, ye nahi hai, kuch aur hai. So that is very, very clear. Next slide. Essentially now presenting to you a plan which is ready to go. With stroke of your pen, Delhi Sarkar could drive these actions. And the solutions which we are presenting range from deploying GPS track mechanical road sweepers. Currently, they are on a CAPEX model that MCD buys everything. Half of them work, half of them don't work. But we have seen in other cities business models which are on OPEX and performance base. If you don't clean the roads, you don't get paid. We also looked at the issues of what would the current sweepers do. Jinki job chali jayegi, wo is cheez ko support nahi karenge. So the thought is to reskill, upskill them so that they become part of the solution, and it will not add to the expenditure of the state. Similarly, we are suggesting, taking away the diesel and CNG trucks, which are old, they could be scrapped, and we should at least bring either EV or BS6 right away, given transport from Delhi contribute to a significant proportion. Similarly, we have solution on the construction site monitoring so that this dust, which is an important contributor to PM 2.5, is controlled. There is invisible air pollution coming out of the unnotified slum, the Jhugi Basti. And it's very, very important where we all are enjoying even the benefits of AI. They get the basic clean cooking solutions. So ma'am, our submission is that on an urgent and priority basis, we should find solutions because 30% of the emission is coming from there and it peaks during the winter. And to implement all this, we are requesting you to set up an interagency task force and create a special purpose vehicle to cut through the bureaucracy and test new business model, mobilize money, and implement these actions on a very, very target basis. And this task force could oversee the implementation and report to you on a monthly basis what progress they have made. Looking at near term, and near term for us is 6 months. This is a national emergency, and we have a leader who has asked for an aggressive plan, so here is the plan. We are suggesting replacement or retrofit of old diesel buses to CNG and EV. There should be no escape of polluting vehicles. We are also suggesting, Anil Gupta ji, please welcome. And in a similar vein, we are suggesting measures to curb the waste burning and also a winter plan. We all have experienced the spikes of air pollution in winter. While it comes from parali burning, there is a lot of wood, coal, charcoal burning that happens in Delhi. It also by the people who can't afford the expensive room heaters you and I have. We are talking about the chokidars, the people living on the street in Jhugi Basti, and there is a lot of emission that comes from there which spikes the AQI in winter. So within 6 months as we approach winter, I think with your leadership, we could have a plan to address these emissions. So essentially what we are presenting to you, a 10-point plan which could be implemented within this year, which would bring measurable and what we all would breathe a cleaner air. Of course, it will take time to clean much farther and to work with other states. And that brings me to my final submission, ma'am, is to also, with your leadership, drive some bold actions. And one of the bold action should be, and as we discussed this morning, it's not just a Delhi problem. It's not a seasonal problem, it's a year-round problem, it's a nationwide problem, and we need a national mission on this. This Sarkar, in the last 2 rounds, we have seen it, when it has galvanized around a mission, we have seen action, and consistent action and improvement. So with your leadership, we want to submit that you should champion a national mission. Second, again, through your leadership of the states where there is a double engine Sarkar, chief ministers should come together and forge a coalition for clean air. These are your friends sitting in other states showing leadership as you are, and I think it behooves all the leaders to come together and cut through the red tape, the bureaucracy that states आपस में काम नहीं कर सकते, states आपस में बात नहीं कर सकते. While it's on paper, it's never implementable. When 3 or 4 CMs of IGP states will come together, we firmly believe the action will happen. And finally, on this bankable projects, additional financing, cutting through the interdepartmental bureaucracies and the delays, our recommendation is for setting up of a special purpose vehicle with adequate financing, domestic, international, with clear targets, people seconded from various departments, with measurable results shown, and head should roll if the SPV doesn't deliver in a year. So ma'am, just to conclude, we have a 10-point action for Delhi submitted to you, and through you, a 3-point bold action plan, which we submit that you should champion nationally as well. With that, thank you very much, ma'am.
थैंक यू जगजीत. रेखा जी, जब हम लोगों को बताया गया था कि ये कॉन्क्लेव करना है, तो अनिल गुप्ता जी ने और रश्मि जी ने चैलेंज दिया था कि कोई भी ऐसा सॉल्यूशन मत लाना कि जिसमें जो सरकार जो है, जिसमें जहां सरकार से पैसे मांगने की ज़रूरत पड़े या उनको बजटरी एलोकेशन की ज़रूरत पड़े, ऐसे सॉल्यूशन लाना जो मार्केट जो है उसको ड्राइव कर सके, जो सस्टेनेबल हों, जो अपने पाँव पे खुद खड़े हो सकें. तो आज के दिन में जितने भी सॉल्यूशंस हमने डिस्कस किए हैं, उसमें बहुत मिनिमम सपोर्ट जो है फाइनेंशियली जो है गवर्नमेंट की चाहिए. जो चाहिए वो ज़्यादातर चाहिए, जो पॉलिसी की सपोर्ट है, रेगुलेशन की सपोर्ट है और कोऑर्डिनेशन की सपोर्ट है. और आई एम श्योर कि जैसे जगजीत ने बोला दैट वी हैव रियली हाई होप्स कि आप इस चीज़ को चैम्पियन करेंगी और जो दिल्ली है वो स्वच्छ हवा में जो है सांस ले पाएगा. और इसी रिक्वेस्ट के साथ मैं आपको आमंत्रित करता हूँ कि आप अपना वैलिडिक्टरी एड्रेस दें.
थैंक यू सो मच. आज यहाँ एक बहुत ही डिफरेंट प्रोग्राम में पहुंचकर मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, और मैं इस अपने सरकार के 100 डेज़ में बहुत सारे डेलीगेशन मुझसे आके मिले, और लगभग मैं सबको एक तरह की बात ज़रूर कहती हूँ कि अब क्या करेंगे सोसाइटी के लिए, या वो डेलीगेशन जैसे आज आप लोग आए और ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म की बात हमने की जहाँ पे एयर पॉल्यूशन, एयर एजेंडा की बातचीत हो रही थी, और मैंने कहा कि आप लोग कुछ अच्छे मेजर्स बताइए, अच्छे सजेशंस बताइए जिससे कि हम एयर क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट कर सके. तो मुझे खुशी है इस बात की कि आप सब ने जो ये राइटिंग में मुझे दिया, आई एम वेरी मच हैप्पी कि आप सब ने एक अच्छे समाधान जो दिल्ली के लिए हो सकते हैं उन्हें देने का कष्ट किया. थैंक यू सो मच. मैं चाहूँगी कि एक बार जोरदार तालियां इस फोरम के लिए, इस प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए. आज यहाँ पर आदरणीय NK सिंह जी उपस्थित हैं, हमारे अश्विनी महाजन जी हैं, अनिल कांत जी हैं जो मंच पे मेरे साथ बैठे हैं. बहुत बड़ी कंसेप्ट है एयर एजेंडा हम बात कर रहे हैं. मैं कई बार सोचती हूँ ईश्वर ने जो चीज़ हमें बिल्कुल फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दी, धीरे धीरे हम उसकी वैल्यू भूल गए. हवा दी, पानी दिया, ग्रीनरी दी, फल दिए, पेड़ दिए, जिसमें हमारा कुछ लगा नहीं। कई बार ऐसा लगता है कि मानव मात्र को, ह्यूमन बीइंग को, जब तक वो पे ना कर देना कुछ, उसको वैल्यू समझ में नहीं आती। ये एक जनरल कंसेप्ट है। जब धीरे धीरे चीज़ों की स्कार्सिटी होने लग जाती है, जब वो हमसे दूर चली जाती है, तब हमें लगता है कि यार ये कुछ हमने खो दिया। फिर हम दौड़ते हैं उसके पीछे उसे पाने के लिए। और शायद यही हाल हवा का भी है, पानी का भी है, और ग्रीन एनवायरनमेंट का भी है। कहीं जीवन की इस दौड़ भाग की ज़िंदगी में हमने ध्यान ही नहीं दिया कि हम किस चीज़ को खो रहे हैं। अभी आपने मुझसे कहा कि गवर्नमेंट को क्या करना चाहिए। यस, वेरी मच ट्रू। गवर्नमेंट को क्या करना चाहिए, आपने सजेस्ट किया, गवर्नमेंट डेफिनेटली डू दिस, पर सोसाइटी को क्या करना चाहिए, ये भी एक बड़ा प्रश्न है। आज यदि हम इन चीज़ों का ध्यान रखें तो शायद गवर्नमेंट को इस इमरजेंसी, इस अलार्म को काम करने की ज़रूरत ना पड़े। हमने कहाँ इस एयर पॉल्यूशन को रिसीव कर लिया, कहाँ उस स्वच्छ हवा को खो दिया। कोई सरकार ने उसे खराब नहीं किया, वो खराब करने वाले लोग आप और हम ही थे, जिसने धीरे धीरे करके पूरी दिल्ली शहर की इस हवा को प्रदूषित किया। बहुत सारे सजेशन आपके इसमें हैं, और मुझे खुशी है कि आज सरकार के 100 दिन पूरे हुए हैं और मैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे खड़ी हूँ, तो मैं ज़रूर सरकार का एजेंडा बता पाऊँगी कि 100 दिन में हमने जो प्लान किया है या हम जिस दिशा में आगे बढ़े हैं, और विशेष रूप से एयर पॉल्यूशन को कम करने के लिए दिल्ली में जिस और हम चल रहे हैं, मैं ज़रूर बताना चाहूँगी। बहुत सारी चीज़ें तो जो आपने कही हैं, लगभग जब हम अलग अलग लेवल पे एक्सपर्ट्स के साथ बैठे तो यही ध्यान में आया कि ये जो एयर पॉल्यूशन है, इसके कंपोनेंट क्या क्या हैं। तो डेफिनेटली व्हीकुलर पॉल्यूशन एक बड़ा सेगमेंट है। जब गाड़ियां सड़कों पे दौड़ती हैं, उसमें पेट्रोल की, डीजल की, सीएनजी की कारें होती हैं, कई बार उसकी एंड ऑफ लाइफ वाली गाड़ियां भी होती हैं, वो आपकी हमारी होती हैं, पर हमारा मोह उन गाड़ियों से जाता नहीं है। हम कहते हैं नहीं नहीं, जब तक सरकार सख्ती ना करे तब तक हम उन्हें छोड़ते नहीं हैं। और शायद यहीं से गवर्नमेंट का काम शुरू होता है। जहां हम अपना रोल प्ले करना बंद कर देते हैं, वहां से गवर्नमेंट का रोल प्ले शुरू होता है। तो इसलिए वो गाड़ियां जो एंड ऑफ लाइफ हैं, जो अपनी ज़िंदगी पूरी कर चुकी हैं, जो पॉल्यूशन की कैटेगरी में आती हैं, उनको ख़त्म करना, उनको स्क्रैप करना सरकार का दायित्व है। यस, वी विल डू दैट। हमने उसकी पूरी योजना बनाई है। हमने ये भी प्लान किया है कि कोर्ट के भी ऑर्डर हैं कि जो व्हीकल्स अपनी लाइफ पूरी कर लें, उनको पेट्रोल भी ना दिया जाए, उनको डीजल भी ना मिले, वो लोग उन व्हीकल को स्क्रैप किया जाना चाहिए, उनको नोटिसेस जाने चाहिए। वी आर डूइंग दैट। पर बाकी व्हीकल्स जिनका अभी लाइफ बाकी है, क्या करना होगा? हमने एज ए गवर्नमेंट ये प्लान किया कि जो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट है, सबसे पहले फेज़ में उस पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को हम ईवी पे लेके आए, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स। और इस दिशा में मुझे खुशी है ये कहते हुए कि सरकार ने अपने इस 100 दिन के छोटे से कार्यकाल में पहली 400 इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में सड़कों पे उतारी, जिनका नाम हमने रखा देवी, दिल्ली इंटरकनेक्टर लोकल व्हीकल। तो ऐसा देवी के नाम से हमने इन बसेस को दिल्ली में लॉन्च किया। और ये भी मैं बता सकती हूँ कि बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस ईयर हम लोग 2000 और बसेस को इसमें डालने वाले हैं, और धीरे धीरे करके 2028 तक पूरा का पूरा पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट में जितनी भी हमारी बसेस हैं उसको हम इलेक्ट्रिक मोड पे ले आएंगे। और उसके लिए पूरा ईवी का जो सिस्टम है, चार्जिंग स्टेशंस का, उसको भी हमने डेवलप कर लिया है। और हमारा टारगेट है कि हम 4,30,000 चार्जिंग स्टेशन पूरे दिल्ली शहर में बनाएंगे, जो बड़ी मात्रा में दिल्ली में बनने भी शुरू हो गए हैं। चाहें तो ताली बजा सकते हैं। एक बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है, ये एक बड़ा विज़न है कि पूरे शहर को इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पे लेके जाना। पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को तो हम कर भी लेंगे, पर व्हाट अबाउट प्राइवेट सेक्टर? उनके लिए हमने सोचा कि जो स्कूटर्स हैं, जो गाड़ियां हैं, उनको हम सब्सिडी दें और एक बड़ी और नई इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पॉलिसी हम लेकर के आने वाले हैं, जिसमें हम पूरे शहर के सभी जनता को निवेदन करेंगे कि आप अधिक से अधिक जब भी नया व्हीकल खरीदें तो वो आप इलेक्ट्रिक खरीदें, जिस पे सरकार की ओर से बड़ी सब्सिडीज़ आने वाले समय में दी जाएगी। आप ये भी सोच सकते हैं कि मैं आपको इनवाइट कर रही हूँ कि आप इस बिज़नेस में जाएं, स्कूटर बनाएं, गाड़ी बनाएं, ट्रेडिंग करें, डीलरशिप करें, खरीदें। पर इस पूरे मिशन के साथ में आप सब लोग जुड़ सकते हैं। तो ये पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट, प्राइवेट ट्रांसपोर्ट की दिशा में इसके लिए जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए, जो ISBTs जो हमें चेंज करने हैं, जो बस डिपोज हमें इलेक्ट्रिक सर्किट्स लगाने हैं, जिस तरीके से पूरी की पूरी व्यवस्थाओं को इलेक्ट्रिक मोड पे लेके जाने के लिए जो ज़रूरत है, उसके लिए सरकार पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। और जैसा मैंने बताया कि पहली लॉट जो है बसेस की वो सड़कों पे चल रही है, आपको भी दिखाई देंगी यहाँ वहाँ ग्रीन कलर की बसेस जिस पे देवी लिखा होगा और आदरणीय मोदी जी की उस पर फ़ोटो भी होगी। तो आप ज़रूर इस बार ध्यान दें तो उसको देखिएगा। मैं देख रही थी कि उसके बाद आपने बड़े अच्छे सजेशन दिए हैं कि कंस्ट्रक्शन जो है उसके बाद नेक्स्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट सेगमेंट है जो कि एयर पॉल्यूशन क्रिएट करता है। कंस्ट्रक्शन बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम ध्यान दें कि कंस्ट्रक्शन करते वक्त कुछ डूज़ एंड डोंट्स, कुछ SOPs जो हैं वो कंस्ट्रक्शन में जो लोग हैं उनको जानी चाहिए। उसको सरकार पहले भी कर रही है और अब भी हम और सख्ती के साथ में विशेष रूप से जो बड़े प्लॉट, बड़ी कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रही है उनको हम मॉनिटरिंग भी कर रहे हैं। और एक इंटीग्रेटेड हमने एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट किया है जहाँ पे इस तरह की सभी बिल्डिंग्स को वॉच किया जाएगा, उनको SOPs जो दी जाएंगी वो उनको फॉलो करें। और एक और हमने ऑर्डर जनरेट किया है कि जितनी भी बिल्डिंग बड़ी हैं, हाई राइज हैं, उनको अपनी ही छतों पर वाटर स्प्रिंकलर्स लगाने होंगे, जिसके माध्यम से एक बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट पूरे के पूरे शहर को मिलेगा। जब आपकी टॉप पर वाटर स्प्रिंकलर होगा तो जितने डस्ट के पार्टिकल्स हैं वो नीचे बैठ पाएंगे और एक ऑटोमेटिक मोड पे शहर जो है एयर क्लीनिंग की तरफ चल पड़ेगा। तो ये एक अच्छा मुझे लगता है कि सजेशन था, आप जैसे समझदार लोगों ने हमें दिया था, हमने उसे इम्प्लीमेंट किया। और इसके अलावा स्वीपिंग, ऑफ कोर्स सड़कों पे उड़ रही धूल, मिट्टी, ग्रे एरिया पॉल्यूशन का एक बहुत बड़ा कारण होता है। उसको साफ करना, दो चीज़ें इसमें हमें करनी होगी। एक, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ग्रीन बेल्ट डेवलप करनी होगी, जहाँ भी हमें लगता है कि ग्रे एरिया है उसे हम डेवलप करें। इसमें हमें समाज की, सोसाइटी की, इंस्टीट्यूट्स की, सबकी ज़रूरत होगी। सरकारी तौर पे जो प्लांट है, मुझे लगता है मोदी जी ने भी इसीलिए जो ये प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम, ये एक विज़न है जो हमें आपको ये समझाता है कि पेड़ लगाने का मतलब, पेड़ तो हम अपनी मदर के नाम पे लगा रहे हैं, उन्हें धन्यवाद देने के कि आप नहीं ना होती तो हमें ये जीवन ना मिलता। पर एक धन्यवाद अपनी मातृभूमि को भी हम दे रहे हैं कि वो मातृभूमि जिसने हमें सब कुछ दिया, हमें आज जीने के वो सारे साधन दिए जिसके कारण से आप यहाँ इस हॉल में बैठे हैं, तो उनके प्रति भी जो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, तो कम से कम हम सब लोग इस मुहिम में जुड़ें, पेड़ लगाने की, दिल्ली को ग्रीन करने की। और जो स्वीपिंग की बात है, ऑलरेडी भी शहर में स्वीपिंग के बहुत सारे तरीके हैं, पर कुछ नया करते हुए हमने 70 विधानसभा, जो दिल्ली में 70 असेंबलीज़ हैं, उन सभी असेंबलीज़ के लिए बहुत ही हाईली अपग्रेडेड, टेक्निकली अपडेटेड मशीन हम हायर कर रहे हैं, जो कि हर विधानसभा पे एक रहेगी, जिसमें इंटीग्रेटेड स्मोक गन, इसमें इंटीग्रेटेड वाटर स्प्रिंकलर, जिसमें मशीनरी, स्वीपिंग और लिटर कलेक्शन का एक पूरा बॉडी होगा। उसके साथ साथ में पानी के पंप भी चलेंगे ताकि सफाई भी हो और धुलाई भी हो। मैं ये समझती हूँ कि इसको हम प्रोसेस कर चुके हैं और इस बार जब ये पॉल्यूशन का समय आएगा तो दिल्ली अपने आप को बेटर फील कर पाएगी। ये मैं आप सबको कहना चाहती हूँ। एक और चीज़ मैं कहती हूँ, जो हमने सुनी, हमने देखी और फील किया। पहले की सरकारें सोचती थी कि पॉल्यूशन सिर्फ विंटर्स की प्रॉब्लम है, केवल सर्दियों में आती है। पर ये सिर्फ सर्दियों की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। सर्दियों में ज़रूर हवा ठहर जाती है, उसके कारण से हमें ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन फील होता है। फिर हमारे यहाँ कोर्ट्स स्वयं मोटो बहुत सारी चीज़ें संज्ञान में लेते हैं। फिर जैसे ही वो एक लेवल पे आता है तो कोर्ट जो है ग्रैब लगा देती है। ग्रैब के कारण से हम सब अवेयर हो जाते हैं, अरे भाई पॉल्यूशन बढ़ गया है, ग्रैब लग गया। क्यों? क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन रुक जाती है। कंस्ट्रक्शन रुक जाती है, आपकी सारी एक्टिविटीज़ रुक जाती हैं। पर ये जो काम है एयर पोल्यूशन को टैकल करने का, इस पे काम करने का, मुझे लगता है कि ये 12 महीने का काम है। आप जनवरी से लेकर दिसंबर तक आपको लगातार एयर की क्वालिटी रिफॉर्म करने के लिए काम करना पड़ेगा। और इसी दिशा में काम करते हुए दिल्ली की आपकी अपनी सरकार ने 1000 वाटर स्प्रिंकलर्स हायर किए हैं, जो 12 महीने, पूरा का पूरा 12 महीने सड़कों पे पानी का छिड़काव, स्मोक गन से काम करते हुए नज़र आएंगे। और उसमें भी हमने कोशिश की है कि इन मशीन्स की वजह से कोई ट्रैफिक हर्डल ना हो, इसलिए अर्ली मॉर्निंग और लेट नाइट ये सड़कों पे काम करेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली में इन चीज़ों से बहुत मदद मिलेगी। एक और चीज़ जिस पे आपने ध्यान दिलाया है, कूड़ा जो जलाते हैं लोग या जो अंगीठी जला लेते हैं, जो हमारे थोड़ा सा क्लस्टर एरिया या लो इनकम एरिया हैं, हो सकता है उनके पास आज भी गैस और चूल्हा ना हो, वो अपनी अंगीठी जला के, अपना चूल्हा जलाकर ही अपना गुजारा करते हैं। दैट इज़ वेरी मच ट्रू। हम सबको इस और भी काम करना पड़ेगा, गवर्नमेंट भी करेगी। पर मैं आप सबसे भी निवेदन करती हूँ, आज जिन सोसाइटीज़ में हम रहते हैं वहाँ पे जब वॉचमैन रात को लकड़ी जला करके अपनी सर्दी भगाने के लिए आग सेकता है, तो हम भी जो इतने सारे आप सोसाइटी के लिए अच्छे अच्छे काम करते हैं, एक चीज़ ज़रूर कर सकते हैं कि एक हीटर उसे गिफ्ट दे सकते हैं कि भाई धुआं ना हो और इस पॉल्यूशन के कारण से मैं, मेरी फैमिली और बाकी सब लाखों लोग परेशान ना हो, तो एक हीटर मेरी ओर से आपको गिफ्ट। तो ऐसा ड्राइव यदि हम शुरू करते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली भर में हम सभी RWS को ये बोलेंगे, हम सभी सोसाइटीज़ को बोलेंगे कि जहाँ लोग कंबल और बिस्तर और इस तरह की चीज़ें सर्दियों में डोनेट करते हैं, वहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिक हीटर भी डोनेट करना शुरू करें। और सरकार भी इसको पूरी तरीके से जहाँ जहाँ हम कर सकते हैं उनको ज़रूर इलेक्ट्रिक हीटर पहुँचे, गैस चूल्हा पहुँचे, ताकि हवा में धुएं की मात्रा कम हो। और जो कूड़ा जलाते हैं, दैट इज़ फॉर श्योर गवर्नमेंट विल टेक स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन अगेंस्ट देम। और कूड़ा बिल्कुल नहीं जलना चाहिए, ना लैंडफिल साइट पे, ना कॉलोनीज़ में, ना इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में, उसको ज़रूर ध्यान किया जाएगा। मैं आप सबके इतने होमवर्क पे जो आप सब ने करके मुझे दिया है, बहुत ही मुझे हर्ष हो रहा है कि आपने इतने सुंदर तरीके से इसे किया। 100% एक एक चीज़ को इसमें फॉलो किया जाएगा। एक और चीज़ आपने कही है मलबा मैनेजमेंट। डेफिनेटली मलबा मैनेजमेंट हम ही लोग होते हैं जो अपने घर में यदि कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रही हो, रिपेयर चल रही हो, तो तुरंत रिक्शा वाले के हाथ में 100 रुपीज़ का नोट पकड़ाते हैं, कहते हैं भाई ले जा, तू कहीं भी छोड़ के आ। और वो रिक्शा वाला भी तुरंत भरता है, जाता है किसी रोड साइड पे, देखता है राइट और लेफ्ट कोई नहीं है, वहाँ डालता है और आ जाता है। तो ये हम ही लोग हैं जो सड़कों पे मलबा भी फैलाते हैं। पर सरकार के नाते हम लोग लगातार मलबा हटाने में, कूड़ा साफ करने में, दिल्ली को स्वच्छ रखने में एकमात्र लक्ष्य के साथ कि दिल्ली पॉल्यूशन फ्री होनी चाहिए, साफ़ सुथरी होनी चाहिए, ग्रीन होनी चाहिए, और ये सब काम हम सब मिल कर के करें। मैं अक्सर एक बात कहती हूँ, अनिल जी हमारे RSS के बड़े अधिकारी हैं, हमेशा समाज सेवा में लगे रहते हैं। महाजन जी भी इसी तरीके से सोसाइटी के वेलफेयर की हमेशा चिंता करते हैं। मेरी अपनी एक सोच है, मैं ये कहती हूँ, पहलगाम हमने सुना, पहलगाम में हमने देखा कि किस तरीके से जब हम भारतीयों की हत्याएं हुई तो हमने बड़े जोश में कहा कि सरकार को लड़ाई लड़नी चाहिए, सेनाओं को लड़ाई लड़नी चाहिए। और सेनाओं ने बड़ी खूबसूरत लड़ाई लड़ी, आतंक के सारे अड्डे मिटा दिए। सेनाएं लड़ रही है, देश की रक्षा कर रही है, सरहद पे खड़ी है, और हम क्या कर रहे हैं? मेरा ये प्रश्न है हम सबसे कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं। देशभक्ति तो हमारे अंदर भी है, हमारे अंदर भी लहू उफान लेता है कि नहीं मुझे भी कुछ करना है। पर मैं इतनी बात आपको कह सकती हूँ, देशभक्ति दिखाने का, आपको सरहद पे जाने का, बंदूक उठाने का, दुश्मन को गोली मारने का या सीने पे गोली खाने का एक भी मौका नहीं मिलने वाला, एक भी मौका। तो अपनी देशभक्ति कैसे दिखाएं? मरने का मौका नहीं मिल सकता, पर जीने का मौका आपके पास है, हमेशा है, आगे भी रहेगा। और देश के लिए जीना शुरू करें, देश के लिए कुछ करना शुरू करें, खुद भी, सोसाइटी भी, फ्रेंड्स भी, फैमिली भी। हम सब लोग यदि अपनी सोसाइटी के लिए एक काम, एक छोटा काम, एक बड़ा काम, कुछ भी काम यदि अपने जिम्मे लेते हैं, और देश के 140 करोड़ लोग जब एक एक कदम भी आगे बढ़ेंगे, तो सच मानिए ये भारतवर्ष 140 करोड़ कदम रोजाना आगे बढ़ेगा, तरक्की करेगा, ऊंचाइयों को छुएगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का, आपने मुझे मौका दिया बात करने का, आपको सुनने का। थैंक यू सो मच।
मुझे आप सबका तो पता नहीं, मेरे तो रोंगटे खड़े हो गए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके पैशन का, कंपैशन का। आई एम श्योर जितने भी लोग यहाँ आपकी बात सुन रहे थे, अपनी देशभक्ति आज ही से शुरू कर देंगे, दिखानी भी और अमल में लानी भी। रेखा जी, आपकी उपस्थिति का हम थोड़ा फ़ायदा उठाना चाहते हैं। हमारे कुछ नॉलेज पार्टनर्स थे जिन्होंने आज हमारे साथ काफ़ी मेहनत करी है ये डिस्टिल डाउन करने के लिए, तो हम उनके लिए एक ग्रीन प्लांट जो है उनको देना चाहते हैं, और उन सब की इच्छा थी कि आपके हाथों से वो एक्सेप्ट करें। तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, पहले तो अपने जो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम के सदस्य हैं, भूपेंद्र भल्ला जी, रजनीश कुमार जी। भूपेंद्र भल्ला जी MNRE के पहले सेक्रेटरी थे भारत सरकार में, उससे पहले दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट में होम सेक्रेटरी रहे हैं और हेल्थ सेक्रेटरी का कार्यभार संभाला है, और कोविड के दौरान इन्होंने एक सच्चे देशभक्त की तरह दिल्ली की रक्षा करी है। तो रजनीश कुमार जी स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के चेयरमैन रहे हैं।
भाई आपकी ऑडियंस बहुत ठंडी है, ये क्या है सोसाइटी के लिए करेंगे, ताली नहीं बजा पा रहे,
और
अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं।
अतुल बघई जी UNEP के इंडिया हेड रहे हैं और बहुत मेहनत करी है आज का उठाने के लिए, प्रोग्राम को शेप देने के लिए। और अब मैं नॉलेज पार्टनर्स को सादर आमंत्रित करता हूं। अदील खान CEEW, आप सभी लोग आगे आ जाइए, नॉलेज पार्टनर जितने हैं। सुनील धैया, इन्वायरो कैटलिस्ट। भारती चतुर्वेदी चिंतन, स्वपन मेहरा, आयोरा। कार्तिकेय चतुर्वेदी APAC, अनुराग यादव डेलबर्ग। रेखा जी, तकरीबन 8 क्लोज डोर मीटिंग्स हुई हैं और तकरीबन 12 सेशंस हुए हैं यहाँ पे, और तकरीबन 150 के करीब जो हैं स्पीकर्स ने आज अपना जो इनसाइट्स हैं हम लोगों के साथ शेयर किए हैं। और CIEU और डेलबर्ग की टीम इन सबको इकट्ठा करेगी। थोड़ा स्पीड बढ़ाइए जी, देशभक्ति यहाँ पे भी काम आएगी। भारत कृतिका चौधरी APAC से, अनुराग यादव, ये पिछले 2.5 महीने से इस प्रोग्राम को खड़ा करने के लिए मेहनत कर रहा है, और आज सिंगल हैंडेडली इसने ड्राइव किया। अनुराग यादव डेलबर्ग से, थैंक यू। सभी इकट्ठे हो जाइए ताकि पिक्चर हो जाए। इसके बाद अनिल जी आप अपनी पुस्तक लेके आ जाइए। आप अनिल शर्मा जी हैं, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं और स्वदेशी जागरण मंच से संबंधित हैं। उनका संपर्क का काम देखते हैं और हरित दिल्ली के नाम से इन्होंने अपना एक रोड मैप बनाया है और बहुत ही इंसाइटफुल है, मैंने पढ़ी है किताब। रेखा जी एक आपका स्केच बनाया गया है लाइव, साक्षी महाजन दर्पण, आपका जब आप भाषण दे रही थी तो आपका स्केच बना है। मैं अश्विनी महाजन जी से भी दरखास्त करूंगा कि रेखा जी का भी स्वागत हम लोग, और स्वागत हुई और धन्यवाद भी जो है सेम ग्रीन प्लांट के साथ करें। रेखा जी आज सभी गेस्ट को हम लोगों ने ग्रीन प्लांट दिया है और इस कसम के साथ दिया है कि ग्रीन एक्शन और ग्रीन थिंकिंग अपने पूरे जहन में लाएंगे। और एक प्लांट एनके सिंह जी के लिए और अनिल गुप्ता जी के लिए। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, हृदय से धन्यवाद, और करतल ध्वनि से रेखा गुप्ता जी का धन्यवाद करते हैं। आज का कार्यक्रम यहीं पे समापन होता है। जो डिनर है वो साथ वाले कमरे में सर्व किया है, तो आप सबसे निवेदन है करके जाइएगा।